shit about him, but I always gave him respect for it.
He's the one who kicked Brandon out.
And we're the ones who did that work for him. We did that work for him. And it's bullshit. And he goes, well, I'm not there. Like, fuck you, Trucker G. Go back and enjoy your probably 100K you got from fucking goddamn the TPC for fucking being leader in charge. Because there's that missing like a few million there. Fucking piece of shit. Would
you say then that he is fucker G?
Fuck yeah! I made a fucking Twitter post about him. Fuck that guy.
Though, if you go out every day and give $500 to the homeless, and you film it for a YouTube channel, what are you really giving the $500 away for? It's not to give the money to the homeless; it's for the recognition.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that part of it needs to kind of be forgotten about, because if it's for recognition at all, it's for the wrong reasons.
Well, it's not about Gary. We're not doing this for the recognition. We have yes. Are we creating content? Yeah. Do people have cash apps? Certainly, because it's not cheap to go down there all day long. You need water. You need a fucking place to stay. You need gas. Like, I mean, to say which side is making more money, I mean, it's easily their side is out funding the counter protest. But the thing is, it's not about the recognition. It's about doing the right fucking thing.
He's never going to do the right thing. He's too invested with the Convoy and the restreaming and his subscribers and his fans.
What is Jersey J doing on an expressway right now?
The thing is, like, Gary, I spent a few $100s to go down there this weekend. I didn't take a dime.
Hey, Telescope.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is that the right and the extreme right, they're really good at not, and this isn't going to make you feel any better, but maybe it gives you some perspective. I mean, just a piece of this is that they're really good at not acknowledging reality. You know what I mean? Either by their dumb definitions of what's going on, or just, denial, or just not acknowledging what's going on. This is just another form of it.
Well, first of all, I mean, I'll actually have to.
PP2.
So Santa, first of all, does not believe in optics. It means they have a nice denial thing. MAGA Americans cannot get my name out of his fucking mouth at all. I called him out 9 times on a stream, and he couldn't say a fucking word to me. I tried to do an online talk with him twice. He would not do it after he wrote his manifesto. I'm like, he called me out, like, okay, I'll set the nerves. Let's fucking go. And
but what do you expect from him?
He's a bitch. That's
he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, and I called him out 9 times from his fucking face. And then I even brought it up on his fucking live stream last night. My dude, I was there fucking right in front of you and called you out 9 different times. And you didn't say a word, and all you did was hide behind Santa.
That's what they do.
They're really good at not acknowledging or hearing things.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, ATM posted another message I want to read to you guys. Okay, in 15 minutes I will be restreaming Wizzy. He has a message for all about the fucks doxing, and I said I would help get the word out.
Okay. All right.
So let me make this clear. I absolutely believe you all were effective. Like, way to go, high five. But I also think that trying to get recognition from right-wing nut jobs is the wrong place to look for the recognition and to expect it from them.
You're just about listen, I mentioned a few times. It was about exposing them. I want to know which side. I want to know which side they're on about this. That's all it's about. Hey, give us a shout out. And if you don't want to do it,
it's common knowledge, though, that like 99% of people out there are going to be against that. Like, that's common knowledge. So statistically, they're more than likely against it.
Okay.
And
I want to know.
I would say, and so
they don't want to burn any bridges though with people.
Gary,
You know, that's part of it.
I think that's part of it. Yeah, they don't want to burn any bridges.
But guess what, Gary? It's about knowing your enemy too. Okay, like Tommy Temper or Trucker G, you don't want to give us a shout out and you're against it. Okay, at least we know you're not with us.
They never have been.
Yeah, that's exactly what you take away from that. They're not with you, you know, they're not with, you know, taking a stand against pedophilia and people that allow it.
Yeah, and guess what?
Allow them to be sheltered.
And we get to call them the fuck out for it.
They're assholes.
Oh, we're the nice homely G's in our fucking truck. We read our chat. Aren't we so cool? Oh, I got my nice beard and shaved my head today. Look at my doggy.
But they rarely ever even get discussed here. They've been out of the picture for the most part, like for a while. Like they don't ever get discussed. And
well they're making themselves.
Yeah, I thought that whole thing was kind of bullshit on their channel too. But
when they're making themselves known and they want to bring up the counter protests, okay, let's talk about the fucking counter protests. Let's talk about it. I'm one of them. Like I said, I spent a few $100s in my own pocket fucking going down there.
Maybe it's just the difference in we've got people looking at different levels of it. And this isn't a play on word on telescope, but we've got people looking through a microscope at this. And I'm not looking at it through a microscope. I'm looking at it from like 50 yards back.
Okay.
And there's part of it that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I'm going to tell you what. Here's what I do. I try, Gary, I try to do myself. I go down there to help them when they need help. Okay, and they're going to need help in Bunker Hill because we're right now we're working out the plan from Bunker Hill because it's not going to be the same plan.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, hey, hey. What's going on, everybody? Ah, there it is. Yeah, now I can turn that off. Looking good. I'll tell you, I might have the best looking angels out there. Hi, Nicole. How are you? Bill the Baker. Hi, Rooster. We got Rooster and Kerfuffle hanging out. And we're going to talk about doxing and division and what's been going on in all these live streams over the last couple weeks. Give everybody a chance to get in here. Hi, Debo. I'm sorry you had Wizzy withdrawals. There's certainly been plenty of content to watch, though, huh? Hi, Irvin. God Rides a Harley's here. Crazy Carolina girl. Nicole. Yeah, that's a fine word for it. YouTube held that one for review. Yeah, I've been dealing with some personal things, but I've been around paying attention when I've had free time. Oh, I don't feel bad, Deborah. I'm not sick. Missed you too, Sherry. Get all the hellos out of the way here. Because the way we're doing the live stream tonight, we're just doing it through Discord, just to get everybody on with us. And it's mostly going to be about the information on the screen tonight. We're going to share. We're going to do a little show and tell. Kerfuffle and Rooster, here to share what's been going on with them. The audio's great. Good. I'm lucky enough to have two very brilliant women as part of this team. And what's been happening over the last few months has been absolutely disgusting to watch. And we haven't talked about it. We've ignored it because there wasn't really any repercussions from what was going on. And it finally has gotten to a point where I thought it was worth the discussion, and so did the ladies. And I've been doxxed. I was doxxed a long time ago. And I guess I'm sort of just used to it by now, which is really sad. But the attacks on Kerfuffle and Rooster are unacceptable. And we're going to talk about that tonight. And the doxing of anyone is unacceptable. Me personally, I've had plenty of times where I could have doxed any number of people. But that's not what we do. That's not what we're about. Never have, never will. Queen died, right? Anyway, I'm just calling a spade, y'all. But who is attacking them? Well, Rooster, Kerfuffle, one of you care to talk about that?
Sure. So it's this whole doxing thing has been going on for a while, like Lizzie said. I'm not. I mean, I wish we could wait for Rister to get back.
We can. We got time. We got time.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm not going to tell the beginning of it because I don't feel that's my fight, and I think it needs to go in the timeline of how it was.
Yeah, I posted. Well, Rooster posted up for me because I was busy today. The definition of doxing and what doxing is, doxing, sometimes written as doxxing, is the act of revealing identifying information about someone online, such as their real name. If you are anonymous online and somebody finds out your real name and they put it out there, that is doxing. You didn't want your real name out in public. That is a dox. It doesn't matter. It's your choice to put yourself out there. So your real name, your home address, your workplace, your phone, your financial, and other personal information. The information is then circulated to the public without the victim's permission. That is the legal definition of doxing. Some would say that putting your name out is soft doxing. Doxing is doxing. If you didn't, when I first started, I didn't necessarily want my name out there. But people found out and they doxed me. So that was somebody else's choice, not mine. That's just an example. That happened right off the bat almost 2 years ago. But I also didn't really hide myself. We had a good friend who live streamed for many years and managed to never get doxxed. He always kept his face covered and went out and did his thing. And unfortunately, he did show everything. And they tried really hard to find out who he was. But it's very difficult to do. And there was a reason he needed that. But yes, indeed, our friend Villain. But Rooster, are you back? Okay. I saw you in the chat, so I assumed you were back. Do you want to tell everybody how this all got started? Great place. Yeah, not Oreo and Maga Princess. They didn't start dating. Right. I can hear you. Oh. I can hear you. Yeah, you're not coming through. Oh. Yeah. What happened that we lost you there? All right, gang. We got it. Rooster's taking care of it. I got you, gang. Rooster's going to get it straightened out. You could hear it before, right? Or could you hear kerfuffle? Okay. Okay. Welcome, baby. I see Behind the Mirrors in here. Welcome, baby. Thank you for the tech help there behind the mirror. Yeah, Rooster's working out the audio issue right now.
It's the worst.
Yeah, I know.
But
I've been there.
Got it sorted.
Okay. Good times. All right. Now, let's see here.
Let's wait for chat. Can you guys hear now? Okay, perfect. So
Yep,
I just want
good.
to start out by saying that this isn't something that we wanted to do or that we enjoy doing. I'm very uncomfortable right now. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to say their real names or be disrespectful in the same way that they have for us. Okay, so I guess we have to start from the beginning. Okay, so we have, this is Rooster Doll, for all you guys asking who's talking. This is Rooster. Hello. So this all started, we had a couple of disgruntled mods that went over to Oreo. I guess they were dating. There was a creative difference in styles, I suppose. And this mod was MAGA Princess 45 and someone else. And she had always modded for Oreo, but she had modded for Chris as well.
Right. And, she did a great job in my Twitch account. She went in and, she was the first mod in Twitch when I got started almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, she did do a great job.
Yeah.
No problem with that until she turned into kind of treacherous. So yeah. I'm sorry. I'm really nervous, you guys.
It's all right.
You're doing great.
You're normally in the background as part of the team, and you've sort of come out of hiding. Not on camera, obviously, but that's a great photo. Which is one of the photos that was doxed of you.
Yeah,
from
exactly.
a private account. From your private account, and Kerfuffle, was the photo that's on the screen from your private account as well?
No, I didn't get a screenshot of that photo. Right, I do probably, but no, that's just a recent photo that I took. But basically, why it's up there is because they're not going to get at us. Like, here we are. Take a look.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good-looking group there, I gotta say. It's anyway, let's get past that. Okay. So now, things started to happen. How long ago? This was early on in TPC?
Yeah,
right?
This was mid-April. Well, beginning of April, really.
Right.
But definitely by mid-April. So I guess what first happened is MAGA Princess 45 and this other mod called the police on me, had the police show up here at my house. And I know this because she tried to sell him out and told me that she did it, or that he did it, but she was on the phone with him when it was done. And
this is somebody that was part of the team that we're not going to dox, and we're not going to mention his name. Do we want to have like a code name for him?
I don't know if that's whatever you want to do.
Well,
I don't intend to spend a lot of time talking about him.
Right. But yeah, so this is yes. Okay.
Him is his name. Him.
Yeah.
Him. So yeah, and then she posted on her Twitter, Kerfuffle's private Facebook, and posted my misdemeanor arrest record. And
which, by the way, I did thoroughly enjoy that story.
Don't buy cars on Facebook, guys. That's all I can tell you about that one. Or if you do, make sure that they're not stolen. But yeah, so anyway, that one was supposed to be expunged. It was like a $50 fine. I don't even know why it came up,
right.
But I know how my other one was like a possession charge. But it doesn't matter. It was posted up there to intimidate and to harass me, and to bully. There's no other reason to do that. So, and yeah, we do have a lot of those screenshots for you guys. I'm just trying to kind of paint a picture for you. But this has gone on for months. So for months, they've been posting things about us, our personal information, etc. Why is that Zachary Patrizo in chat?
It probably is, yeah.
Why not show your faces? Well, it's right there.
Yeah, the faces are on the screen there, Zach. Welcome.
Yeah, sorry, we're doing a low-tech stream
hopefully you'll
tonight.
enjoy this conversation about doxing tonight. We're doing a little low-tech, Zach, so sit back and have fun. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, so this is so uncomfortable for me to talk about.
I get it. I know. It's not a comfortable situation. Doxing is not fun because it puts everybody in dangerous situations. But,
Yeah,
but that is
safety
the
thing.
intention. That is their intention. No matter which side does it, their intention is to make you uncomfortable. But the thing is she didn't have a reason to do this, MAGA Princess.
No. Well,
So-
this all stems from, she was doxxed on April 1st. And I know because that was when I took the screenshot. I took the screenshot.
And you sent it to me to say, hey, is this her?
Yeah, exactly. I
Right?
didn't know who it was.
Right. Now, just so everybody knows, this was a brand new account that was created. It had how many followers?
It only like 1 or 2. I don't even know if it had any following.
Basically, it had zero traction whatsoever. And she apparently freaked out that somebody had put a photograph of her on this unknown Twitter account, an account that if nobody knows it's there, it basically doesn't exist. And that is where all of this started from. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't do it. Curve didn't do it. We did know her information. We had to verify with you because you had seen her in person.
Mm-hmm.
And that was only so we could tell her and send it. Yeah,
we
but
were
anyway,
all friends and sort of teammates.
Yeah, well, yeah, and a lot of the screenshots and things that she shared were things out of our private conversations, out of our mod chats.
Right.
So that's the things that she's trying to shame me with publicly. Sorry, was stuff that we did in mod chats and just regular banter and things like that. So yeah, no, I didn't dox anyone, Freedom Dove, ever. That's the thing. She thought that I doxed her, and then she started posting mine and Kerfuffle's information all over, anywhere. Her and Nunya, I imagine this mod Jen. It's
remember all of these names.
It's been really
YouTube accounts that mod for other YouTube channels. So we're not doxing anybody. We're using their names that they choose to use for their online presence within YouTube.
That's correct. No, we're not going to stoop to their level this evening.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and not only are Oreo's mods doing this to us, but they're doing it to everyone. They're doing it to, I love this community. I want to say that I absolutely love this community. I've been here for years. We've got skin in the game.
Yep.
And I hate to see the division. All of this is just division, and it's these should have been, at least in the Patriot community, people that I wouldn't have had to worry about. Especially when I never did anything to this woman. I was always super chill. Obviously, I trusted the wrong person. But yeah, that's where we are.
And this doxing of people has gone across the board with Anarchy Princess, Defender of Ants,
Jersey J, they got him too.
Jersey J. This has been happening with anyone that they feel is a threat over there. It's the only channel that I'm aware of that is actively doxing people. There's no other live streamers that I'm aware of. If I'm wrong, please comment and let me know. But we have not found anybody else that's doxing people, other than Defender of Ants, Anarchy Princess, the Squirrels. That's something that they've been doing. Unacceptable. This is not something that we will have ever done. And like I said before, we've had plenty of opportunities to do those sorts of things. We don't find it necessary.
That's right. I mean, we just wouldn't. It's unnecessary intimidation. Not only that, but Oreo has posted my picture as his profile picture on Twitter. Just little things. He's been posting someone's picture as his thumbnail on YouTube this week. Just whoever he's angry with that day,
and we know who that is, but again, we're not going to dox that person by saying their name.
Show the slide,
Exactly.
Rooster.
Okay. Yeah, let's get into the
Some
slide a little
visuals.
bit, shall we?
I do like looking at the ladies, but let's get into the visuals of the show and tell here. Somebody said, who doxed Joe's family? I don't know. If anybody knows, you can email me. But again, unacceptable.
I'm hoping that everyone can see this. If not, I'm sorry. We tried to throw a PowerPoint together. This is where we're at.
Yeah, it looks good on my end.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So, right here in the middle, that Twitter post, that is where she's posting my criminal record, my misdemeanor criminal record, and calling me a felon. But this is when she came to me, and I just told her, and this is my exact words. I said, yeah, it's pretty bad, but you did share all the messages I sent you, made my private conversations public, tried to say I doxed kerfuffle, and all the stuff I said is still true. It's still as true today as when I said it. And she says, I did, and I'm sorry, but I was led to believe you were behind my dox, so I retaliated. There's no excuse for what I did. I felt sorry for him, I guess. Things have changed, and I see the other side of him. And she's talking about this other mod, and I don't really care to get into any of that. That's way more dramatic than I'm trying to get tonight.
Yeah.
But this is where she's, talking about reporting me to the police. And over here, it's just more admitting to, yeah, I thought you were behind my dox, this, that, and the other thing. And like I said, this is just, I mean, having the police come to your house, I have a kid. It's not cool. And also, in one of my doxes that they posted today, they called me a cam girl, which is not true. And they posted pictures of my child.
It wasn't even a cam girl site.
No, it wasn't even a cam girl site. It was,
and it's been shut down for how many years?
Yeah.
They don't even pay attention to what they're putting out. They don't even know what it is they're putting out. They just grasp at straws. We saw them do that with Squirrel, and the information that was being put out about her. It's comical when you really look at it.
Yeah. Well, we're lit now, Ricky Bobby. We're dogs. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Okay, do you want to talk about this one, Curve? Well, wait. This one's kind of mine too. So over here, you can see Nunya talking about me tagging Convoy Santa and WYSIWYG about Wizzy's BLM mods, talking about me.
And we've laughed about that t-shirt so many times.
It was a free t-shirt, and I'm gonna wear it. Like, I'm sorry. And it was posted, it's me in a BLM t-shirt. It was posted in a mod chat. And yeah, so it was screenshot by the only person that had access, which was MAGA Princess. And now Oreo has it set as his profile picture, or he did for some time. And this over here is where MAGA Princess posted on her personal account Drakey's Facebook.
Yeah.
Which is just, it's just not okay, because you will never, the thing is they will say that we doxed them and this, that, and the other, but there is no proof out there that exists that I doxed her, or that MAGA, or excuse me, that Curve doxed her because we didn't do it. It doesn't exist. It can't.
So I just wanted to share something that I just got from somebody that messaged me. I'm not going to say who sent it, but they say, yo, Chris. Well, they wanted to get in the phone call, and I really just want to keep it the three of us. But he says he literally admitted to me in front of MAGA Princess that he called the cops. He literally admitted it to me. The message that I just got from this person, and I don't want to share their name. I don't think that's important. But I guess him, the person we're calling him, admitted to somebody that he had done this to you.
Correct. And she was, she says that she was on the phone with him when it happened. Yeah.
Right. But, they did this because they were convinced that you had doxed them with zero evidence from an account that had no followers, that even you had sent to me asking me, holy shit, somebody doxed her. Is this really her? Because this happened while she was in Hagerstown.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I spoke to her. I called her and I said, look, your friends wouldn't do this to you. They didn't do this to you. And we talked about what was going on with him and what he was upset about and what was going on. That was a whole separate thing. And she didn't even have to be a part of it. And she would still be a mod today in WYSIWYG. But she started perpetuating this stuff and got Oreo perpetuating it, and has turned into something that has become a behemoth problem for every live streamer and everyone out there, because MAGA Princess has convinced him to be doing all of this. And he's gone along with it because he's not capable of having a rational, unemotional conversation about what's going on. So, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to share that message.
No, that's fine. I mean, this is supposed to be kind of a fluid conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. Troy, mods, we have to take it easy. I see a lot of messages getting deleted. Let's take it easy.
Are you reading the messages?
No, maybe I haven't, but obviously, I didn't see anything, but
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, you do what you got to do. I recognize the names, but if they can't have a reasonable conversation, and can't figure out how to not be hateful, they're not welcome here. So,
right.
I could give two shits about free speech when it comes to this chat. If you can't be a reasonable human being, you're not welcome here. So, I know Alyssa was just timed out. I don't know what she said, but
she was talking to me. That was friendly fire. That was absolutely friendly fire.
And it happens sometimes. It happens, but
sorry,
I know there was a bunch of. You'll be back, Elisa, in a second. Giving them.
That's our bad, man. That's our bad. I got real fat thumbs.
Okay. So, sorry, we're back on track. So, we're talking about this. We were talking about the Black Lives Matter shirt, and the fact that Oreo used it for his
his profile picture on Twitter. It's just it's just harassing for the sake of it. Just for pure malice.
Yeah.
So I will skip to the next one. We did kind of make a PowerPoint.
I will say it's nice. It's nice to be getting these messages from the person that I'm getting them from, because, you know, as streamers and as a community, it is important that we all work together. And when TPC started, all the streamers worked together. They all had each other's backs. We were having streamers meetings at the restaurant, and, you know, even the new streamers like Jersey J and Alex and whatnot, we were all getting together and having these fun discussions about what we're all doing. But you know, that all changed. All of this division and whatever started that division is what it is.
Oh, I'm with you.
So what's this one here?
So this is Curve. Curve, do you want to speak on this a little bit? You've been pretty quiet. I think I'm more nervous, so.
By the way, Curve, I love what you did with the American flags, covering stuff up, because, again, we're not doxing ourselves either. So I hope everybody understands that in order to talk about this, we're not going to continue, you know, the propaganda and whatnot, but we're going to show you what's been going on.
So in this picture, what we believe, pretty sure believe that the Oreo crew made another Twitter. I think they made it in July, the end of July or something like that.
Why did Oreo and MAGA Princess just tweet this stuff out themselves?
Well, they do in a lot of cases, but this was pictures of my kid, private.
Well, they can't afford to lose their accounts.
Right.
And this is all stuff that gets, you know, this account got shut down today, that had doxed everybody. And that account's now gone.
Yeah, but in this dox, they primarily were targeting me. And the one up top, they pulled some old information. I don't even know where they got it, but you know, they were putting my home address and my home that set up a price of my house, which okay, big deal. I could care less. Yeah. And the other one, I don't know where they got this. Because they pulled some information on me, but it said something about a John Deere construction. So I don't know. It's just the proof that, you know, they're just willing to put anything out there without even you know, looking to see if any of it's true.
Right, verifying it. We saw that happen with Santa, with his name out of Maryland. There were a number of David Rydell's. There were 5 listings, 2 which were David with the middle initial Rydell, and then 3 others from years ago. Well, those weren't even the same David Rydell. And so it's like nobody actually, but yet you hear this information getting spewed amongst all the channels. They know it's not true, probably, but they still say it anyway.
Well, I mean, it could have been my ex. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't me. I don't own a tractor. But anyway.
And we're not verifying information for anybody, but you know, they grasp at anything they can because they want to dox you. But what is the purpose of putting out your address? So that people can come visit you at your home? You know, that seems to be a danger.
Come on down.
Right.
Yeah. Anyways.
But, yeah. So, and this is Oreo's team doing this.
Yeah, and I think on the next slide, you're going to see that Oreo follows this account. And there's only 5 or 6 followers. And I'll just say that Express is in the name of the Twitter account.
Right. For people who don't use Twitter, if you create a Twitter account and you just start posting things, nobody knows it's there unless they know to search for something or it comes up in a search, but usually doesn't get found. So what you end up doing is you follow it with your account and then you share it out, and you have to get it out there somehow. So usually the first followers of the account have something to do with the creation of that account. That is just typical. A lot of people don't realize that. So the account today that was putting out information, or that's been putting out information the last few days, Oreo was one of the first followers of that account as well. So that's one of the ways to tell where that account originates.
Yeah, and in this account, they of course had more. That's where the cam girl post on Twitter was, and then also they basically gave me a warning, told me it seems like a good job, talking about my where I work, wondering if they know who you really are. Well, they will soon enough.
All right.
So that's a threat, that's a threat. I know that I'm going to, they can do that. If they can call all they want. I wrote the employee handbook, and I absolutely know that what we do on our private time is our own business. But if that's something that they feel they need to do, go for it.
Right. Again, only happening because they believed that the WYSIWYG team doxed them.
Which we didn't do.
Correct. And showed her over and over again how that wasn't happening, and it didn't happen. And even she knows it herself, because it's a picture she sent out to only 2 people, one of which was him. So, again, people who like conspiracy theories grasp at straws to make their imaginary problems have answers and solutions. They don't spend any time considering the possibilities before they fly off the handle. So what's this new one here?
I think we already talked about these. It would be the next one.
So are you guys waiting on me?
Yeah.
Let's go to the next one. Oh, this is it.
Okay, that's the last one.
Yeah, that's the last one.
I mean, we had so much more, but the thing is that we're trying to get a point across. Hopefully you got the point. I don't think we need to show everything for you guys to understand what's going on. And
put the angels back up, Bones.
And doxing,
right on top of it.
It doesn't matter what if you're left, if you're right, if you're middle, if you're MAGA, if you're anything. Doxing is never okay. And Telescope got doxed, and his girlfriend, Defender of Ants.
Right. Well, Oreo said he was going to go to Telescope's house, to Telescope fiance's work, because he didn't like that they were coming to protest him. So he was going to show up on them, which is wild. Like he said that on a live stream. And that is 100% not okay. You can't harass someone for protesting you in public. That's so beyond.
Yeah, and I did see yesterday in Oreo's chat that Mega Princess put my name, my real name. So yeah. Anyways, my name is Andrea Drake. So I just don't care. Like, I don't care. So if they feel that they're getting somewhere, or they're gonna hurt us, it isn't hurting us. It's hurting them. They're the ones that look like assholes.
Right. And Cece asked, is this why Ant started calling it Stream Wars? No, this is not why Ant started calling it Streamer Wars. Ant has his own issues.
We are sure it's real accounts.
100% sure.
Yes.
We would not be here.
We have, believe me. Yeah.
Just kind of trying to read some comments here. Hey, Matt. We are mods here. I'm Brewster. Yes. That is Kerfuffle. We've been dogs. So these are our pictures.
This is part of the fabulous WYSIWYG team. For those of you who don't know, the ladies are often in my ear when I'm out live streaming and are the backbone of WYSIWYG.
Sounds like a bunch of drama for no reason. April, I don't know. We tried to keep this private. We asked multiple people to address the situation, and it just kept coming. We tried to handle this privately, but I'm not going to be bullied or harassed anymore, especially with bad information. Just absolutely terrible information. Their doxing is pitiful.
It's funny that April would think it's for no reason when they have posted our children on Twitter. Yeah. Our children, our pictures of our children. Come on, April.
Yeah.
Get a clue. Get a clue.
Yeah. Mom of one, this is not why I have not been around. This is something that's been going on for months. In the background constantly.
Yeah, it's been constant, and it wears on you, especially when it's so poorly done. I can't understand why anyone would find that to be okay.
Ricky Bobby, don't you think that the voodoo dolls are a little childish and silly?
Of course he doesn't.
Of course he doesn't.
Oh, well. It's not our issue. They do what they want, whatever.
Yeah, that's not my issue today. What I really hate is that this community that we all love is being torn apart for some reason, and I don't understand. I know that.
Well, we know why it is. We know it's about creating division within a group of people who typically come from similar ideologies in the fight for freedom and America.
Telescope, you're right. We did contact, and I'll speak for myself. We did contact Santa and let him know what was happening numerous times. And he has not done anything, so I'm assuming he stands behind doxing. Is the only thing I can come up with.
No, I will say that the message I got from Santa is he does not condone this. He made that very clear that the doxing thing is not okay.
I mean, I just don't believe that he feels that way when we've been telling him this stuff for months since it started happening.
I don't think that Santa is fully aware of
I don't know
bad,
how he couldn't be. He had Telescope down there in his face yelling at him.
Well, I could see where he would have a hard time believing Telescope.
Well,
and any counter protest that
about
says
it. I'm not here to defend this man whom I've asked for help.
I know,
and he did not. He said, "We don't dox people," was what he said. And there's been so much clear doxing it's on Oreo's live stream right now.
Correct.
You can go and look, and he's posting people's personal pictures as his thumbnails. So for him to
we've
say,
seen them, we've seen them post addresses in his chat. And I'm hoping that Santa will see this and become more aware of what's going on and have a better understanding.
Hey,
I don't think that he has
I hope a lot of people will.
Yeah, well, here's what I say, and I'm not speaking for Wizzy, and I'm speaking for myself. If anybody in this chat still wants to support somebody that will allow doxing and even encourage it, and encourage his mods to do so, I mean, God help you. God help you. I don't know, but.
I just hear so much about. Oh my god, I can hear myself in my headphones, and it's like a second off. So
we're not going to be putting
making me weird
on the live stream.
Okay, and now I forgot what I was going to say. What were we talking about?
I don't know. I was just voicing my opinion about people supporting somebody who supports doxing.
Yeah, it's harassment. Plain and simple. It's meant to bully. It's meant to intimidate. But here I am, like, you posted everything about me, and I'm still standing. I stand behind who I am. I just, I stay private. I'm not an extrovert. I'm very uncomfortable right now. And I don't like this, but I think this is a huge problem in the community. I love this community, but this kind of shit and this purity testing and turning and just spewing hate to anyone that you don't agree with or you don't personally align with every single thing, it's destroying this whole community.
Ricky Bobby. No, who deleted that?
No, he just timed him out.
No, God Rides a Harley. Ricky Bobby said in the message that was deleted, Wizzy, you don't even put your hand on your heart, derp. And he's got a skull next to it. Ricky, this is America. And, if you want to be a Nazi, you go be a Nazi. But this is America. And if that's your mentality of what you think needs to happen all the time, well, good for you. You're a much better patriot than I am. You do you, Ricky Bobby.
You all do you. Like, everybody should just worry about themselves. Don't quit all the drama. Jesus.
It's people like Ricky Bobby that have become a problem for, and these are the types of people that get talked about, because they're the source of the division.
No, I think it's nice. I think it's a nice levity from what has been like watching a train wreck for the last month. The funny name trolls, the characters. It's been such a breath of fresh air. And maybe I'm not.
That's actually Ricky Bobby. Ricky had his idea of what a movement should be, but was asked to leave because he hijacked a movement and spoke out of turn. And he couldn't understand what that was and what that meant at the time, and then showed up and had a temper tantrum on top of his bus, and then his buddy got arrested for having a loaded gun with a bullet in the chamber. And you're free, but you're not free. You still have laws to abide by. And I think that's where people like Ricky Bobby, they they can't take the time to consider anything else. Their mouths move faster. The best example I can give for that is how Ricky Bobby continues to spew this nonsense that's not based in fact, and at best can attach himself to this idea that somebody within the 76 movement who was absolutely convinced I'm some sort of, what do you call me? What was that term? Come on, help me out. X-ray. What was he saying? I was I don't know, infiltrator. Because I didn't put my hand on my heart while I was live streaming, and I didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance, so I must be an infiltrator. That's what Ricky Bobby attaches himself to, because he's upset about something else. But it's this division that gets started within the movements that we saw all the way back to TPC that destroyed a movement. That is my opinion. So thanks for joining us, Ricky Bobby.
Yes, thank you so much, Ricky Bobby. Hey, and Nicole J, I just want to tell you that Eidnar has been with us since the very beginning.
Hi, Eidnar.
And she's amazing. I'm assuming it's a she. I don't know. I'm just saying. But
Eidnar has a female picture. Used to. I don't know. Still does. I don't know. I could be wrong. I swear I saw a blonde. Eidnar is a blonde. I don't know. Anyway,
That
sorry.
checks out. I could see Eidnar as a blonde.
She's a good person. And you know what? Honestly, I've met a lot of good people on the left and the right. And judging people for going into other streams that are more towards on the left is ridiculous, because there's a lot of really great people out there. So the assuming and the judgment that goes on is crazy. And, you should really take the time to get to know somebody before you sit behind your keyboard and type your bullcrap.
Yeah. It's funny. I should have been watching the chat when I was looking for that word, but people had fed. They had all kinds of different variations. It's hysterical because I've seen it in the chats too. And we've sat in Discord, I don't know how many nights, and watched some of the things that are said in chat and just laughed. And it just cracks me up. Cop jacketing, fed. It's all part of 40 Ways to Fight Fascism. Everybody should do a little Google search and read that fine anti-fascist document, and you'd be surprised what you might learn. You'll see the tactics and some of the things that we talked about here. Cancel culture is one of the 40 Ways to Fight Fascism. It's what sort of the extremists believe needs to happen in order to change culture in this country against people that they disagree with on issues. So one of those main ways is to call everyone a racist. So. That's how you show that one.
Yeah, I'm not a neo-Nazi. I'm not a J6 sympathizer. I'm not MAGA. I am actually more probably towards the left, in the middle type deal. So, anyways,
yeah, I'm a libertarian.
So we can stop, all the BS about that.
I feel like there's so many good people in this
space.
Tell everybody what this space is. What you refer to as the space.
Everyone that is here, you know, amongst the same chats, I feel like there are a lot of good people here that are watching what's going on, that have been watching all summer with us. And it's been, you know, it's been fun, but I hate to see all of this stuff that is so divisive, and the doxing and just the mean girl stuff, and the, you know, you're a troll if you don't believe everything that I say. I hate to see it happen.
Right. I see Elisa Marie in here, and comment was cancel culture express.
Yeah.
Elisa Marie likes to dox people as well.
Yeah.
Last month has been a shit show for sure.
You're absolutely right.
It has been rough.
Yeah.
And I refuse to cover the shit show. So I know I said I'd be there till the end. I had a personal issue I had to deal with, but I was sitting back and watching the shit show from a distance.
Shit show.
Oh, Cora likes the archives.
Yes, Cora. Yes.
Oh,
Rooster's
Batty is
doing an
here.
amazing job
Hey,
with that.
Only on Mr. Bill.
Rooster
Yes,
does such a good job. So many people don't realize they're not live. I was watching in a chat the other day where somebody said Wizzy's somewhere doing a live stream. Yeah. I was like, okay, cool.
Hey, and you know what? I feel like all the mods are awesome. All the mods. So Gra, Scott, Troy, Crazy, Mandy.
Yeah.
Who? Alicia Joe. I don't know what she goes by now, but who am I forgetting? Hope.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Kelly Wenger, if you've watched WYSIWYG for any time, you know you're going to have to put a little more in your comment than this shit show is hard to watch. Let's be more specific. Tell us your feelings, what you're thinking. You got a lot of characters, use them.
Or don't let the door hit you in the butt.
Yeah, you know.
You don't like it? Don't watch.
Well, we
Right.
love you, Hope.
Peggy, I try to set an example, and I try to treat people the way I would expect people to treat me. That's all I can ask for.
I have to give a shout out to my my doppelganger, Debo. Just love that girl. She makes me laugh.
Oh my gosh. You guys are typing fast tonight.
I know. And we didn't even slow down the chat, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's on a 30-second delay right now.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Flyer says, bring back Fiat Guy. Well, Flyer, if you want, I will send you a link to join them. I think it's on Tuesday afternoons. They do a white flag meeting. Lisa, no, I'm not interested in having a beer with you. Thank you.
I am.
Yeah, I don't have a beer with you, Lisa.
Hell yeah.
Elisa, I gave you a chance to have a conversation, and you didn't want to do that. You wanted to treat me poorly. You wanted to be a child, and you had your opportunity. I would have gladly had a beer with you up until you acted the way you did, and then double, tripled down on it. So.
though, Matt, the problem is that a lot of men don't don't go to work. So unfortunately, yeah, times have changed.
Oh, and by the way, can you guys make up your mind? Am I gay or have I fallen in love with the B&B Airbnb host?
Oh, you're definitely
you
gay.
You guys
Come
gotta
on.
figure out which one it is.
100 gay.
What?
No,
Just kidding.
my gay dart does not go off. No.
Not at all.
And yes, Captain Sparrow called me today. He misses me.
He probably does.
No.
I can't imagine he's very comfortable or happy.
No, you know what? We have both fallen in love with the East Coast. So that's the one thing. That's the one thing that we both agree on. Carolina girl, don't press Elisa. No, Captain Sparrow drives an identical truck to mine, down to the very dirt particles on the seats.
This is kind of fun, Chris. I like this.
It is fun.
I like talking to people. The people.
We've had a lot of interesting discussions in other Discords that Elisa Maria, I see you. Yes, Willie. Baby, I wouldn't say poor Sparrow. You know, he set out to do his documentary. For some people, they think that Sparrow works for me. I don't know why they think that. But he's been doing this documentary, and I'm just as excited as you are to see what he's captured, because he's had the ability to be there and you know, has had more interactions with people and really learned about the people and has spent time with them. So
oh, we did miss a super chat. Debo, thank you.
I know. I said.
Hey, Debo.
Deb. Yeah.
Best streamer, best mods, and I thank you for speaking the truth. You're welcome, Debo. I think the truth is really important. I often get called out as supporting something. I support the truth. And because I am willing to make sure that when people are saying things that are untrue, I will correct that. It doesn't mean I support the issue that's being discussed. It means that I want to make sure that the truth is what the argument or the upset is about. I hope
thank you,
that makes
Quo.
Davo.
Scientology. Oh my god.
Where's that?
Everybody, I mean, it's so stupid.
I know. I saw the Trucker G interview with Mike, where he talked about what's her name, the attorney that was there that was asked to leave, TPC. This was something that Mike had brought up to me at one point, because there was a connection between some of the people within the TPC movement that were Scientologists. Leah Dundas, yes. Leah is a Scientologist, and
I think she was. Is she still?
I don't know if she still is or not, I was part of Scientology years ago because I was brought into it by my ex-wife. And I haven't been in Scientology for many years.
And sometimes people do things that if their spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend is into something, you know, they're gonna try to be interested in it.
And we've had that conversation. And the funny thing is MAGA Princess has been a part of that conversation where we've talked about Scientology and some of the things that I was witnessing and things I saw. And I'm very open with my friends about where I've been in my life. And MAGA Princess thought that she would hurt me by making this claim about me and Scientology, even though she knew the truth. She knows how I feel about it, but she still put it out there because she wants to hurt me. The thing is, it doesn't hurt me. I'm a very curious person. Hence the reason WYSIWYG TV exists, because I'm curious about what's going on and why the mainstream media doesn't talk about all of these things and why people are so unaware of what's happening. Can-Am. It's funny. But no, that was okay. I didn't. That's
Okay.
Oh, that was
right.
unnecessary.
All right.
That was unnecessary.
Okay, I'm sorry, Cam Wham.
Okay.
I don't know. Can-Am X3.
Can-Am X3, yeah. Granny Sue, I always be me. My true friends know who I am. Eddie Block, aren't I lucky? I've got the hottest mods on YouTube. And by the way, I asked if I could make that point before I did it. Because up until today, I didn't even know what Drakey looked like.
Wow.
No, he is not a Scientologist, Freedom Dove.
No, Freedom Dove. But I'm sure you'll be in another chat going, oh my God, Wizzy's a Scientologist. But have fun with that. I'm surrounded by amazing women in my life.
Yeah,
and they are way smarter than I am. What's that?
And I said, yeah, and he's not gay.
Am I old enough to be a cougar?
Are you? No, I don't think. No. Well, unless he's really young, you would then perhaps. Well, you're a MILF.
I'm a MILF.
Well, you're both MILFs.
Absolutely.
Sure. Cougar, I don't think you're in that age where you're a cougar yet.
Yeah, and I'm not a boomer for those that keep calling me old and crone. Whatever.
Time Not Yoder asks, why are you single then? Are you sure I'm single, Pine?
Yeah. Assumptions. That's what assumptions would get you.
So one of the things you guys all have to remember about me is I don't share everything on my live stream. I keep my personal life private. It's none of your business. So that's why you sort of make up these things and whatnot, because you guys don't really know me. I don't really care to share my entire life with you. I share the bits and pieces which I feel like I'm comfortable sharing. But my friends know me, and people in Discord know me better because I know them better. I don't know all of you well enough. And in fact, I know there's people who are watching this live stream that want to know things in order to cancel or harm or whatever. And they don't have good intentions. So I don't want to give them anything. So that's why I don't share with the live stream everything about me.
Yeah. RP, sorry to hear that, man.
What?
We're not being
What?
drama free tonight, apparently. We should just sit around and be harassed in the shadows.
Right. All right, RP. It's I'm glad you let us know you were leaving. Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
RP might be one of those people that doesn't, that wants to perpetuate this stuff, wants to see these things happen. It's entertaining to RP. It makes RP, giggle inside. This is life. These are people. These are human beings that deserve better. They haven't done anything to earn this. And even those who have done things to earn it still shouldn't happen to. Defender of Ants has been coming after me for months, and I just ignore him. He's a train wreck. But you at some point, people have to start to recognize for themselves what is going on. And I hope that Sophie McIntyre, you were part of that account. You were one of the first followers of that Twitter account. I know you and Elisa are pals. I see the connection between you guys and your Twitter accounts. Twitter accounts are like spider webs. They connect all of you together. So it's easy to sort of make these lists in Twitter and follow everything that everybody's saying. And you see how information gets spread throughout Twitter.
Yeah, that account tags.
Yeah, they were doxing her too.
But
right, and they were doxing you.
Wrong
and you don't
info.
deserve to be doxed.
Yeah, it
Sure.
was
hey,
mixed flow. It was so ridiculous.
Right,
Just the worst, most lazy doxing.
Right.
Alyssa, I don't think name calling in your situation would be that great of an idea. Come on.
Right. So, Elisa, what did you report?
She reported the account.
Oh, you reported the account.
Yeah, but she called
I think everybody reported the account.
Yeah, but she called you a nerd. And in fact, I'm looking on Oreo's live right now, and I'm just letting you know that there are now threats on there from Mega Princess 45.
From her?
Hmm?
From her?
Yeah, she's writing them in. And so, we gave her...
That's a good question, Kenny. How long has doxing been a word? I feel like I only learned about it, maybe, 6 years ago? But I'm curious to know, anybody have any idea how long? When did doxing get added to Webster's Dictionary?
I only learned about doxing like 2 years ago. I have no idea.
Queen Di was doxed in 2016. Yeah. It seemed like there became a point where the tactic was, if you disagreed with somebody, you put them on blast, and you got all your friends to put them on blast to create as much disruption in their life. John Doe says 2009. Right. Manuel got swatted in 2013. Not cool. Yeah, that's another tactic which has become a real problem. And the one thing I've noticed most recently is people are outwardly talking about it in the chats, how they're calling the police and doing these things. Again, uncool. But also at the same time, I hear everybody going, oh, they're clogging up emergency line. No, 911 is an emergency line. Calling the direct number is not the same thing. So it's not, it's important to understand the difference.
I'll let you know about this because I've actually confronted Santa about it. And he's like, well, I just like it's me being Rooster and Kerfuffle. I'm like, you. Leo, I don't think Santa would want this. Yeah, he does. That's what Santa wants. Because this fat fucking dumbass wanted to get arrested, and we all got his fucking address. Fucking, and I'm gonna tell you what, motherfucking Santa, you think shit's over with? You don't defend doxing my fucking address, and you have a little fucking double stuffed fucking express threatening to come to my fucking home. I'll fucking shoot you in the face.
Well, and what they did to Anarchy Princess.
So how are you guys all doing?
Yeah, and they're threatening to come to Anarchy Princess's fucking house, and they called fucking CPS, and they fucking done a bunch of shit. And they go, well, I'm with you. I haven't really been around in like a month and fucking half, but you know, like, I just need to be on Santa's good graces, because you know, like, even though like Double Stuff Express took over all the streaming, and they don't really want me around, and I'm gonna assimilate with Washington County locals. I don't think Santa would. I don't think he would support any of that. But you know, it's okay that he supports pedophiles, and you know, he convinced me it's okay that there's pedophiles in public, and they should be around children. Because you know, we have a daycare center up here in 12828 Winchester Avenue, Bunker Hill, West Virginia. It's called Bandit's Second Chance Daycare Center. We have a bounce house now. It's a second chance for him to start a new life, or a second chance for him to fuck children. But we don't really know that yet. Fucking shit.
You so much here, Double Stuff.
Hi, Internet.
So what all did you guys think of that? First exposed Oreo's mods a little bit, but
what Wizzy apologizing for Santa?
Yeah, well, that right there was just like, whoa.
No, oh yeah, Santa wouldn't support doxing, even though he told me to my fucking face. But you would know that, Wizzy, but you haven't been to DC. You would have had all the what you see is what you get footage, but you didn't go. It's on footage. Hi, I'm trying to save face of being a streamer.
Ooh.
Dying call.
Now Oreo's throwing it back at Wizzy. He's talking about Scientology. Let them fight.
You know what?
Like Oreo knows anything about science. Barely tie his own fucking shoes.
I don't matter if watch a tune self-support.
I don't know. Wizzy can get fucking Santa's Raid fan. I'm fucking mad.
Hey, Telescope. You know that we wanted like a new.
I didn't listen to a word of it at all. So what was the gist of the whole?
Yeah, doxing's bad. We don't like doxing. Santa wouldn't support doxing, even though he told me in my face he did, and he wouldn't let me call in to go off, and that's about it. He's still sitting on Santa's candy cane. That's all it is. What we've known for the last few weeks.
Pretty much him defending David without even. I mean, he look at the videos and see basically what David did and said, "Hey, I can't control him. You know, I don't support just like pedophiles. I don't support pedophiles."
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, Santa. You don't support pedophiles. You know, there's pedophiles everywhere. They might be in your lodge in your church. That's okay. Let the kids go to Bandit's Second Chance Daycare Center. That's all right. Fucking that. Biggest waste of fucking time I watched. I try to call anyone when they call in. So there you go. What you see is what you get.
Yeah, that's the truth. Hey, I told him I would watch what they were saying, so I watched it.
Well,
BTM streamed it on his stream.
Well, I sent Rooster my thoughts of it.
I didn't see any of it. So.
Oh, he didn't miss anything. Honestly, he didn't miss a goddamn thing. A bunch of fucking just platitudes.
I think they're a bunch of fucking tattletales. I'm so sick of that.
Yeah. What?
I just asked Wizzy. I just said I didn't know you were such a piece of shit, and everybody just went crazy and started tattletaling, and I got timed out. They're pussies.
Who fucking cares?
I don't care. I just think it's funny.
I don't care. You fucking came on my board here when I was in DC, and I was fucking yelling up. I was like, "When are you gonna get off Stannis Candy Cane, man?"
Well, you know what's funny? You hear them say people on BTM are doxing. I've never seen it. Every time I've watched it, I've never seen it.
I want to raise this. I want to raise this point of contention here. And I had to hear this from Santa, and I had to hear it from fucking Taco Joe. Now, I was busy this weekend. Was fucking Taco Joe's address fucking doxed on the board?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because when I raised this up to Santa, he's like, well, someone from your side doxed stuff. I'm like, when?
I've never seen it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not around always, but...
Because I had to hear, same here. And that's what I told him. Like, listen, because Taco Joe was giving me shit. And I was like, Taco Joe, I'm like, I would have deleted that if I saw it.
Has anybody else in here chat ever seen doxing done on the BTM board?
Nope.
Never. And I don't think any of us care enough.
Because I had to deal with shit about it all weekend, and that was their excuse of defending doxing. Because someone apparently on our board did it, and he was whining about his name. I'm like, Joe, you go by your name, Joe. I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. I'm like, just like Wizzy will go by Chris.
So the dox was his first name?
Don't fucking know. They wouldn't tell me anything. They're all whining about it.
Oh my god.
They're making excuses, trying to justify their bullshit.
Yeah.
Because that's what I had to deal with down there, and that's what Santa was like, well, doxing was done yesterday. I'm like, we're not talking about yesterday. I'm dealing with like weeks of this shit. I'm like, and I wasn't even on the board. I'm like, I'm in fucking DC. I'm fucking live streaming. I can't even enter my fucking phone. What they're doing, they're trying to grasp for straws because they know it's fucked. But
One thing I like about Wizzy's stream is they did show Oreo's mod some of the shit they did. So that's good to have on file.
Well, guess what, Wizzy? Santa's not going to appreciate you going against his number one elf.
Well, that's for sure.
So, like, you don't get it both ways with him. I thought you would have learned it by now. And don't worry, Wizzy. I don't care if you're fucking hearing this. I'll fucking gladly come on your fucking site and say it too. And I'll fucking gladly come to Hagerstown and say it to your fucking face.
Why is he camping out there anyway?
Who knows? Fucking shit. Don't. I mean, anyone who put the pause button on, I gladly applaud you and had fun in the chat. Like whoever did that, you had a better night. There was a whole bunch of fucking platitudes and a whole bunch of non sequiturs, a whole bunch of fucking just shit of I'm trying to save face because I don't really know why, because like they don't really want me around, but like I just need to be on Santa's candy cane. But I hate his number one fucking elf, but maybe I can keep him in good graces. For nothing. A dying movement.
When was the last time to...
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
When was the last time Wizzy even like live streamed anything they did?
weeks.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He doesn't go there. No, he has too much fun sitting back at the apartment getting on the board. Because he got my board and was giving me shit. And I gave him shit back. I'm like, you're not even around.
I would say, looking at his live stream, down. This time it looked like he was there 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. It's
July 12th. That says.
Almost a month.
Yeah, it don't make sense. I didn't think it was that long. He must have. He must have come down.
I think it's when I lost it on him.
Honestly, I think it's almost been a month.
Well, you look for a couple days before. It was that time that David was leaning in his window talking to him.
Yeah.
Leaning on his window. So, yeah, it was probably. It's been 2 weeks plus.
I mean, I would have loved it for when he was. I loved it for him to be there when Melissa Marie was there. I think it'd been good for both of them.
I want to see him and Oreo have like a fist fight.
There's a charity.
He even said, what did he say to her? Oh, I don't even want to have a.
That was AP. That was AP.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, we'll give him donation money to do it.
Because AP mentioned it to me, and I was like, "Well, I could probably arrange that for you if you want it."
Yeah. Well, just tonight in chat, they said it. I think he was talking to Alyssa. The AP wasn't in this chat, was she?
No, there was Alyssa in there.
Yeah, so he was talking to Alyssa when she said about having a beer with him.
Fucking shit. I told him I tried to go in there a few times and call in, and he wouldn't let me call in. So I'm like, I'll actually give you what happens with this doxing thing. Not that, doxing bad, but Santa wouldn't do that. I'll give you fucking Santa's answer because I chased his fat fucking dumbass through the streets of DC at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning over it.
Hey, you know what these people don't understand about doxing? It's rarely held up for criminal charges are rarely filed, but they are sometimes. But civil charges can be filed.
Yeah, exactly. And guess what? When little fucking dumbass number one elf Oreo used the word "we" on that fucking goddamn video, you just now assigned yourself as a part of the stupid fucking group, you fucking elf, keyboard elf piece of shit.
Oh yeah, there's many videos of him. He proves he's part of the group. He ain't just a streamer.
And guess what? I want you to do karaoke, you fucking stupid ass motherfuckers, because I want all that restitution money, baby. Oh, I'm getting Santa's fucking black fucking truck. Oh, I'll be fucking having my own convoy, baby. Get all the money for me.
Yeah, look what happened to Alex Jones today.
Because you know what? When you're threatening criminal stalking against my fucking house, do it.
Just like Alex Jones, dude.
Oh, Santa wouldn't do that. He loves Jesus, even though I'm a non-practicing Scientologist. I believe in Xenu, and we all have dead souls in us, and they're embedded with fucking alien bodies. Flown in Boeing 757 planes into a fucking volcano. I believe in L. Ron Hubbard because I'm a fucking idiot.
You sound like me the other day, man.
Someone just posted in chat, wow, why don't this idiot talk to Oreo face to face like this? What idiot are you talking about?
I'll fucking talk to Oreo in his fucking face like that. Oh, wait, he can't lift above 11 pounds. I mean, Jay Lynn is going to be too much far up his fucking sphincter when she's fucking down there. Oh, we need to call Josh. Call him. Give me back my phone. I need my phone back. Give me my phone. Please, Mr. Officer, I need my phone back. Fuck that fucking keyboard elf. Fuck all of them, dude. Seriously, I don't. We put a squad together, destroyed your asses, and trolled the fucking shit out of you for a week, and you were crying to us, baby. You don't understand how amazing it was when fucking Crystal Meth is fucking crying to me about, can you just please stop? Can you please just stop and let us get some rest? Fuck you. No.
Yeah. Like they never went through residential neighborhoods blowing their horns, waking people, sleeping children up, and old people that were taking naps, and you know, maybe they should learn karma's a fucking bitch.
Yeah. WYSIWYG broke telescope.
Oh, dude. Fuck Wizzy. I mean, I'll gladly talk to him when he wants to get off Santa's candy cane. Because it's bullshit.
To me, biggest issue I have with Wizzy just listening to him, he thinks everything he says is the truth. And
it's not.
You can prove him wrong, but he ain't.
He won't let me.
I mean, that's my biggest thing with Wizzy myself. It's just
that's what you see is what you get. I'm gonna avoid them and just be an apologist for them. So that's what you see, what you get.
That's the thing, you know. He's been away now 3 weeks, but he's on talking and stuff. So, he hasn't stepped away far enough to actually take the time to unload and watch some of the shit back in the. There's just so much shit that, you know, he thinks. We're not saying he. Lots of people think if you're not there to see what's going on, you're missing it. But what they don't understand, if you're not there watching all of it on every stream, you're catching more than the single guy watching his own stream. You know, that's what they don't comprehend.
And absolutely, and like when I come home and I have to go through those streams, like I have to go for my safety. I go through the board when I come home, when I do a visit, just for a safety issue, to see what people were saying or whatever. Like I go through all of it, so I'll watch 5 hours, 4 different streamers. I mean, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, well, I just watch PTM boards, and anything big comes up, if someone posts about it, you don't even really got to watch every stream. Somebody is, and someone's posting about it, and you go check it out. It makes it much simpler.
Well, the boards make it easier, but when you're down there, it makes it like, because there's active death threats against me.
Oh, yeah. Well, like for you, what I'm saying, like when you're concentrating on your stream, not just you, I'm just talking about a live stream. When you're concentrating on your stream, seeing what's going on in front of you and around you, you're missing what's going on in front of everybody else that's streaming and them. You know, I mean, you just don't see it. And then what you usually get is what they tell you happened, and you didn't get to see their stream to prove. You know what I mean?
So I use certain people from the board. I know who's trolls, and I mean we're all trolls.
Oh yeah.
I know who's not. I know who would troll me and who's not. Yeah. That's why I made Jeff Ellis my moderator. I was like, hey, here are my rules. I don't play around doxing. They dox, they get deleted. Period. I'm not fucking around. I don't believe in timeouts. And if they want to call me a blown out testicle, let them go. I don't give a shit.
Nope.
But here's my rules. And I was like, there you go, Jeff. Have fun. So, and I got Jeff to do mine for me. Because that's probably the only person I trust is to do mine anyways. But, yeah. But I know I needed a moderator when I went back to DC. I was like, it's going to be too much. It's going to be too hectic.
Well, of course. Of course, because you'd have all those people and shit coming to you.
Yeah.
Trying to fuck that all up, try to fuck everything up.
Yeah, because I have Oreo moderators because Oreo's not there. And they're all bored and they want the content. And especially Oreo wants the telescope content. And that's a part of me. It's like, I kind of like deny it. I like deny giving it to him. Like, because he's going to want it.
Hell, I think that's what all they're going to the mall anyway now, is trying to get all these what they call counter protesters. I call them truth tellers. They get them to give them content so they can milk in the money.
That's what they're trying to do. And even Santa, I think there's a backdoor dealing with Santa and that Oreo money.
Hey, Elisa Marie just posted to you, Telescope. She said, "Hey, Telescope, love."
I love you, Melissa. I miss you. You're desperately missed last weekend. I really wanted you to be there. But no, I'm done with her. Because that's all they're trying to do is milk this shit. I don't know what Wizzy's issue is. I really don't. And I'm like, I've yelled Rooster about it on multiple occasions. You know, don't put your foot in the fucking water. You go all in, dude. Because you're not gonna win.
Well, it is kind of hard. Somebody's in that deep to admit these last 5, 6, whatever months have been of his life have really not been of anything good.
I mean, who destroyed them? A bunch of fucking internet trolls.
Technically, they destroyed themselves. If you want
And
to
that,
look at it.
well, that. Well, they
well,
did.
the trolls helped, no question. But like the sleeping in car shit, they fucked themselves by tattling on whack-offs.
And I thought that was a terrible idea to do. Wackoff is like literally like the most harmless person. I mean, besides Eric, but like one of the most harmless people I've met down there.
Well, you figure the day they told them the whack-offs, the very next morning, guess who was told that they weren't allowed to sleep in their vehicles anymore either? They fucked themselves, and it's funnier than hell. It really is.
Well, they didn't like that Wackoff and I get along. I mean, that's all of it. I mean, definitely the beach.
That, and they figured Wackoff, he's not staying there with them long time, you know. So that's why they picked over the other pedo defender to stay with them.
And that's why fucking Buffalo Man and his wife should probably stay away too. They're probably the next to go. They're going with who's here 24/7.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna, I mean, Wizzy going after fucking Oreo, right? I mean, I guess it takes some fucking obstacles to do it, but it's not gonna get you anything. It's not gonna get you Santa's good graces. That's his number one that's his fucking cash cow, baby. You haven't even been around. Because I'm gonna tell you what, you're gonna go down there and he's gonna fucking tell you what to fucking do. I mean, him and Taco Joe, San and Taco Joe got tiff over it. And fuck Taco Joe. I have a little more respect for him after this past weekend, but fuck him too.
I'll watch him turn into a piece of shit.
I don't understand this fucking Santa fucking apologist shit. Like, this is garbage. Anytime I fucking see it, I'm like, just...
I do agree. You don't know all the facts, maybe you step back and look at the facts before you speak
I believe in the truth, but I'm not going to let people come on here and tell me the truth. It's about the truth of what I believe. It's about my subjective experience. Fuck everybody else's. Hey, this man's threatening to come to my home, and Santa supports that. Well, Santa wouldn't support that at all. You fucking don't think he would?
This Mater thinks that Taco Joe put you in your place, Telescope.
Yeah, I made Taco Joe enough money to learn about ethics in college. You can pat me on the back. I'm a nice guy. I'm a humanist.
Oh my god. I just can't imagine what these people are seeing and hearing in their own head. I mean, think about it.
They're clinically insane.
We've all watched the stream. It's funny. I just laugh.
They're clinically... Look at the fucking Suicide Squad. We are people who do not agree with one another. At all. Mostly.
Yeah.
And like, we have issues and stuff we'll be sympathetic towards. Like, I'm sitting there because I know, like, Ant-Man is a J6er sympathist.
Yep.
And he and I talked about it. And I'm like, I don't agree with you. This is why I don't agree with you. Like, we talked about abortion.
No.
My views on that. But we talked about it. But we agree on this.
Well, who doesn't agree that pedophiles are bad? You know what I mean? If someone don't agree with that, then they're just a pedophile sympathist too.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Expose all of them too. Let's expose the fucking pedophiles, and let's expose the pedophile sympathists. No, yes, I'm aware that they're out there in the fucking stores. I'm aware they're in their local lodges and their local churches, but that doesn't make it right. Let's send them to a fucking island, dude. Make it Lord of the fucking Flies.
I don't think they're a pedophile sympathizer. I think they're a pedophile that just hasn't got caught yet.
Yeah, pretty much. Probably every one of them down there.
Who would be a fucking pedophile apologist? Sure, you're right. They're out there in public. Okay.
And guess what? When you invite them into your house, when you have children there, you are a piece of shit. And that's Bunker Hill was their house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're around there. That's okay, Santa. You know, there's pedophiles everywhere. That's okay. You know, let's just make the 1776 into the 1776 NAMBLA fucking restoration movement. That's okay. You know, they need a second chance. You know, we'll just get some more kids in here too. You know, we're trying to get families coming here, like
third and fourth chances, huh?
Let's just get some more kids around here, man. You know, for the pedophiles. They said they love Jesus and they wouldn't do it. That's okay. Yeah, that sounds great. I don't know what fucking plan I'm living on at this point. I really, like, we're literally debating about this. I mean...
Yeah, well, that's just what I mean. Think about it. If my wife brought one of her friends to the house and said, hey, you know, this guy's
he's
level 3 sex offender, but, you know, my good friend told me that it isn't true. So, you know, he's going to babysit the kids tonight while we go out. Yeah, motherfucker, that's going to happen. See yourself both out the door. You know what I mean?
I thought that society was at a mutual agreement about this. Like, I always felt that way. I really just felt that way. Like, it's sad I was wrong. I mean,
well, you know what the problem is? Now a lot like that Matt Geetz or whatever the fuck his name is with that underage girl, and just so many on the right starting to be exposed for that shit that they always blame the left for, like Hillary Clinton Pizzagate and all that stupid shit. And dude, there's fucking evil, disgusting people on all sides everywhere you look. All right, they're mixed in with everybody. But damn it, fucking stand up and call a piece of shit a piece of shit. And if you don't, you're a piece of shit.
It's the same thing. It's like I got yelled at and threatened to be blocked from Tommy Temper's board earlier today for calling 1776 a pedophile call. And they're like, "Oh, be mindful of that P word, or you know, we'll block your channel." And I was like, "Okay, so like, when we call it child rape, then?"
Yeah, no doubt.
Sorry, but you're not getting blocked in Tommy Temper. I hold a wrench in there, and I'm telling you, you ain't getting blocked, Telescope.
Oh, thank you, because that's I'm telling you what, I'm fucking pissed at him. I'm mad.
Nobody gets blocked in there unless they come in with foul language.
Okay, well, I don't. I've been on there. I mean, I've spoken to him, but I think it's fucking bullshit that he's like. I'm like, listen, this is like one of those things. Like, you really need probably take a stand on this. Like, you can't be. And I said to him earlier, you can't be neutral on a moving train. And this is one of those moving train kind of issues. You know, like, okay.
Santa's biggest problem, he comes from a background where the man is always right, the woman is always wrong. No matter what the woman says, it doesn't matter because it didn't really happen, because whatever the man says is what happened. That's his biggest flaw when it comes to that other person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And what's your name again?
Black Wolf.
Okay, Black Wolf. Okay. But no, I'm going to say something, Black Wolf. This is a very divisive thing. What the Suicide Squad is literally AFC, TPC, fucking BTM, like Twitter coming together to fucking fight this shit. Because it needs to stop. And literally, like I said, like none of us fucking agree on political issues. I mean,
in my own personal opinion, just to lay the record out on where I stand, both 1776 and the Suicide Squad, in my opinion, are in the way of the movement. Period.
There is no movement. Here's the thing, Black Wolf. The only movement that there is those fucking assholes on the ground grifting for fucking money. Like, and it's the same. And it's the same thing when I talked to Eric, and he brings up the political stuff, and he's like, and we've had political conversations, and it was like they don't talk about that. It's all about my donation links. That's all it's about with them down.
Wow. No, there is a movement, and there are groups in every state working at the state level, and I'm working with a couple of them up here in the Northwest.
But they're in the wrong place. Their thing is they're all about grifting for money in DC. We chase their asses back to Bunker Hill, and it's not fucking over with. I'm telling you that flat out.
So, Black Wolf, are you saying that there's other groups that have the same mentality as 1776 did about taking our federal government down? And
no. It's not about taking federal government down. It's about getting some of them old school idiots that do nothing but line their own pockets in politics, that have been in there for 40, 50 years, get them out of office. It's time to start putting in fresh blood.
Listen, Blackcliff, no one's going to really disagree. You're on a leftist board, and we actually agree with you.
Exactly. We all want the same thing. That's why we all should be banding together, no matter whether we like each other or not.
But the smaller scope, we're talking about just the movement itself. That is very representative.
They're not. See, that's where everybody makes a mistake. They're not the movement.
They are the movement. There is no other movement.
No, they're not. They're an offshoot that somehow magically was able to retain all the big live streamers, and next thing you know, they were still a thing moving around when they should have died out like all the other ones that split off of the TPC.
I agree. I agree with you. I agree. I actually agree with you.
Because for some of us, the real movement started as soon as we saw that DC wasn't going to listen.
But look at the remainder of the movement. So what I've been doing for the last week is working behind the scenes and put myself on the ground, and then come back and work behind the scenes.
I've been watching.
Yeah, I know you haven't. What's been happening is they're all about lining their fucking pockets and so much money, and there is no movement. And you find all these TPC people. So like last night, I went on there, and I've been trying, and I know Gary and I got into for Ori about this. And I was like, okay, I want to see what side of the line these people were on. And I'm like, will you give a shout out to the counter protesters in DC? And no one will do it. Not even little Trucker G. And because we're sitting there protesting the pedophiles. And then I have made it my own personal mission with them about the doxing and the attacks against nonviolent counter protesters.
Your biggest problem with Trucker G is the fact he doesn't even know who you are.
Well, fuck Trucker G. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fucking shit. It's wonderful. I don't care. I mean, like, you know what? No one knows. What's Trucker G done? Lost his house and what? Been living in his fucking RV.
He didn't lose his house. He's trying to sell it.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's up for sale.
Hopefully he gets some money for it. I mean, whatever. But he was fucking being a Santa apologist. And that was bullshit.
Yeah, I don't understand why Trucker G just didn't come out and say, "Hey, I kicked the motherfucker out. I wouldn't let him in my movement, and I sure as hell ain't gonna back Santa for letting him in his movement." Why couldn't he say that? It makes
Well, he
no
didn't
sense.
say that he wasn't going to back Santa, but he did say that he kicked him out of the TPC in the first place. And if he was the one in control of what's going on at the 1776, he would have never allowed him back in. But he says, you know, it's Santa's house, it's Santa's rules. I can't go in and tell him what to do. He did say that.
He should have said, "I don't back him anymore," because he would do something like that. It shows what kind of character the man has.
He said, "I'll come on there and talk to him, and I'll support him."
And just FYI, even though they talked about going over there and meeting the 1776 out there at Bunker Hill, they did not go.
Yeah,
they're already almost all the way to Albany already.
Good. Get the fuck away from him, like everyone else should.
Exactly.
You know, I'm gonna tell you a secret, Black Wolf. I got a message we got a message last night about Dom being left in DC. You know what we did as a board? So I'm down there contacting Mel and all them on the ground, being like, "Can you find Dom for me?" And we as a board and get his Cash App, and I want to talk to him because we'll give him enough money to get home if he leaves the cult.
Yeah.
Santa left him there with no fucking money and an empty tank of gas. He doesn't give a fuck about his fucking members. All they are is fucking boots on the ground. And that's it. And that's why he's accepted pedophiles in that fucking group. And he goes, "Well, you know, like, I'm like Jesus, you know, I can forgive, like, people for their sins." And he goes, "Well, I support doxing."
He's not like Jesus. No, especially not when he sits there and calls himself Obadiah.
Well, he tries to be like Jesus, but then he supports violence against the nonviolent counter-protest.
Crazy Ivan said that they basically thinks the people that are donating to Oreo are well, basically they're props, but that's what they are. He's giving some of that money back. He's returning, but when people see donations coming like that, they're like, "Wow!" But when he refunds it, they don't lose nothing. He don't lose.
So
he gets other people.
So Black Wolf, you have your issues with TPC, right?
I do, which is one of the when they pushed Brian out, and then I started seeing a major change in
I don't want
the end agenda. That's when I called it quits as far as the whole staying with the whole thing. But I did go back and show support for a couple of friends here and there throughout their whole journey around the country and back again. But after I saw the fucking Proud Boys everywhere in Hagerstown the second time, I was like, "Fuck no!"
So
I'm out.
Okay, so yeah, I agree. So imagine your address was doxed by let's just
it was
1776 never happened. Okay, your address was doxed. Okay, who was the number one streamer there? What Saznak probably, whoever. Let's say Brian Brazzi was still in charge of the group, and he promotes doxing, and Saznak is threatening to come to your fucking house. How would you feel?
I'd be locked and loaded.
Exactly, and that's what's happening down there. Oreo's threatened me twice on a live stream. I have the video.
Put it this way, my wife and kids.
On my fiance's fucking job.
My wife and kids have been locked and loaded ever since the TPC was over in Sacramento, because somebody decided to try to dox me back then.
And I don't agree with doxing. I don't. I think it's because there's people's lives at risk. I'm like, I have a stepson, I have a fucking fiance, I have a fucking family. Like, because I don't agree with your movement, that like somehow that I should live my life in terror.
Right.
Like, it's fucking disgusting. And then you have pieces of shit like Oreo, because trust me, because if I fucked his ass up, because he's the person you have to kill anyway. Because if you fucked his ass up, he'd be like a fucking parasite for the rest of your life, and you never get rid of him. I'm a cripple now.
Well, I have a feeling he gets back out to the West Coast, he's going to find an unwelcome reception.
Well, he's gonna find some issues with real Proud Boys, not his false flagging ones.
Right.
Because he slapped a real Proud Boy.
You know what they say? You make the bed, you lay on the motherfucker, right?
Yeah. And he's not talking about just Proud Boys. He's talking about fucking Antifa. He's talking about a lot of people.
Yeah, he'll be surprised when he goes down to cover that Antifa rallies that he calls them, and he don't have no one there backing his ass. Then what's he gonna do?
Well, no, he went to a rally there was Antifa at. What happened? He drove around the city for 3 hours because he was afraid.
Right.
That's what happened, and that was a Roe versus Wade protest.
Yeah.
He made himself too popular over this.
Well, at least he lives a real conservative state.
Yeah.
What gets me is when Roe v. Wade was going on down there in D.C., when they had the Summer of Rage protest down there, the only people from 1776 that went up there and interacted with them in any way, shape, or form were just the basic everyday live streamers, just like Taco Joe was up there and a couple of other the big name ones, and nobody else went up there and interacted with him at all. And if they really did have the best interest at heart for this country, they would have been up there with them instead of
standing with them. They wouldn't have been like Taco Joe trying to take down stuff and trying to antagonize them and shit.
Santa should have went when they had that first Roe versus Wade protest.
Yep.
Yeah.
He should have brought all them down there. Did you watch my footage of me chasing fucking Santa through the fucking streets at 4 a.m.?
I didn't catch that, no, but I did catch you and everybody else off and on. I spend most of my time trying to run my business, drive my truck, and try to figure out what my next live stream is going to be. But I'm so far behind right now on the keeping up with everything that I don't even know what to talk.
There's too much content. I'll give you that. There's too much. So
exactly.
When I was down there last weekend, we started doing the "We're gonna keep your fucking asses up all night long" campaign. We don't care if you get fucking no sleep. You're parked on the fucking mall. You have a 24-hour protest. Well, you have a 24-hour counter protest. Wake the fuck up. We need someone to protest. I chased his ass through the fucking streets of DC at like 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. He's still crying about it. And I brought up there's this concerns. I'm like, and the thing is like Santa's afraid of a real fucking protest. Anytime he's ever been near one, he fucking runs, just like fucking Oreo. They don't know what to fucking do. They're months into their campaign. They're like, well, we need to get a better online presence. I'm like, you have 300 Twitter followers. I'm like, you really should probably focus on that.
The biggest thing is real patriots don't sit and have a picnic for a month.
Yeah.
Well, a protest ain't made to be a thing that goes on day after day after day after day. It's you get together, you find issues, you go protest, come back, do it again. Come back, do it again.
Tell that to Antifa in Portland. They're still there trying to do that every day.
Well, I mean, we had the 1776 restoration movement in DC, so it's not. I hate whataboutisms, but
yeah.
I know,
no
I know. It's just stupid, though. The whole fucking thing is stupid. And what pisses me off the most is I'll go on live, right? I'll have something important to say, and my room will fill up. I'll see 200-300 people, and it'll be climbing and then suddenly somebody over there at the 1776 goes live, and boom, I'm down to 6 viewers.
Yep. I'll tell you what. Are you subbed to my channel, Black Wolf?
I don't think so.
Well, that's fine. You don't have to be.
Maybe I am. Let me double check.
My channel is difficult to find anyways. But I got 400 subs being in DC.
Well, drop a link down in the YouTube chat there, and I'll just go straight to it.
Okay. All right.
That, or you just type in telescope X foot, and it comes right up.
Actually, just type in finding X foot on. just type in Finding Xfoot. I think you'll enjoy the damn series, anyways. So that made my. No, Finding Xfoot. It's literally then you'll see like that's my channel because it's a picture of an X-ray with on top of a Sasquatch body.
Oh no, you did not. That's
No,
awesome.
dude, I have a series about finding him. I go to places that he's been, and I'm trying to track him.
Steve Irwin would have been proud.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. I just get really drunk and try to find him. I got poop buckets and like megaphones and rainbow flags, and I smell feces, and that's the most fucked up thing I've ever seen.
Trying to lure his ass in. That's funny.
See,
I enjoyed all of them.
See, I'm only second best at the Jersey Devil J, though. He's much better on the tracking.
And Jersey was crawling all over the place in the bushes tonight.
Dude, his content down there, like I'm literally like, almost in fucking tears watching it and like pissing myself laughing. Like, I was talking to Ant-Man for like 4 hours a day, and I was like, your content with making fun of Jalen and Oreo yesterday was like, I was always pissing myself. And then you making fun of Santa was just amazing. And then Jersey J's, just him just being the fucking Steve Irwin is just like killing me down there. Like I'm watching, I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Tell you what, I would love to know who the hell stole my original live stream channel and locked me out of it, because apparently, was it yesterday or the day before, they were on Oreo's chat using my screen name and saying shit and donating, and I'm like, I wasn't even on my phone yesterday other than to be fighting with a damn broker that was refusing to pay for a load I already delivered.
Where you live at? I don't want to dox you or whatever, but
I'm out in the Northwest.
Oh, North, okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You have that Canadian kind of a boot.
Canadian? No. No. I was actually born in Detroit, Michigan, so
okay.
I just live in the Northwest. I grew up out there, so.
Well, you can get to Canada from Detroit, so I mean, it's not that.
You can get to Canada from Washington State too, but as a matter of fact, the town I grew up in was only like 3 hours away from the Canadian border.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually get to Canada from anywhere, believe it or not.
You can get to Canada from Mexico.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, you can get to Canada where I live too. So the closest biggest city is Toronto for me.
Although being an unvaccinated trucker, I can't get to Canada right now anyway.
Yeah. But yeah. So you found my channel then?
Yeah, I got it.
You definitely got to watch the Finding Xfoot shit. You're gonna laugh your ass.
Yeah.
It's.
Now remember, when you watch it, you got to take it seriously.
I don't take anything seriously. When Biden
Life's
gets up
too
on
short,
stage,
too.
I laugh my ass off. When Trump gets up on stage, I laugh my ass off because I don't take none of it seriously. They're all full of their own bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
But that's but you've been around these people, Black Wolf. You know, you're not like us, a bunch of shit talking internet trolls. They don't have any bit of self-awareness, so that's why they're being destroyed in DC by being trolled the entire time.
Well, their biggest problem is they don't even know what a fucking protest really is.
No, we're not even really a proper protest. We're just a bunch of people just hanging out and having fun. Like, when we're down there, I'm not gonna lie, like, it is so much fun, like, hanging out with everyone. Like, because we all just do our certain things. But then, like, we just watch out for, like, one other safety. Like, that's it. Like, the entire time down there is, like, just a fucking running amok. Like,
if you're running a protest and you're not getting people to see your point and join your cause, your protest is worthless.
Well, the other thing is, I don't know why anybody in their right mind ever protests in D.C. anyway, because first of all, the politicians laugh at everybody, or they just turn their back on them. Second, everybody else that lives there is already inside the buildings working and doesn't really get much time to come out and cohort with anybody. And thirdly, everybody else that's actually out there walking around are tourists. They don't actually have anything to do with the government crap.
Well, the smartest thing that
all your own state.
Well, the smartest thing is what the Freedom Squirrel and I think Ant-Man did it too. Is they went up because there's the vet counter protest in front of the Capitol, and they went up and actually convinced them about like what's actually happening in the 1776 movement. And then the 1776 movement tried to get them to join them, and they were like, "We want nothing to do with you." And I thought that was incredibly effective, along with keeping them up all night and everything.
Well, that's it. You either have to think David's really, 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 really stupid, or this is only about the money. In my opinion, it's the only two options.
I think it could be both.
I found it interesting that David's tent actually came out with a public statement saying they had no ties whatsoever.
Yeah.
They have no idea what the hell they're doing at all. It's about the grift. It's about the money. I do believe they think they're fighting for freedom. I have no doubts in that. I spent enough time with them. They don't know what they're doing at all. If they had a real movement, they should have did the online, made themselves more of an online presence. Made it not so much about the money, because that's all they talk about anymore. This is the money. And they do nothing. I mean, they just sit in fucking lawn chairs all day long. Like,
because that I had a feeling that when the cops showed up the first day, and they took D and they did all these other things, and then they went after X-Ray. And what if I told you I thought that was all paid actor bullshit?
No, I don't think it's paid actor bullshit. It's there's issues down there with that park police. Now, there's certain things that I've questioned if Santa is an informant for the Proud Boys. I've actually questioned that. Because of the way they treat them down there. Because listen, if we got Zone 14, which is that grassy area they keep going in, if we did what they've been doing, we would have been arrested. When I was down there on Saturday, I thought, because the counter protesters were kind of getting along with the cops and stuff down there, and I was like, listen, we're gonna have to wear these fucking cops out. Just get to the point of like almost getting arrested, but not getting arrested. So that's what we started doing with the cops down there, and you see it on you see it on my streams.
I laugh at all these people that they've bashed me so many times, telling me that Telegram or Telescope would rip you a new one, and you and Telescope would never get along, and you couldn't even hold a conversation with him. But here we are.
No. I mean,
it's not the first time.
No, we talked multiple times. Yeah, I kind of know where you're at politically. I think you know where I'm at politically.
Yeah, and realistically, it doesn't matter, because even if you are a little extreme on one end that I don't approve of, and I'm a little extreme on another end that you don't approve of, the fact is, at the end of the day, we all want the same damn thing. We want that American dream that was promised to us.
Absolutely.
Without government interference.
Absolutely. I think we all kind of naturally agree with this. I look at it as a utopian, including trans and minorities, like this 1950s ideal. We all just go to work and come home, and we know our next door neighbor, and the town drunk, gets locked, like the Andy Griffith. They bring the town drunk to the jail cell, and they even leave the door unlocked. Because he'll leave in the morning.
He'll let him come and go as he pleases.
Exactly.
Andy Griffith would have ran the 1776 out at gunpoint.
Yeah. He would let Barney fight his bullet. He let him use his bullet and it's gone.
No doubt.
Yeah, he would have put the bullet back in Barney's gun.
Yeah. But I don't think there's an idea that we all would argue against that kind of dream. I don't, me, I'm like, let's make it inclusive and includes trans people and minorities and gays and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think anything wrong with that.
If you're not fighting for everyone's rights, then you're not fighting for your. That's just the way that you don't deserve it.
And personally, I really don't care what people's sexual preferences are or ideologies or whatever they want to call themselves. It's not my business. I don't care. You know, I come from a background and upbringing where whatever happens behind closed doors happens behind closed doors. It's not anybody else's business. Who really cares? Let them be whatever they want to be.
Exactly.
Yep.
You have that right-wing libertarian attitude. I'm a left-wing libertarian on the political quadrant test. But yeah, we probably agree with a lot more than what the world would think. No, authoritarian conservatives I have an issue with. That's the opposite.
Someone that wants to shove prayer down everyone's throat. Someone that wants to, ban people, any sex getting married. Freedoms. Anybody that's against freedoms can suck big fat one, as far as I'm concerned.
And the problem is you have all of them down there that you have Double Stuff Express wearing a "Make Speech Free Again" hat, but like you guys don't believe in that speech.
Yeah.
Like they don't fucking believe in it.
And see, like I was saying though, when it comes to, and this goes for every single possible topic out there, whatever it is that you believe in, I don't care. Go ahead and do that, but just don't shove it down my throat.
Exactly. And I don't think I think most people agree with that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, if you want to be a Christian, cool, but like, don't try to say that since I'm an atheist, I should be burnt at the fucking stake. Like
you're an atheist, and technically, I'm considered a pagan.
Yeah. Like, don't say you're fighting for we the fucking people, but like, I'm a fucking atheist, and I don't agree with your Christian morality. You're not fighting for me because I know what your book says what should be done to me. And then they go, we need to learn about the Constitution. We're going to go back and just study the Constitution. I'm like, dude, you guys have been handing out Constitution for the last like fucking 3 months. Like, you haven't read the fucking thing?
If they actually spend some time reading that Bible and just read what Jesus says versus what any of the other stories in the book are, they would realize that Jesus actually went by and blessed a whole bunch of people that had all kinds of different sexual orientations. He went and blessed them and moved on about his day. So if he did that, if he didn't go after them, didn't kill them, didn't bash them, didn't tell them that they were wrong in the first place, why the hell does the rest of the book say so?
So Santa tried to get me arrested for calling him a false prophet, a cult leader, and by telling him that his movement were the people that Jesus kicked out of the temple. Because that's they are. That's who they were.
What I really hate is when they say that our country was built on Christian values. Do they really realize if you look at what the 10 commandments are that they say are Christian values, if you go back before there was Christianity, them values were still there.
The Egyptian Book of the Dead. That's what they come from.
Christianity has stolen so much from the ancient religions in the first place just in order to be able to adopt them in.
Yeah. Yeah, the Noah thing, that was long before it was ever the Old Testament. It wasn't called Noah, but it was a great flood and the boat and all that shit. And yeah, it just, and then they took from the Christian Christmas. That was a pagan holiday. What else was a pagan holiday? Yeah, so was Easter. So was Halloween.
Christmas is the winter solstice. Easter is the spring equinox.
Yep. And Halloween was basically to honor the dead. And that's why a lot of Christians are against Halloween, which is fucked up.
Still to honor the dead in a lot of other countries.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
they still have the De los Muertos over in Mexico.
Uh-oh, Jeff's here.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you can't hide, Jeff. You're here.
We see the fire.
Oh, I bet you I could hide.
You got to get better with your camouflage, Jeff. You wouldn't make it on my squad.
Nah,
is Jeff in the house?
Shit. No.
Who let the dogs out? Story up
I've
tonight,
literally-
Jeff. We haven't seen you.
Avoiding the damn drama.
Avoiding the damn drama. Okay.
AKA the 1776 Restoration Reject Movement.
Well, now they got a giant lake for a toilet.
It's beyond the damn toilet.
Talking, I can barely hear them.
I said they're beyond the toilet.
Oh, I know that, but somebody else was in the background talking after you, but you could barely hear them.
I'm watching Wizzy's thing.
Oh, just save your brain cells. Don't want it's.
Is he still even relevant?
Oh God. Someone else want to
Funny that
explain
he's
that?
crying about 2 people in his group being doxxed, but yet doesn't give a shit about anybody else. Oh,
Listen,
fuck that asshole.
No, listen, Jeff. I'll say this. I was on there and I said, they brought up how good looking his mods were, and I'm like, no, I have the sexiest mod. I have Jeff Ellis. So,
hell no.
No, I'm fucking done, dude. Like, Wizzy would not let me call in because he kept being a fucking Santa fucking apologist. And I was like, oh, I'm like, Santa supports doxing, so fuck you, Wizzy.
Oh, Wizzy's done plenty of doxing on his own.
Well, he does.
Yes, he has.
He's done some little bit of stalking on his own when fucking Lisa Marie fucking left Berkeley Springs too.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm gonna get my best game journalist. I'm gonna stalk
Jeff was all that. I didn't think Jeff was all that sexy until he sent me that picture. Now
he still looks like Charles Manson in my eyes.
Well, you know, that was probably a stock photo ripped off of, the DuckDuckGo imagery thing. You know, you scroll down a couple thousand pages and pick a picture.
Yeah. Yeah. No, because they're all talking about how good looking Wizzy's mods were. I'm like, nah, dude, I have Jeff Ellis. He's like the best looking moderator.
This is how good the man is. The 2 people who crying about being doxxed came to me for help.
Mm-hmm. No, but the problem is Wizzy didn't want to hear my fucking thing because he doesn't want to hear bad things about Santa because he's on Santa's candy cane.
Well, like I said, the 2 people he's complaining about being doxxed both came to me for me to help take care of the problem.
I'm fucking done with that shit. He needs to stop apologizing for Santa because, like, it literally makes him look like fucking garbage. And I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make you look smart, Wizzy. It doesn't. It makes you look like a fucking moron.
First and foremost, if you're going to be there to document what's going on,
Document, don't say a damn thing.
As far as being better than the mainstream media, then you're not supposed to be putting your own opinions in with it. You're just supposed to film it as it is and let the public decide.
Well, here's the thing: is what you see is what you get, right? Is that the name of the channel? TV.
To be.
Yeah.
Well, here's what we got: nothing in a fucking month. So, we got rodeos. Like, you're not even around these people, was it?
This giant circle jerk.
I wouldn't even go as far as saying it's a circle jerk. More like it's a cluster fuck.
It's just a speed bump to anything.
It's not even that.
It's a speed bump to anything productive, and the reason they're not being touched over there is because the powers that be enjoy having them there because it keeps anybody else from coming.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I got some good news today, and I'm going to enjoy it. I'm just not going to say what it is until it's time to.
But I mean, it's gonna be a different rodeo in Clunker Hill. It's not Bunker Hill, it's Clunker Hill.
Jeff won a scratch. Jeff won an $1 scratch ticket, and he got a whole $20. That's what the surprise is.
I won more than that today.
Because I don't pay him. I don't pay him to do my modding, so he does it for free.
I got a scratch ticket and I won $2,500 today.
That's awesome.
Nice.
But no,
read your DM telescope.
I will. The thing with Clunker Hill is, I mean, we've been working with law enforcement there, and I'm like, listen, they're about ready to go full blown wake up. So, and they've threatened us with guns on that fucking piece of property, and they're like, they don't have castle doctrine on that property. I'm like, I'm very aware they don't have castle doctrine, but they think they do. And the thing is I was thinking about today, they don't own that property, so they can't exactly kick us off it either.
Nope. Public
so
property.
When we go for a fucking rally, they can't tell us to leave. We want the owner of your fucking property on the phone to tell us to leave.
They're only renting spaces inside that. They aren't renting a whole lot.
They're not renting anything.
Spaces. There's other trucks that park in there and stuff.
No.
Yep.
And I already told the fucking police, I'm like, we're there for a counter protest. You're gonna have counter protesters. I'm like, they're a pedophilic cult. They're X, Y, and Z. They're threatening gun use against us because we got them kicked out of DC practically. And yeah, this shit ain't over. I mean, you want to threaten to come to my fucking house, dude? Santa, I got your Zesta crackers. If you break up the movement, I'll give them to you. Fuck them. So, what's your thoughts about Spock Bluff? Because you're a former TPCer.
To a point. I saw what was going on. You know, we got politicians came in and gave great lip service at first, and then they got their photo ops, and then they were gone. And at that point, it was my understanding that at that point, when there was no more movement forward with the politicians, we were supposed to go in and block everything up, just like Canada did. But instead, they pushed Brian out, and they started heading in a different direction. And I was like, oh hell no, I'm out. Boom. I headed back to the west.
What Marcus is trying to do is start up the TPC again.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Nobody trusts that guy as far as they can throw him.
Hey, why do you think the politicians? It was only lip service. I mean, you understand that what they were asking the politicians to do was not something anyone really wanted to do. We didn't want to end the Emergency Powers Act.
We needed the country to get out of the state of emergency.
But that would have been a better argument for sure. But they were saying they wanted to end the act, and they didn't understand that was not going to happen because Republicans or Democrats would never do it.
Well, see, my whole reason for being there wasn't just for the state of emergency. You know, it was for trying to get something done to where we can get back to going in and out of Canada, because that's where I make the majority of my money on my business.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
But
you know,
but that's not an issue of the American. That's the issue of the Canadians.
Right, but this is a trucker issue, which is why we sat down with the commission, the Congressional Trucking Commission, the FMCSA over there, right there in the House. We sat down with them. We talked to them for about 2-3 hours, and everything sounded great, but they turned their back on us as soon as we were out the door.
Yeah, but that's a Justin Trudeau and their parliament. That's not a United States issue, though.
It is and it isn't. I mean, the one thing about the trucking industry that most people that aren't in it do not understand: crossing that border one way or the other with commercial freight is not just a Canadian thing. It is not just an American thing. There is actually a commission between the two of them that decide what is going on that on the border crossing for commercial freight. So it's a joint it's a joint effort. It is not just a Canadian thing.
But when Justin Trudeau says, and I think they have a parliament up there, says, "Hey, we're not, we're closing the borders because of X, Y, and Z issues." That you're asking,
but it just takes a little bit of pressure from the trucking industry, because all they would have had to do was to lean on them enough. Even at that, they don't even have to lean on them too much. All they have to do is say, "Well, then your Canadian trucks can't come back down into the U.S."
They can do that if they want to.
It would have been really easy, and that's all we were asking for. But they said, "Oh, those are great ideas. Those are great ideas." But as soon as we were out the door, not another peep out of them.
Sure. Welcome to politics.
That's when I made up my mind, because it wasn't just that. We were also going at them about the brokers, the freight brokers. Typically, they take anywhere from like 5% to up to 20% of what a load pays. So the thing is, these brokers have these loads on contract from their shippers, right? So say they're getting paid $6,000 for a particular load that leaves every day of the week that goes from point A to point B. They're paying that broker $6,000 to get that load handled. That broker then sometimes puts it on the board for $4,500, sometimes puts it on for $3,500. He's pocketing everything in the middle. Well, right now what's going on is, and it's been going on for the last year and a half, roughly, those loads that pay $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 are only being booked out there at like 65 cents a mile instead of the $3, $4, $5 a mile that it should be. So those brokers are taking 80 to 90%.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. No, it's fucked up. No, but you also have the issue of the deunionization of the trucking industry, and especially I think what you're probably going to be dealing with soon is making you independent contractors. I think that's the whole new thing, where it's gonna eventually it's gonna be worse. In the long run.
They've already made anybody that works on a 1099. They've already made anybody that works on a 1099 illegal in California.
Yeah.
And there is a bill on the House floor right now called the Pro Bill that is identical to the AB 5 bill that was in California. So they are going to try to kill all 1099 jobs in this country.
Well, the thing is that the
AB 5 does not outlaw all 1099 jobs. AB 5 outlaws all 1099 jobs if you carrier.
I'm sorry, but if I am a painting contractor and a building contractor hires me out to do a job in California, I can't do it. It's in that bill. It covers all contracts.
If that's not your sole,
because you have to be considered an employee instead, and to be considered an employee, you can't be on a 1099.
Yes, and what it is that can't be your sole source of income. If you're only working for that builder and that's who's giving you all your employee, period. And that's the problem. People do that. Businesses do that so they can get out of taxes, and people do that so they can get a little bit bigger checks. I mean, I understand, but you're missing out on healthcare. You're missing out on all the other benefits, and they're trying to stop people from screwing the working man over, because the working man has to go to work and pay his taxes and do all that stuff. Some of these businesses are cheating people. I mean, I'm not saying that bill's perfect, by far not. I'm just saying what their motivation.
That bill puts people like me out of business, because I do exactly that. I lease on to a specific company. I own my truck. I own my trailer. I book my own freight. I do the whole thing, and I work with brokers all over the country, all kinds of brokers, and I carry all kinds of freight. But the fact remains that I'm doing it under the name of another company at the same time. And that one company has me as a 1099, which makes me not legal to work in California now. And I pay my taxes.
Yeah. I mean, I know. I'm just what the purpose of that bill was for was to stop that shit, like the Ubers and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It was, but the problem is the Republicans fought against it. They just denounced it from the get-go. It was bad, blah blah blah. They didn't offer up any kind of support. Okay, we support this part of it, but let's do something about this because this is what's going. No, they denied the whole bill, and in California, as you know, it's highly Democrat. So the bill got pushed because the Republicans wouldn't work with the Democrats, and Democrats said, "Screw you! This is the bill. Deal with it." You know what I mean? So that's the problem with people not working together. We need to work together, and if we don't, this is what we get.
And that's my point.
That's my view.
And that's my point in politics. We all have to fight. We all have to find middle ground and move forward with that, because if the only thing that moves us forward is that middle ground, otherwise we're just screwing each other.
But the problem is Black Wolf is you have sides that don't want to give up things, and the problem is because back in the day you used to have the politicians used to work that way. People used to find common ground to give up things. We're finding bills in the United States, and I think you've seen this too, where it all goes practically on the party line. You know, one party says this and the other party says that, where no one's actually working together at all. I mean, because the weird thing about it is definitely doing this weird social experiment that we've all done for months, is we've actually found that we could probably write. I mean, we're not. You know, we could probably write a bill better than they could, and probably give and take a little bit. Where
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it, because I've been watching you guys for months and just sitting in your chat without saying anything, and you know, you got people from all walks of life and all sides just in your YouTube chat line, you know.
Yeah, but that's the problem is we have a political division in this country that people don't really want to work out. Like, it's about, you know, we may have to give up this to get that, but the problem is no one wants to give up no one wants to do it anymore. You know what I mean? And it's creating this like animosity, and things can't get done, and you know, we all get fucked in the end of it. You know what I mean? You look at
ask yourself though, how much of that is programming? How much of that is programming? Because you get programmed at your church, you get programmed in your own house growing up as a kid, you get programmed in school, you get programmed by every cartoon and commercial and TV show and movie you ever see in your life, and you get programmed by all your musicians. I mean, it's programming.
Yeah, but the thing is like, so very much on to piggyback what you're talking about is we used to not have those issues in this country. It was about during the Reagan administration, they got rid of because there used to be a bill where every like news, I think we talked about this before. Every news broadcasting station had to do like a 50-50 split of a conservative and a liberal kind of view. During the Reagan administration, they got rid of that. It was like toward the end of the 80s. And then that's when you see the uprising of like Fox News and all that kind of stuff. It was because they got rid of that. So before then, it was like, okay, you know, they wouldn't deliberately tell you, but you could just, you're getting fed the information. And it worked very well. And bills got passed. I mean, you're looking at, look at the stuff that Nixon passed. To imagine, like, if Joe Biden were to pass that today, you know, they're like, oh my God, like a very liberal, you know, views. He had those kind of, I think food stamps. Was actually done under Nixon. The big overhaul. But nowadays, like, it's all party lines. It's all like no one can work together. No one can figure out a fucking problem. It's whoever, you know, it's about as soon as you win that office, it's about the next election. It's not about what you're going to do in office.
I think the biggest part of the problem is that this country has become a me first nation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, partially, I would like to say I think capitalism is a certain portion of it. You know, what can I get out of this?
It has a role to play.
I know it's a stretch, but I'm just, you know, a certain philosophy that I kind of look at it as, you know, what can I play? Yeah,
you can break it down. I see it in traffic every day. Everybody is so up each other's butts in traffic, and trying to get around each other, even if they're already 20 miles an hour above the speed limit, because nobody can stand to be behind somebody else. It's me first, me first, me first. And it's not just in traffic, it's in every aspect of their lives.
Exactly.
And that's not just the common people, that goes all the way to politics.
Yep. And because like as soon as you win the office, it's about the next election. It's not what you're going to do in office. It's about the next election cycle.
It's all about maintaining power.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about maintaining power. Whether you're left or right, it's about maintaining power. Politics has become a team sport, and it's about doing what I need to do to make my team win. We don't want to reach consensus because that might mean my team might lose.
I've always felt that the president needs to be put to one term, 6 years. I feel the Supreme Court of the United States needs to be limited to 20 years, but that also needs to be an elected position. So, the way we do it is garbage. So I do believe there's a certain overhaul in certain things.
Well, add an age limit to that. We already have an age minimum, but we need an age maximum too.
I actually agree with you with that too. Like,
Absolutely.
So like, once you're at the age to qualify for Social Security, I think they should actually discredit you, because you have to be 35 to be over president.
Right.
So like, why can't you make the maximum of that?
At the point you qualify for Social Security, you actually are so far out of touch with the younger generation and the kids that are growing up below them that you have no idea what would be good for their future.
Absolutely. And I think that's why I've learned with like these kind of conversations and stuff with like working with the right and with the right a little bit and having these conversations, especially with people like you and Eric. We all agree on these kind of term limits and these like stipulations. We can all agree with that. You know what I mean? Why can't the American public? Why? It like look at the average age of Congress. It's like fucking it's high. The average. And absolutely they're out of touch with the American public. You know what I mean? When you're fucking 82 years old and you're a Speaker of the fucking House, you don't even represent
the crypt keeper is the crypt keeper is searching for her, man. I'm serious. The crypt keeper is searching for her because he's going to smack her in the back of the head and knock her eyes and her teeth right out on the floor. I'm telling you, he's pissed off because she is sitting there in his throne.
Yeah, I agree with you. No, I agree with you. But look at these people, and it's been lifelong politics, and we all complain about it. But like somehow they're the ones creating the rules, and I think it's wrong. I don't agree with that. But
it all has to do with parties, man. We got to do this party shit, man. You have to, and that's why I've always advocated for ranked choice voting. You have to do it.
I agree.
She is she is the epitome of one of the biggest reasons why we need a maximum age limit. Because look at what she did when we were in the throes of the pandemic, taking people on a tour of her mansion and showing us this giant walk-in freezer with every possible flavor of ice cream you could have.
No. That's ridiculous. Jeez.
Why is that ridiculous? It was actually on the news.
Who cares? She was in her house.
But my point is that shows you how far out of touch from the regular citizen she is.
She had a freezer with ice cream in it. Big deal.
I mean, a freezer that was big enough to fit my whole house? Yeah. Big deal.
So I'll say,
big deal.
The weirdest meme of all was the playlist that Hillary Clinton put out when she was running for president. And it was all like the hit songs of like today. And I was like, you don't fucking listen to this music. I mean, I'm 37 and I don't even listen to like that music. Like I'll put The Cure and like Joy Division and like the Sisters of Mercy on and My Boy Valentine. But like, I don't even listen to like those fucking songs. Like, geez, I'm like, it's such just a virtue singling. Like, it's just like I believe in authenticity. Like, I just felt that was just absolutely absurd when she ran and did that. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
That's all they're doing anymore is virtue signaling. Virtue signaling any group that they feel big enough, they feel might be big enough to be a danger to them.
Mm-hmm. But it's like, what votes are you winning by like posting up a pop song of like, and that's not one. That's not just let's say it's not just one. It's like 25 of those fucking things on a playlist. Like, how many votes are you getting from that? Like,
But
we
you
got
have to really look at the truth there. She didn't decide to do that. The people that were leading her campaign thought it would be a smart move to do.
That was dumb. You know what? I think they need to fucking hire me. Because, I mean, I can take over 1776 and grow that motherfucker. And I could probably fucking give the Democrats some damn votes.
Okay, here's a hypothetical for you. Say somehow we're able to get it to where politicians now have term limits.
Okay.
Then what do we do about all them lifetime staffers? Because those are the ones that are leading them by hoof and mouth all the way to the outside foreign interests that's putting the money in their pocket.
So actually that's a really good point that you. The problem is it's going to be really hard to deal with that.
Exactly.
And it's the same thing of the issue of we put term limits in them, and then the politicians go get jobs on K Street, blocking, because that's what happens too.
Why would you want to get rid of experienced staffers?
So that's why I'm with. Actually, that's the thing the contention I want to raise, and that you brought up too, because you want experienced people in a certain job,
right?
But I think the political thing is because you have influence. The political staffers is you're gonna open a fucking can of worms doing, putting term limits too, because you're gonna get these staffers paid a hell of a lot of money, a hell of a lot more.
You need experienced people running your government too.
Exactly.
Because if you have a constant turnaround in your leadership, you have other people writing legislation. That's what ALEC is all about.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are doing legislation. They're sitting doing cookie cutter molds for legislation.
So, does anyone know the average amount of like terms that Congress spends?
You can't average it.
What?
You know what I mean? I said you can't average. Sorry.
Yeah. It'd be cool if someone figured it out. Someone's a Google.
Yeah, pretty much. You can't even average it out because
you can't average
so much.
I think the better statistic would be to look at the average age.
Yes, because you're gonna be older once you finally get into those positions, anyways. But the problem is once you get in those positions, you're more likely to keep those positions too. So,
but I have to stand up for Pelosi for a minute. Right now, there's no one else elected that knows how to do everything that woman knows how to do. She's been around so long, and they wanted to try to move an agenda. She was the woman for that job. I mean, she was.
And she wasn't a career politician either. She was a housewife. She was a mother. She raised 5 children before she even got into politics. So
for sure,
she wasn't a career politician.
Yeah, but someone like her, if someone wanted to start out like her today, good luck. You'd never see The Office.
It wouldn't happen unless you lived in like some district like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right. Not to mention she came from money in the first place.
Yeah.
But you have to ask yourself, she's got all that experience, but how mentally capable is she anymore?
I think she's very capable.
Very capable.
There comes a point when a person reaches a certain age that the mental faculties start slowing down.
Maybe
even now, I'm in my 40s.
I think that's ageism.
Excuse me, I have evidence right here in myself, and you have it in yourself. Are you still exactly the same in your mental faculties today as you were as a teenager? No, you're not.
That doesn't mean you aren't able to.
You slow down more and more over time.
That doesn't mean
come on.
That doesn't mean that you're able to do it, not able to do a job. That's not what that means. That
No.
just means you slow down. You know, I had my elders were very in tune, and they were in their 90s before they passed. They were sharper than some of these young people out here today, with all the substance abuse and poor lifestyles. I know people in their 90s who are sharper mentally than a lot of people in their 20s and 30s. So that's a bunch. That's a bunch of copycats. There really is. That's a bunch of copycats.
But were they in touch with the people that were in their 20s? Could they sit down and hold an actual conversation on an intellectual level with somebody in their 20s?
Absolutely. I had some of the greatest conversations with my 90-year-old relatives, and they had some of the greatest conversations with my teens and tweens relatives as well. Age is very person specific. That's best I can put it, and I've observed it in several different ways. It's person specific. Just because a person reaches a certain age does not mean that they're not capable of doing anything. And it's just like I don't know who said it, but you know, if we hadn't had now I'm not a Nancy Pelosi fan. If we not had Nancy in certain positions at certain times, I don't know where we would be as a country. We needed somebody that had a level head. I mean, regardless of how you feel about Donald Trump, you needed somebody in that Congress which was able to steady the ship in a lot of ways. Because he was about to blow the government up. Just that whole government shutdown thing. For what? Over a wall?
Well, he wanted to put up a wall, and they shut the government down because they didn't want to.
A wall he promised that somebody else was going to pay for.
You know,
and he shut down the entire government over a wall.
Well, you need to understand something. You need to understand something. There's guys like me
somebody
that
else
drive
was
freight
supposed to pay for.
That was completely immature. You're gonna suspend the entire federal government because you had a dispute about a few $1 billion that you ended up finding a way around in the end anyway. Well, how stupid was that? You jeopardized people's lives and livelihoods over your petulant attitude.
Oh, well, let's see. You got to understand that is the same petulant attitude that every single politician in there has. They are unwilling to work with each other if they are not on the same side. Period. And that's the same thing that Telescope and I were just talking about.
Well, I agree. I agree. There's a certain level of that. That's why I say it's all about attaining and keeping power. I understand that. But at the same time, not all of them are so interested in maintaining power that they're willing to blow up the government. That's the only point I'm making. And that we have some young folk who are in their 20s and 30s who are sitting over there in Congress right now threatening to blow up the entire government. I mean, what is this thing where we have to force you to vote on everything that comes before Congress? How silly is that? There are some things that don't require discussion. How silly is that? Just because you can't get your way, we have to vote on everything? How silly is that?
Right.
That's not mature.
As long as I'm inside the building here, I'm going to mute myself so you guys don't hear the loudspeaker.
I know. I'd like to chime in on that wall just for a simple fact of the matter is look at who got the contract, a company that never even dealt with concrete in their life. Look who owns that. Look who donated to Trump. Just look, it was all a political game. I mean, it was to pay back people. It was, because damn it, a wall's not going to keep someone out that they can go under with ease.
They didn't even go under the RFP process, which is always done in the government. Wouldn't you think you'd follow the letter of the law if you really wanted something done?
Yep. I mean, it's just the whole thing. I mean, we got technology nowadays. We don't need a wall. We can have ground sensors. We can have cameras. We can have whatever we need to protect our walls. Just that expensive. Because what did they say it was going to cost at first? I forget. It was it was going to be $8 billion or something. And then 20 billion, then 50 billion, and then 70 billion, and back down to 30. Come on, they're playing games with us. Well, they're playing games with their own side and trying to turn everybody against each other about the wall. Oh, you don't want to protect your country. No, we just want to do it the right way. I was never for the wall. Don't get me wrong. There's a place for it, but not wall from coast to coast. You know, no need. That was ridiculous. And there never will be.
I never understood what it was supposed to do. I mean, because from what I can understand, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the issue is migrants seeking asylum. So,
which is legal.
Which is legal. I'm trying to understand that. What's the point? Because it seems to me that if we have an issue with migrants seeking asylum, then we need to fix the immigration law.
Yes.
Instead of building a wall. So I'm really trying to get an understanding, and I'm not being funny. I'm just trying to get an understanding as to what is a wall supposed to fix. Because we have people, and because a couple of these caravans are coming, okay, they're coming. And what are they coming for? They're seeking asylum. And according to our immigration law, we have to at least have a hearing for them because they're entitled to due process under our Constitution.
Right.
To hear their case. So what is the problem? The problem seems to me that Congress needs to fix what? The asylum laws. So why are you putting that on the president?
Yep. And most of the people that are here illegally don't come southern border anyway. Most people are either flying in or coming in through ports, and they're overstaying their visas.
Yes.
And that's where, I mean, but they don't want people to look at it that way. They want us to look, they're coming from Mexico.
Yeah.
It's
all to get us divided and fight each other. That's all.
Exactly. It's about maintaining power, instilling fear to maintain power or to assume power. And instead of solving the issue. And then on the other side of the coin, they said, well, these immigrants are taking American jobs. Okay, so what jobs are they taking?
Ones we don't fucking want.
Exactly. Exactly. They're not taking any jobs.
I beg to differ. Before I became a truck driver, I worked in construction and demolition. I had a car accident one morning that made it so I couldn't stand up straight for 9 months. By the time I got cleared to go back to work, I couldn't get hired anywhere in my city because I did not speak Spanish. Because all the foremans were now only Spanish speaking. And it happened within 9 months.
So whose fault is that?
I can't tell you. I don't know whose fault that is because I was just on the receiving end of it. That's all. But
it would be the business owner.
There's more to that wall down there. There's more to leading that wall down there than just illegal immigrants.
Okay. So
I have bullet holes. I have bullet holes in my semi-truck because they try to hijack our freight and they try to take our trucks and they will kill our drivers just to get the stuff down into Mexico.
Could there be another reason why they didn't want to hire you?
No.
Like you were off work for 9 months for being hurt?
No.
That seems to be a valid reason why I wouldn't hire somebody for a construction job.
I was hurt in a car accident. Had nothing to do with work.
You were still hurt though, weren't you?
Back to work.
You were still hurt though, right?
I was hurt, but I was cleared to go back to work, and that has no bearing on anything.
Sure.
especially not for the type of job that I was doing in construction.
What kind of work were you doing in construction?
Just building offices.
And was that a physical job?
Yeah, it's a physical job, but I was perfectly physically fit.
And what was your injury for your car accident?
What was my injury for my car accident?
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second to get my door unlocked. Here we go. It was basically just extreme whiplash. I came out of the accident without a scratch, but the whiplash was so bad that the muscles in my back wouldn't realign without a lot of physical therapy.
So you had back issues that kept you off work for 9 months, and then you went back to get a job in a industry that required
Listen,
you to
you're talking about something you don't know, because when somebody puts down on an application what they did for before, and they put down their work experience and work history and everything else, we're not putting down on the application that I had an accident. We're not putting
You
down
have
anything
a-
like that. We're just
you
putting
have a
down that I
gap.
have a 9 month
you
I have
have
a 9 month gap.
And how did you explain the gap?
How did I explain the gap? I explained the gap as I was out of work due to consequences outside of work.
Can I ask you something? Why didn't you keep your other job when you got that accident? We got FMLA and stuff, so that would be
Why didn't I keep that job? Because
Yeah.
I was only a temporary employee, and that what really gets me is that morning I was actually going to be signing apprenticeship paperwork, but I didn't make it there. And the thing is, once I was able to go back to work, the guy said, I would still love to bring you on, but everybody working on my crews only speaks Spanish. So I started looking elsewhere, and I couldn't even get a painting job.
Okay.
Just painting with paintbrushes.
Okay, so help me understand. Help me understand. So who hired these people that couldn't speak English?
Whoever the owner of the company is, I guess. I mean,
Okay,
ultimately
so
he's responsible, but I don't know who actually did the hiring.
Okay, so the company is responsible for hiring people who only speak Spanish? I'm not understanding that. So how did they fill out the job application? And how did they know they had skills?
I have no idea. I have no idea. This is just what I got told. And see, I don't live in a small town. I don't live in a small city. I live in a very big one. So there are thousands of construction jobs available, and there are thousands of different construction employers available at all levels. And I have applied for all of them at that time, and I got turned down everywhere because I was not bilingual, because I did not speak Spanish. Now, this is just one instance, okay?
Okay,
but like I was saying,
so how many of them were illegal aliens? I'm just understand. How many of them were undocumented? So that's what you said, that they're taking the jobs. So it goes back to what I was saying. How do you know that those people were undocumented immigrants? We have an entire.
I didn't say that they were. I never did.
Okay,
I never said that they were.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm not kind of like draw a connection to is that when I said what type of jobs would those who are quote illegals take are the kinds that only most people would not take, you said no. You relayed this experience, so maybe I understood.
Because it's it was actually back during Obama years in the city I live in. There was a large news story about it, that at least 25% of the Hispanic population
working in all of our jobs in the city I live in were estimated to be illegal immigrants at the time. And the city I live in is an extremely liberal city.
Okay, but still,
So
the 20 that's 25%. So there's 75% job openings. So I'm still not drawing the connection. So how many of those? Again,
the
I'm trying
news
to
article.
I know the news article.
The news article also went on to say that this was growing exponentially.
Okay, but still,
that their percentage was
I'm
growing
still going
exponentially, and that was during the Obama years.
I can tell you why. You know, I live in Texas, so generally contractors here, you know, they'll hire all Hispanic crews because they pay the crews less, and the crews here, man, they work. I mean, I'm telling you, they will build a house from sun up to sundown, and it's just kind of the culture here. And so
It's like
you
the house
have
goes up in a
to,
blink of an hour. Yeah.
it's the employers who, one, are taking advantage of people, two, hiring undocumented people, or what they'll do sometimes is they'll hire a documented guy, let him have a crew, and they know darn well that the crew is undocumented. So yeah, it's the employers taking advantage. You know, I'm sure you've seen news things, you know, where they'll do a news segment on how sometimes people will hire like live-in nannies, live-in housekeepers, undocumented, and they pay them like $200 a month or something, you know, something crazy. You know, so the issue is really the people taking advantage. And I remember one time, God, this was, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, but in Texas, all of the workers got together and they said, okay, we're going to show how important we are to the economy. And like for a week, nobody came to work, and literally restaurants had to close, places had to, because they weren't staffed. So, you know,
and that's my point. I guess that's my point. Is
yeah.
that I mean, there's a in my view, there are enough jobs go around. Just give them the numbers today. We have an unemployment rate of 3.9%. Okay, so that means
Don't make me laugh.
that there are jobs out here, uh, and they're good jobs. Now, and just like you said, employers take advantage of low wages. That's not going to ever stop unless we build some kind of laws that prevent that. But they're going to take advantage of cheap labor and find a way to get the cheapest labor they possibly can.
You know what that unemployment percentage is based on? It's based on the people that are actually filing for unemployment. There are people out there that have been unemployed so long that they don't even qualify anymore.
That we've been using for the last 50 years, even during the Trump administration. One of the things they touted, using the same numbers, was the lowest employment rate. Blah, 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 blah. So
And by the way, it's 3.5 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever the number is, these are the numbers, these are the statistics that have been used for the last many years. And nobody complained about statistic and the numbers when we had another president in office. In fact, they touted their numbers. So let's be consistent.
I didn't believe their numbers either. Their numbers either.
But I can honestly say all jobs
out,
around here are hiring. They've been hiring. They've never stopped hiring. So I mean, there is work.
Yeah, there's plenty of work, but nobody's coming in to apply for them.
Because
people. Let's go back to what we said. These illegals are taking jobs. So what is the argument? I'm trying to understand what is the problem.
I was just saying that there is a problem with it. I'm not saying how big it is. I don't know how big it is. I just know that it does exist because I've seen it. Especially since I grew up on a farm, because most of the migrant workers that come out and try to get hired onto our farms weren't legal in the first place. I saw it growing up as a kid. It's always been a thing.
Okay, let's
But
talk about
I'm
farms
not
a little bit.
disputing that, but I wanted to say something about what Joy said earlier. I totally agree with her. I do on that on what she said. But you know, there's the numbers are skewed in whatever way will benefit the person that is supposed to be issuing them out. That's just all there is to it.
Okay. So what
the other
would
thing
be the solution to this problem?
I was going to say the other thing the one thing I was agreeing with her about was the employers being the problem because they're hiring them at a cheaper rate, and they're just willfully hiring them. The thing about that is we have always had federal laws in place against that. It's just nobody's enforcing them, and they haven't been enforcing them since Reagan.
And I guess my question would be, we've had what, one, maybe Clinton and Obama, but we had the Bushes. I'm going back to the I-9 verification and that employer verification is supposed to be taking place. So
yeah, and the thing is, nobody's coming out to these jobs and actually walking around and making sure that they're actually employing legal citizens. Nobody's doing it, even though the laws are there.
And I guess it takes money and funding,
right,
to do so. And
the
Congress
money
has been
and funding was
controlled
ripped right out of it.
Congress has been controlled by a certain party for the last few years.
I'm a firm believer that it don't matter which party's in control. They're both.
Well, we can agree on that.
They're both bad. They're both bad parties.
We can agree on that.
As a matter of fact, I tell my viewers there are no parties. There's only one agenda, and it's not a good one for the American people.
Yeah, we agree on that. Because immigration, good or not, whatever we want to call it, benefits the I'm gonna call it the ruling class. I'm gonna call them the ruling class.
Yep. I mean, heck, how many of the politicians themselves have illegal immigrants that are, like stay-at-home nanny or housekeeper, live-in housekeeper, live-in butler for so long, and some of them just recently got caught, by the way, and it went public on the news, if you remember correctly. I don't remember which ones they were, but they had them.
Yeah, they got fined like $95 million. Yeah, a candidate running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And then we also had a president who got nacked for illegal. Yeah.
Right. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'd heard Pelosi actually, when the stuff was going on, when the investigations were starting to come out, she had one and got rid of them, sent them back to their own country, and hired a legal person. That's just a rumor. I can't verify it, but that's the rumor that was going around that I had heard. But then again, you know how this whole politics thing is. If somebody doesn't like a certain side, they'll say anything about it.
Oh yeah, that's when the dirt comes out. That's the purpose of dirt. That's the purpose of dirt, because they both have dirt on each other.
I need to say something, gentlemen.
Yes, Jeff.
Earlier, I made a comment about somebody asking for help. We were talking about MAGA Princess, and I misunderstood a gesture. And then I get a phone call from a crying pompous ass And yes, Wizzy, I'm calling you a pompous ass. And if you care to come up here and defend your little nappy ass self, bring it on. But me and somebody in your group were talking about Mega Princess and shit she's pulled. Something was misunderstood. So you know what, Wizzy? The letters F won't mean anything to you, you little punk ass bitch. You're talking about doxing. Dude, do not piss me off. Because I'll dox the living fuck out of you, and there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. So why don't you take your little nappy ass, pull your little depends back up, take your ass back over to your channel, and shut the fuck up. And have a good night, you little bitch.
I'd love to know what in the world Lizzie is using to be able to be up 24/7.
Liberal tears.
I thought that was a myth.
It is.
It must be his lace cigars.
Did he really call you, Jeff?
As soon as I mentioned the name, my phone rang because the little bitch had to call and put his 2 cents in worth.
Such a champion of women. He is.
But yet he's over in his little channel. Troy, shut the fuck up. You know what? The hell with you, Troy. Have a nice day. Tired of your bullshit, too.
He hasn't kept busy enough, so he's got to get in other people's business.
No, Wizzy's sticking up for a fat son of a bitch that allows pedophiles in the room. Anybody who supports someone who deals with pedophiles is a pedophile.
Yep.
And Wizzy, you can say whatever the fuck you want about not supporting it, but yet you're still there. So fuck you.
Oh, man.
Anything else, Jeff?
Oh, that's been a good day. I won $2,500 on the lottery, which is a good day.
That is good.
I just don't know what I'm going to do with it.
Buy silver.
Nah, I don't know. I've been thinking about buying collectible coins. I've always collected coins, and it's a good investment. I just don't know if that's the route I want to go.
Buy silver or buy crypto. Or
oh, hell no. I ain't buying no crypto. That's a waste of money. But I might buy gold.
Well, I can say crypto can be a waste, but if you study it enough, there's a lot of money made if you play it right. You just got to make sure you're not stuck with it in the end.
Well, but see, with gold, you don't have that problem.
Not to mention, if you just buy a little bit of the majors right now, and you leave it sitting for 20 years, it's going to be insanely bigger than it is now, simply because of the halving that happens every 4 years.
Yeah, but why sit on it for 20 years when I can buy gold coins and turn a profit in less than 2 months?
Yeah, but I got news for you. When you really look at how many gold deposits there are on the planet and how big they are versus how many silver deposits are on the planet and how big they are, and then you compare what all you can do with gold and what all you can do with silver, silver is going to eventually be worth a lot more than gold.
Dan Kiwi. Hey, Dan Kiwi. I just want to say hi.
Apparently, Wizzy, you didn't hear a damn thing, so you know what? Take your cigar back over to your channel and have a good night.
They're not even good cigars.
Yeah, I don't understand that group's fascination.
Funny coming from you, Wizzy, a man who drinks more than I do.
Hey Jeff, remember the talks we had about letting chat trigger you?
I'm not
Ignore
gonna let him.
Just
Whiskey
ignore
ain't
it.
worth triggering. He's a
We have
drunk
lots.
fool that doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and he's supporting a pedophile.
We have lots to talk about. I wouldn't let chat get to you, man.
Yeah, we got more important things to talk about.
Yeah, has anybody heard from X-Ray lately?
Yes and no.
He
What's
still
the yes
hasn't made
part?
another video.
Nope.
I think Telescope's on the case. Telescope's hot on the trail.
Well, he was supposed to have a meeting with a Sutton to talk about damage on his truck, and nobody's seen or heard from him since.
Oh, the people that he's with, they're not saying anything other than he's fine. So.
Well, who are these people?
Well, from
the same people that he's been with since the whole thing started down in
QT
DC.
Trucking.
Are they his minders, or are they counselors? Are they mental health professionals? I mean, who
No.
are they?
He owns a trucking company.
No.
It's QT Trucking and his wife. They were part of a Convoy X-Ray was starting to form that didn't go nowhere. But they're helping him stay hidden.
They were also part of the people's team.
But I know 2 days ago he was supposed to have a meeting with a Sutton from DC Metro about the damage on his truck, and nobody's heard from him since. Because he was talking about how he was going to stream that meeting so everybody could see all the damage that was going on his truck. But yet they drove that truck around the mall 2 times with that damage.
Well, I don't know why he's making videos. If he's alleging that they did damage to his truck, well, doesn't he just need to file a report with them, move on with his days, stop making it so dramatic, you know?
Well, didn't they do a live stream when they got it out of impound? And they went all around the truck to make sure there was no damage?
Well, the day they got the truck, they walked around the truck and nothing was showing.
No.
But yet when he got to the truck, one running board was bent up, the other one was bent up and around because they said it was rubbing a tire. If that's the case, you'd have heard it rubbing that tire going around the mall.
Right.
You could look at video of it before it was ever even towed, and them running boards were bent up, and so like he showed, like he said, "Oh, we bent them all back." You can see they're identical to they were in videos before they ever touched that truck. So he's talking shit.
Yeah, they're TQ Trucking out of Indiana. No, according to X-ray, they lifted that truck with a forklift. They wouldn't do that. They'd put it on a hydraulic lift and raise that truck up to go underneath it.
Of course.
But they would not lift it with a forklift. But according to him, they used the forklift. You can see where the forks went underneath it.
I just hope he files a false report and tries to get money out of him, and then somebody accidentally sends him video of the truck beforehand, and he gets arrested for it. Hey, man.
2 days ago, he was supposed to meet with Sutton. Sutton told him, "I'll call you when I'm in the area," and nobody's heard from him since.
Yep.
Just
So
throw
I
the
don't
rope
even know
out
if they
there,
had
man.
that
They'll
meeting.
hang themselves with it.
Well, I don't even know if they had that meeting.
Cool.
I don't think they did. Because he did something on the live chat he shouldn't have done. And I think that's what's going to hang him.
Yep,
Jeff,
could
have you
possibly
ever been
be.
in a boy? Oh, sorry. Have you ever been in a boy band?
In a what?
In a boy band?
No.
Hell yeah, he was in sync, weren't you?
Well,
Oh, hell no.
you just got accused of being in BTS, which they're like the most famous band ever.
Thought it was BTO. Bachman
Well,
Turner Overdrive.
Laura, I have looked everywhere. There is no video of them actually towing his truck, but with it being a 4-wheel drive, they put it on a flatbed tow truck. Yeah, Curly V videotaped it, but nothing shown on her streams anywhere unless she deleted it.
There's copies of that.
I haven't seen anything yet, because I was looking to see, because they were saying a dog walked around it, somebody bent down by the back bumper and everything else.
Didn't somebody claim that there was the guy that the white shirt officer that bent down by the back bumper had sprayed something on the pickup before the dog came and hit on it?
According to X-ray, yeah, but I don't see that happening.
He wanted that dog fired.
He wants the dog to tell him the dog's badge number. Like that dog's actually going to speak and give him a badge number. Seriously?
You know what I say? Put them both in the same room.
Because he keeps swearing down he wants that dog to tell him his badge number.
It'd be like bark, 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 bark.
More like bark, bite.
I don't know.
Oh, someone said hashtag dox the dog. I love that. Oh God, this is crazy. I think I'm in an alternate reality. Like, are there really people living on the mall? The guy's name's Santa. I mean, this cannot be real. Like,
Oh, now they are living at Bunker Hill and at the lake.
Yep. Deep in the
Yeah,
woods.
but they can only stay there for 2 weeks at the lake.
No,
2 weeks maximum.
Well, they were talking about moving from campsite to keep extending that. We'll see how that goes.
They're only paid up through Wednesday. I checked.
But I find it funny. Fat boys over there where the trees and the shade are at, and everybody else sitting on the hot asphalt.
Not to mention they're in a spot there where the people of the campground didn't want them to be, but because they were already there before the people that run the campground got there, they're letting them stay there.
They had no choice.
Yeah, they do. They can make them move to where they're supposed to be. And the way that they would do that is by having another much larger group of people that needed that space.
Well, I think it's funny that they're crying because Squirrel and actually both squirrels have been staying at that campground since they came back. That's where they've been staying. Wyckoff stayed there for a couple days as well.
Well, that's what's really funny is because, Jersey J had video of the motorhome there, and they're like, everybody on their chats, oh, they're stalking them, they're stalking them. No, motherfuckers, you came to where they were at. It's like, oh my God, it's so funny.
Oh, no, they tried complaining about them being in that campground, saying they were stalking them, but they were there before Santa and them got there. And they had the record to show it.
Yeah. Telegram left? Or, I mean, telescope? No,
He is working on something.
Mm.
He is working on something.
I don't know why I keep trying to call him Telegram. I'm tired.
I know.
I done
I said
drove
it
11 hours today.
Oh, 11 hours?
That's it?
Really drive 11 hours, but I started my day at like I started my day at 5 o'clock in the morning Pacific time.
So, do you do it the old-fashioned way with logbooks, or do you do it with the computer?
None of us can do it on the old paper logs anymore.
Well, that
Unless
sucks.
you got old enough truck.
It's all, well, no, even the older trucks, you have to be on an electronic log of some kind, just because you don't have an ECM for the computer to talk to, you still have to have an electronic version of a log, not paper. They won't accept paper anymore.
I got you.
Too many were having double logbooks, one good and one bad.
So do they
Hey,
still
I'm not
let
gonna
you?
lie. I'm not gonna lie. Back in the day, I used to run 3 just so that I could figure out which one was legal enough to give the officer.
Well, that's why most of them are running too. One to give the officer, and one to make sure they didn't give the officer. That actually had the true hours.
Do they still let you use paper logs, like if you a computer goes down?
If your electronic logging device goes down, you can still use the paper log, but most of it now has a backup, that can still be used, even though the satellite or the cell phone connection may not be working. It still works on a backup type system now, so that it still keeps track.
I know someone who used to have one, and they used to unplug the GPS, and sometimes they just pull the power completely off of it, and then run paper logs and play the system. They used to play it a lot.
Yep. Problem is that everybody was getting caught doing that. So now if your log goes down and you're not running paper, if your log goes down now and you're running paper, they bring a tech in to look at the connection and try to figure out why.
I know more and more truckers are trying to figure out how to get around all that stuff by taking all these side roads and stuff, and now they're getting caught doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've always taken side roads. It don't mean nothing. It's just, for me, it's safer.
Well, the town I live in, the cops have themselves a nice little speed trap for truck drivers trying to get around things.
You know what I don't understand most truckers is why aren't they running at night? I mean,
we used to.
They'll watch for the most.
We used to, but see, you can thank the electronic log, and you can thank them putting their noses in what breaks we legally have to take. See, before, we didn't have to take a 30-minute break in the middle of our day. We could take as many breaks as we wanted for as much time as we wanted. So if I took a bunch of little 5-minute breaks on the side of the road or 15-minute breaks on the side of the road and finished my 11-hour day, I'd be fine, right? But now they've got it dictated that we absolutely have to have 30 minutes off sometime in the first 8 hours of on-duty time, or for every 8 hours of on-duty time. Once they did that, now truckers are afraid to run at night because the truck stops are so full you can't find a place to park when you have to take that 30-minute break. And God forbid you're still driving and you haven't taken that 30-minute break and you get caught.
Yeah. I just think they pull into a gas pump because it's all slow. The traffic's clear, so you can never get caught in traffic, and just all that.
Well,
Can't they just pull off on an off ramp for that 30-minute break?
Well, you pull off anyway,
most off ramps in this country are illegal for us to park on. Most on and off ramps are illegal for semi trucks or any vehicles to be parked on. Very few states actually have it legal.
So they're getting you coming and going.
Was
Right.
that an issue that TPC? Because that's the thing about when the TPC stuff, first came, whatever, I thought, if they really made this about truckers and what truckers are having to go through, honestly, that's something like I would have supported.
Yeah. Well, we did. We it was part of it.
Yeah.
It was part of what we talked to the trucking commission in the Congressional Trucking Commission about. There was a huge list of stuff we talked to them about, and I'm telling you, it was just a huge slap in the face to be, treated so nicely, and then the second we were out the door, it was like we did not exist, and it was like we'd never even been there.
Isn't that typical for most government agencies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you've got when you got a couple thousand semi trucks sitting there right outside of DC, and we give you a list of things that we have a grievance of, you should take a little notice instead of ignoring us after we're out the door.
Well, they noticed why you were there, and once you left, they're like, "Yeah, the hell with it."
I'm sure they talked about it and stuff.
Hold on. Laura, I see your comment. Can anyone tell Laura if she's blocked? I don't.
She's not blocked.
I'm not a wrench,
They can
so I
see
don't
her.
know. Okay.
I thought it was almost impossible to get blocked from this channel.
It is.
Just like,
So
when I'm over at Tommy Temper's modding, I tell people, you can say anything you want in here, and I don't care what side of view you're from. Just don't come in here with foul language. You start using foul language, then I'm going to drop the hammer.
Well, hell, you must have dropped the hammer on a lot of people when it came to Santa then.
So why didn't TPC follow through with the trucker issue?
They wouldn't hear us again.
Well, and weren't there some people that didn't want the convoy to be about the trucker issue? Because I swear that I was talking to someone, or I heard people talking a few nights ago or something, and they were saying that a lot of people didn't want it to be about the trucker issue, but some people did. God, who was I
It was a
talking
major.
Can you
It
say
was
it's
a
not
major
about the
thing.
trucking industry when you got Brian Brazzi, Mike Landis, and Marcus all from the trucker industry?
Yeah, but what you got to understand is even at Hagerstown, at their biggest point, they never broke 200 trucks, and at a time they had.
Yeah, they drove down the highway.
Yeah, on the highway, but I'm talking about actually that are there.
Well, no, but they did while they were driving.
They've had like 400, maybe close to 500 cars. I mean, there's basically double the
What
cars.
are you basing that off of? Are you basing off of that? Are you basing that off of the one aerial picture that has the giant American flag in it?
No, basing it off of like spawners would sit out there and watch everybody leave, count every vehicle.
Well, did you listen
here's
to
something
what
that
Brian,
most of you.
Did you listen to
Here's
what
something
Brian
that most
Brazzi
people
said last night? He
What's
literally
that?
said they did. Or not Brian Brazzi, but Mike Lindell or
Mike Landis.
Then he literally said on Trucker D's, whatever podcast. He said they did not have enough trucks last night. They did not have.
No,
enough trucks.
I know that.
Okay.
I know that, and even now, I know we didn't have enough trucks. We did have enough that we could have shut. We could have shut the entire 395 down if we wanted to, but as far as being able to, get them to do anything, no, we didn't have enough trucks.
Yeah. Okay. And that's what he said. He already said they needed thousands, and the TPC was a failure from borderline day one. And he literally said that.
But I like what he said about Santa.
Okay, but
he put it out there.
I mean, look, if you do not have literally thousands of trucks, everything you do, it doesn't mean shit. Okay. I mean, are you delusional enough to not understand that? Like, if you do not have thousands of trucks supporting you, like, you're not going to change anything. I mean, we already saw that. We literally saw that. But you still seem to think you can muster that up.
You
Right?
found
I mean,
reasons
at what
for it.
point
You
did I
can.
give you the impression
Oh,
that I
okay.
thought we
Well,
could
I
muster
mean,
that
tell
up?
me where. Okay, like Brian, like he literally said, we need thousands of trucks. Thousands. Am I wrong?
No, that's what
I'm
he
sorry
said,
if I am. Okay.
and that is where I will disagree. I will disagree to the point that we don't need thousands. We need at least 1 to 2 million.
Okay.
And the only reason I
where
say
are they
1 to
coming
2
from?
million is because there's only 5 million trucks that are running in this country at any given time.
Yeah, but where are they coming from? And who's going
Well,
to do that?
do you think you get that many trucks considering what was Martin Luther, a million man march?
We
And that
could
wasn't
get
even
that many
vehicles.
trucks
I
if
mean,
the big trucking companies were to be hurt enough by what's coming in the economy. Because the
They
big
never
trucking
will.
companies would turn around
why
and
aren't
send
they
their
doing
trucks
that?
to.
Because, like, dude, like, I mean,
Because
well,
right now
gas has
those
actually
big
gone
trucking
down.
companies, because right now those big trucking companies are sitting high on the hog, getting fat and happy off of the government subsidies.
It's called
smaller
lobbying.
guys, we don't get that.
Okay, so did that happen under Trump, or was it just Biden?
That's always happened.
No, it's always
Yeah,
been
I
that
mean,
way.
what's going
It's
on?
been that way since the beginning of trucking.
So, okay, so I mean, when does it go wrong? Why aren't people so mad right now?
Because they're still getting their supplies.
I mean, well, it's so absurd to me. Like, where do we find ourselves so upset that we're gonna fucking go against the government? I mean, tell me, for real.
There isn't a private trucker out there. I was say there isn't an owner operator out there that can't make a decent living at this time.
Okay. So they're not
I
that
beg
upset.
to differ. I'm struggling.
Okay. So they are
So
upset.
you're struggling. You're going to make what?
Wait, they are or they aren't?
You're going to make $30,000 this year.
No, I'm not. Trust me,
That's
I'm below
struggle.
$30,000 for the year.
You're
I will
below
be below
$30,000.
So
I will
are
be
you
below
upset
30,000.
enough to rally
I don't think
against
you
your
understand.
government? Okay.
Every other load I take right now, I'm losing money on instead of making money.
Okay.
And the only reason I have to take those loads that pay me less than what it costs me to run it is because it's the only way to get back to where I can get a load that actually pays.
So you're making less than a company driver, is what you're saying?
Right now, yeah.
So you're losing money?
Yes.
You're literally losing money. Okay.
Yes, every single small company or owner-operator company, the smaller companies, we're all losing money. All of us.
So do you feel like that maybe is a sign you should leave what you're doing? Or do you
What
think
am I
you should
gonna?
fight your?
What else am I
should you
gonna
fight
do? I've
your
been doing this
government
for
or leave what
25
you're
years.
Well, I mean, dude, I worked a job for fucking 15 years and it failed on me. Like, it failed on me. That doesn't mean
I haven't failed yet. I'm still afloat, but I'll be lucky if I break even by the end of the year.
Okay. But that doesn't mean, look, we are not owed just because we work something for, multiple years. Like, we literally live in a system that has
I didn't say I was.
Okay. But why, okay. No, but explain to me, you say you're owed something. Like, what are you owed?
I didn't say I was owed anything.
Okay.
Where did I say I was owed something?
Well, you're losing freedoms, or what are you losing? Like, you choose to work. You choose to work for this company that is losing you money. You choose to work for this, right? That's the American way. You choose to work there. If it's losing you money, that's your choice. You could go somewhere else. I mean, I'm sorry.
I honestly do know some owner operators now that are making more than they ever have. That's why I'm just trying to see where.
Well, I mean, I think he's upset because what company he works for is not. It's failing. It's not succeeding.
That's definitely a possibility. I mean, and I know it's harder on truckers. Question,
Yeah,
but
it's hard right now, obviously, but like,
I don't
dude,
work
I've worked
for a
I've worked for
company. I
failing
do the
companies
work
too.
myself.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I knew it at the time. I still worked there, and guess what? They failed, and I had to accept that. So why do you think you can, like, it's failing, but you still want to change the government? No, what you need to do is just like get out, like stop.
Well, what percentage? Obviously, what percentage of trucking are independent truckers? Can you give me a rough estimate?
Last operators at like 43%, and the rest was company owned by big companies.
Oh,
but you also have to take into account that a lot of those owner operators also work for those big companies.
Okay, so what you see is a danger of losing a good portion of the independent transportation market. I don't know how to express it. Okay.
As a matter of fact, contrary to what Diablo was saying there, I have at least 15 of my friends directly within the last month have had to park their trucks and walk away.
Okay.
Because they could not afford to keep going.
Yeah, they aren't getting paid enough. They're not
No.
getting paid enough.
See, the guys that are getting paid right now, the guys that are getting paid right now got lucky that the accounts that they had before the lockdowns and before certain things got considered non-essential, those accounts didn't get considered non-essential. See, like me, I had a whole bunch of accounts before the lockdowns. I was set all the way to retirement if I wanted to be. But then the lockdown stuff happened, and then things got considered non-essential, and next thing you know, I only had one account left.
So the right now, so I'm trying to get an understanding of what's going on with your industry and why you see there's a big problem. So what are the issues there?
There's a lot of issues. First of all, the fuel price is too high. Second of all, the freight rates are too low, and there's no reason they should be. So basically, when the fuel prices started skyrocketing, all of the brokers in the country turned around and dropped the freight rates to rock bottom.
Okay.
And that's not what they should have done. They should have come up in price to compensate. So basically, what you're looking at is like a freight broker. You typically takes anywhere from 5 to 20% maximum out of a load, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all these brokers have the loads from that particular shipper on contract, like a three-year contract, 5-year contract, whatever. But they get it on a contract. So if they have a load that goes from Seattle to Salt Lake that pays $6,000 and that load leaves Monday through Friday every day, one load every day, $6,000. Boom, they've got that on contract. There are times where that broker will put it on the board for $4,500, or they'll put it on the board for $3,500, or like right now they're putting them on the board for $900, and that broker is pocketing every penny of that $6,000 except the $900.
Okay. And so the big companies are able to eat that cost because they're getting subsidized by the government. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And also, most of these brokers will not pay a fuel surcharge.
Oh, okay.
They refuse to pay fuel surcharges. You know, the big companies, they pay their drivers fuel surcharges if the driver owns the truck or leases the truck. But you know, I can't work for a big company because I'm tired of just being a number, and I'm tired of having to drive every minute of my log, no matter what they say. And I'm tired of being forced to be out on the road for 4 months at a time and only being allowed to be home for 2 days. That's why I became an owner operator, because I wanted a little bit more freedom of when I wanted to go home how much time I wanted to spend at home. And I also wanted to be a little safer on the road by not being run ragged to the point that I couldn't keep my eyes open.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a hey, I have a good question. Maybe this will lead into it. So Black Wolf, can you explain to us the difference between, and I apologize if y'all talked about this because I've been doing stuff earlier. What is the difference between getting paid by the load and by the hour? Can you break that down for
Okay.
us?
So there's a lot of different ways of getting paid. You can get paid by the hour. You can get paid by the load. You can get paid by the mile, or you can get paid a flat rate. Okay. So the difference that you're looking for, you get paid by the hour. You basically work practically a 9 to 5 type of trucking job. A lot of places, so like if you are in a area, so like if you were working for a Walmart and they were paying you by the hour, the Walmart distribution center is sending you out to all these different stores. You can work up to 14 hours that day as long as you only drive 11. Same as regular trucking. So basically, you get paid by the hour, and you get X wage per hour. You know, like $14 an hour or $20 an hour, whatever it is they're paying them. But when you're working by the load, you can still only be on the road for 14 hours a day, and you can still only be driving technically for 11 hours out of that 14. So when it comes to the 11 and 14, you start your day at 6 a.m. 14 hours from then, you must be done with your day no matter what. But during that whole 14 hours, you're only allowed to drive 11 hours. Okay. When you're getting paid by the load, every load you haul is what you get paid. And each load pays a little different. So you have to get out there and you have to run like a rape ape and get as many of them as you possibly can done to even maybe come close to being either hourly or even being paid by the mile. Getting paid by the load is a lot worse than hourly or being paid by the mile.
Because isn't there something where, yeah, sometimes you'll just be at a dock and just be waiting there and you're not getting paid for waiting there, right?
Right. We don't get paid for waiting. Actually, there is so a company driver doesn't get paid for waiting. An owner operator does. When I sit in a dock for 1 hour, and I'm still not loaded or unloaded, I start getting what's called detention pay. And that comes in every 15 minutes after the first hour. And different brokers pay a different amount for detention. And different companies pay different too.
Oh, yeah, but there is nuance because there are unions. I mean, there are union truckers, that deliver milk. Yeah, I mean,
if you're independent, would you be in a union though?
Well, no, if you're independent, you're not in union. But there are very nuanced truckers. I don't know what he is speaking to. I mean, obviously,
He's an independent. He's an independent.
Oh, he's independent, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm independent. I did drive I used to drive as a company driver years back. I used to teach people how to drive semi-trucks.
There are all kinds
I've worked
of
the hourly and I've worked the hourly. I've worked in the hourly part of it. I've worked in the pay per load part of it. Everything I couldn't possibly have the freedom or the kind of money that I make now by staying with any of those.
Yeah. No, I mean,
the problem is right now with everything the way it is, I'm making less than ever before.
Because you're not getting the mileage, right?
No, I'm getting the mileage. I'm just not getting paid what it's worth.
It's not paid what it's worth. It's not worth its run.
Okay.
It's not worth its run.
So let me explain something to you here. The other day, I'm sitting in Seattle and I'm looking at the load board, and I know that I've got my special load from my contract that I have up there that pays me extremely well. But I'm looking at the load board out of curiosity, and there was not one single load on that board that paid better than 65 cents a mile. And I'm sorry to tell you, these trucks burn $1.30 a mile in diesel.
Yeah.
So how in the world can you keep the trucking industry running when you're paying less than what it costs just to have the truck running at all?
So what
Not
you're
counting
really
all the other
telling
costs that go into it.
Oh, but
so what you're really telling us
if you
that
worked locally, no, but if you worked locally for a union,
Good
for you,
luck
Black
getting
Wolf.
that job.
Got a question for you, Black Wolf.
well, I mean, they exist. Like, no, come on, they exist. They do. I mean,
They do exist. They do exist, but in most cases, you have to wait for somebody to retire or die.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. Look,
so what
I
you're
don't know.
saying
I'm gonna
that
sit here.
so are we in danger of the entire system collapsing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, it could be.
We are in danger of that, especially. Okay, we've already had 2 consecutive quarters of a negative GDP. That already marks a recession. If we have a third in a row, we're looking at a full depression, not a recession. And once it's identified that we're in a full depression, the stock market will crash and the banks will close, just like they did in the Great Depression. It's the same scenario all over again. Look in your history books.
Well, I'm talking about the trucking industry. I think we're in a very unique time economically as far as finance, and I think because of COVID, we're in a very odd economic cycle. I don't think anybody's really defined it. But setting that aside, I'm just looking at the trucking industry itself in terms of since you say 40% of the market are independent truckers.
Yeah, and the independent truckers are going to be the first people you see go, and then slowly you'll start seeing in the non-independent, in the company trucks, you'll start seeing the smaller companies start to go, and then the medium companies, and the next thing you know, everybody shuts down.
Let me ask you this question, Black Wolf. You're talking about load payment. Isn't it true the only way to actually make true money in a load payment is in the specialty loads, and that's not a wide open field?
The best money comes in the specialties, yes. And to tell you the truth, that is exactly what I normally do. But my specialty still has not come back since the lockdowns. I normally do what's called logistics freight, which means I have a lift gate. I have all kinds of different load securement equipment. I have a couple thousand, load blankets on board, which means I'm hauling concerts. I'm hauling trade shows. I'm hauling. I'm doing special moves. Like say this giant company wants to move from one building at one side of the country and move into a new building on the completely other side of the country. I carry everything for them. That's because of the way that goes, because they're using the lift gate and the whole nine. It demands more money.
You know what is funny is if China fucking shoots at Taiwan, we're all like, the whole thing's going down. I'm joking.
Yeah, they said the same thing about if Putin shoots at Ukraine, we're all going to. Yeah, and guess what? Putin's been shooting at Ukraine.
Because look, Ukraine it's hurting the food economy because they are not producing the proper food for Europe or
the Ukraine doesn't produce anything.
Well, yeah, they're not producing what they use. Like Ukraine,
the only thing they produce is the money laundering.
Well, but they had a bread.
Ukraine's going to the world.
Okay, but I'm not gonna go too deep into it. But like I'm gonna tell you right now, what's going on in Ukraine is disrupting a food. It's a food tragedy. What is going on there? They are not producing food that is useful to the world. And if there is a war in Taiwan, I mean, we we are looking at some shit that could be epic. We really are. You know, whether you want
We're
to accept
looking
it
at.
or not.
See, when I tell people that we're not looking at a recession coming because of this inflation, we are looking at a
We
depression,
already are in
and we're not
inflation,
just
yeah.
looking at any depression. We're looking at a depression worse than anybody has ever seen in history, simply because this is not just going to be an American depression; it's going to be a worldwide one.
Look at the prices in the stores.
But Diablo, here's the problem. We are shipping our food out to turn around and export it back when we shouldn't be doing that.
No, that's oil.
Yeah.
That's oil.
No, that's food.
Yeah.
I worked in a
I'm an
meat
old farmer.
processing plant in Colorado.
Nah,
We cut the meat, we shipped it to China, and then turned around and shipped it back.
Okay.
Right. So what they're doing, they're not shipping it all the way to China. They're shipping it to a plant that basically it's like this giant boat that is like a little city of its own, 250 miles off our coast, which puts them in international waters, but it's owned by the Chinese. That's how they're doing that. They're shipping it out there and bringing it right back with a made in China stamp on it. They're doing the same thing with our wood. They're doing the same thing with a lot of our crops. It's crazy. It is really crazy. But the other thing that's really crazy, ever since I was a little kid, I grew up on a farm. We grew seed for wheat, beans, potatoes, clover, peas, corn. Everything that we grew, you could actually go out, dig it up, and eat it, or pick it off the vines and eat it. You know, it was real. It's real produce, right? Here's what's really stupid. When it dries out and we harvest it, we then take it to the company. The company does whatever. They give us our money. They ship it from there down into Argentina or Guatemala or Colombia or wherever else they're shipping it to. And then they grow it down there. And then they harvest it as a edible crop and send it back up here as their own product. And the thing that's really stupid is we send it to them for free. And they charge the crap out of us to send it back as real food.
Hey everyone, say hi to Mechanic Eric. Hi, Mechanic Eric.
Hello, Eric.
Is he here? All right.
He's in chat.
Eric, did you get that ambulance home? Yeah. Oh, you did. Hi. Respect to Eric. No, good guy. Good guy. Yeah. People should the people that help others freely should always be, respected. They should. That's my take. Anyway.
No, Diablo, one of the biggest corporations responsible for doing exactly just that with product is Cargill Incorporation.
Oh, Cargill.
They process the stuff in the United States, they ship it out, turn around and ship it back and charge almost twice, saying, well, we have to pay import fees. But it's our own meat that we shipped out to begin with.
You know, another thing that gets me is that any given time you can drive around this country and you can see train cars that are stacked with freight trailers all over them that are just sitting there for months on end, and those freight trailers are full of product.
Well, look how many
you can see that
trains are sitting
everywhere,
around
not
with
just on
cars
the
loaded
trains.
on them on side tracks.
Yep. You see
And
that
it's not
with every
one or
kind of
two.
product.
It's a whole. Last one I counted was like 75 car haulers fully loaded, just sitting on the side track.
Yep. And then you take a look at that. You take a look at almost any one of the big shipping warehouses all over the country, and they have at least 1,000 to 3,000 trailers sitting on their property, and at least half of them are fully loaded with product that they can't even hold inside the warehouse, but that stuff is not being shipped out.
Look how many ships they got off the coast of
Well, I mean, we already know
Long
they're
Beach full of freight.
well. We know they're trying to liquidate products.
Well,
part of the
just in Long Beach alone, Diablo, they've got tons and tons of cargo ships sitting over the horizon, just sitting, instead of bringing them in and offloading them.
I said the same thing the other day in my chat. Was a couple weeks ago, Jeff, and somebody came in there telling me that, oh no, they live right next to a port, and I'm full of crap because I don't know what I'm talking about. I go in and out of these ports. I know what I see sitting there, and I know every time I go in there, the same trailers, still loaded, are still sitting there. And when you look out off the coast, you can still see all them ocean liners out there with the freight freight cans still piled up on them. They just have not been cleared to come into the U.S. through certain ports.
I mean, that
because
may be true. Look, that may be true, but they are already discounting those products.
No, they're not.
They over. Okay.
No, they're not.
No,
They're charging you even more for them now.
They're charging the hold fees on that to increase the prices.
No, because they over-ordered. They want to liquidate their inventory.
They over-ordered? No, they didn't. The freight in this country was moving perfectly fine until lockdown. Once we went into lockdown, we had a big problem because none of that stuff was allowed in the country and it wasn't allowed to move. And here's the other part of that problem. Now we have stuff that is getting to the stores, and the customers at the stores are getting pissed because the stuff that's getting to the stores is 2 years old.
What are you talking about? I guess I must live in a place that we have food. Can somebody explain it to me how?
Well,
do you live in a rural area or a big city?
They aren't understanding how inventory works.
I live in the middle of the country.
They still think. Well, I mean, I have literally read.
Right. Do you live in a rural area or a big city?
I live in a suburb.
I mean, yeah. Does it matter?
Of a big city?
Look, they think that we are still living in a booming economy that is selling stuff. No, we're not. People aren't buying stuff. They are liquidating goods. They are liquidating goods. I don't get what's going on in this chat because I feel like it's misinformation.
I just feel like I'm living in an alternate reality. I see the same stuff, the same.
Yeah, I do too. Because
on my shelf in the grocery store, I don't see anything different.
I don't know what you guys are going through here.
No, it's absurd.
Our local farmers are stocking our grocery stores.
I listen to Jeff and he talks like, dude, we are not living in a buying economy. People are not buying stuff right now. Like the dollar means nothing right now. I mean, can we agree on that?
Come out to the Northwest into any one of the big cities and take a look at any one of our stores. At least half of the shelves in all of our stores in the Northwest in the bigger cities are bare.
Okay. But
well, I guess
you have to. No, but you have to admit the dollar is devalued. It doesn't mean anything. Why would I go out and buy anything?
The dollar has been devalued ever since they took us off the gold standard.
Okay. Well. Okay.
Well, I'm still with whoever said I must be living an alternate reality. Because there's some spot shortages on the shelves, but my shelves, I don't see any shortages of food. In fact,
the dollar has been, you know what, since 1975.
Hey, can we have one conversation at a time, please?
Oh, well, our dollar is worth since 1975. Chat said it. Yeah.
Real talk, go ahead.
I see the shelves are full, and I also don't see too many people slowing down on their spending.
I don't either.
That's the one thing that really bugs me is with all the fuel price, how are they still out going and doing all that?
They don't have a real conversation. You know, it's fine. Troll. You know, troll. But, when you're ready for a real conversation.
Again, one person at a time, please.
Okay.
I'm not sure where you're at, Diablo, but where I'm at, our local farmers are stocking our stores to keep the shelves full because the supplies aren't coming in. It's helping the local industry, which is great, but at the same time, there's some stuff that gets shipped in that people are having to go without.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, hey, Jeff actually says something true.
That's what we're talking about, because there's areas of the country that the local farmers don't have what they need to stock the local stores, or there aren't any local farmers in the area that can do it anyway. So those stores are going empty. I mean, I was in a grocery store in Seattle the other day, and then one over in Spokane, and saw the same thing in both of them. Their meat aisle was almost non-existent.
There's no shortage of meat. I mean, I live in the middle of.
Oh, there's canned meats around.
Oh, I know there's no shortage of meat. The thing is, it's not getting to the stores.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with. I don't know who the young lady is, but I'm with her. Yeah, there might be some spot shortages. I might be not able to see something in a store, but generally, whatever I decide I want to get is there.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this question, you guys. Have you guys not noticed that in the last year, 6 different distribution centers dealing with food have burnt down?
You know what? That's a disinformation campaign. Did you know that? It's been written about extensively. It is a disinformation campaign.
So the
Well, I
videos
can
that were
tell you
showing
that
all
one of
over
the
the place
food
were
processing
fake.
plants outside of Eugene, Oregon, was actually on fire and burning to the ground, because I drove by it when it was on fire. I know for a fact that was real.
So who's setting all these things on fire? Who's doing it?
Government. Who
The
else?
government. Okay. Why?
It's a control thing. That's all they want to do is control. Haven't you figured that out?
So they're gonna starve us to death? Is that what you think?
What's the fastest way to control somebody?
Okay.
You make them hungry.
Oh, for goodness sake! I can't believe it.
I get back to
Seriously,
again.
what's
I'm
the
living in an
fastest way to
alternate
control a
reality.
country? You starve the country.
Okay, but I'm living in an alternate reality because again, I
Me
just said
too.
because I can go to any. I mean, I can go to any store, and there's no shortage of goods. There's a shortage. If anything, I mean, people. I walk in the store, and people are $200-300 worth of groceries. Uh, the baskets are overflowing.
The large cities aren't seen as much as the smaller towns are.
Like Seattle?
I mean, look. Yeah.
It depends on where you are in the country, too.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll tell you right now, there are shortages, but I think that the
Yeah, I think there's some shortages. I mean, but
well, there are the prices.
Some.
Well, let me tell you that all the food factories burning to the ground that's being done by the government, that's not true. Places always catch on fire. There's been no increases of any buildings being burned to the ground. It's just not true.
That's a QAnon thing.
It is a QAnon thing. It's a disinformation campaign.
So a Tyson warehouse burning in the ground was fake.
Okay. Okay. That's one, or I don't even know what you're talking. Where?
It was just outside of Salt Lake City, Utah, I believe.
Okay. So is that a conspiracy or an accident?
Never heard anything after it was done.
Okay. Okay. It happened. I don't know how to address that because I don't know the facts.
So all the Home Depots that were burning down are conspiracy as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
They don't sell food, right?
No, but they sell building materials.
Oh, so they can't rebuild after they get burned down? Is that what it is?
I don't know if they rebuilt them or not. I haven't checked
Oh
back
my
up on them.
God! Come on, Jeff.
Well, I'm trying to think of what Home Depot burnt down.
Whatever you're selling. Come on, bro.
But knowing
Oh my
Home
God.
Depot, they probably rebuilt them. But the fact that they burnt down to begin with.
Holy cow, I've been quiet this whole time, and you guys have gone into the total conspiracy, burning to the ground.
I know.
Are you serious?
I'm trying. I'm trying to counter this.
This is why I'm being quiet, because I'm laughing my ass off at
I
everything.
mean, come on.
I'm falling out laughing. Oh my God. Really? We're gonna go into the whole QAnon
You know what the
conspiracy
thing
stuff?
is if you disagree with Jeff, he doxes you.
Oh wow.
He doxes you.
Look at the
I think
facts.
he knows where I live.
The facts
Yeah,
are I
well,
went to
think
the
you know
store
where I live,
yesterday and it was
Jeff.
packed.
Tell me. Where do I live?
Just a little FYI for everybody. The QAnon thing was nothing more than a major psyop.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Yeah. Stop. Yeah, Jeff, come on. Jeff, grow up. Stop that stuff. Come on.
Like,
You know.
I was gonna stay quiet tonight, but like when we went into the Twilight Zone, I had to jump in.
There's I don't see any Salt Lake City Tyson plant burning to the ground, so I'm sorry.
I'll pull up where the plants were at.
Okay, but if it's from a QAnon site, I don't want to.
No, me neither.
I mean, Jeff said they tore down Sandy Hook the day after.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, false
And
lies.
the Home Depot too. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
Jeff,
the same
Jeff,
things
Jeff.
that burnt down to the ground.
Yeah, stop it. Stop.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
On April 13th, Tyler Foods Farm processing plant in Salinas, California burned. There is a Shears
Where's your
food
source? What
processing
is your
plant
source
in
on that? What is your
Hermiston.
source? What is your source, please? So I can look it up.
Yeah, fact check. That's what is funny about 1776. No fact checks. But when Jeff,
I mean, because I have an article here from Reuters that says they are a conspiracy theory.
yeah. What does that tell you? Jeff, let's stop, bro.
Look at that link.
Okay. The link.
All right,
What
I'm
is
gonna
this
read.
saying?
I can tell you right now, the LeCompte, Louisiana Cargill plant is not a conspiracy theory.
Not a conspiracy.
Okay. Social media post falsely claims that food fires are attempting to starve the U.S. population. Numerous false posts on social media claims recount false fire claims at food plants in the U.S. have been orchestrated by the National Food Supply. Dude, it's totally fake. No, alarming increased fires in 2020. Has there been alarming increased fires in this year? No.
Look.
Jeff, your source is mypatriotsupply.com /
Yeah. Totally fake.
It's a blog by some guy.
Okay, see now one of them was Cargill. I'll go straight to the Cargill.
I'm sorry now. I think Jeff just trolls chat all day.
Yeah. Again,
I mean, really, Jeff, you literally just troll chat all day. Bro.
Could we have one conversation at a time,
Jeff,
please?
You're totally being called by fake stuff.
Yeah.
You had nothing real to offer.
There is no evidence to suggest that any of these fires were permitted or created for a food shortage.
I mean, I can't believe we have to debunk these things on this chat.
Yeah, when he gets bad, he tries to dox you. He's trying to dox me right now. I guarantee you.
Guarantee you I'm not. So stick that where the sun don't shine.
Okay, but you know what? If you
You
find me,
gotta
Jeff, let's
try
talk.
some
Let's
real
talk. 'Cause you know what? I would love to
non-conspiracy
talk to
stuff.
you. Don't find me, Jeff. I would love to talk to you.
Look, here it is.
I would love to talk to you.
USDA, US News. Food fact: the plant fire is fuel for conspiracy theory. A small plant fire at a Purdue Farms soybean factory in Virginia caused conspiracy theories to believe that food plants are being burnt down all over the country.
Yeah. No, that is Jeff News. That is what he reads and believes. Yeah, 101. You know, but you know what, Jeff? When
Totally
you get
fake.
around to it, come look me up, bro. We'll talk.
I'm sorry. I was like going to go to bed, but I had to jump in because conspiracy
Nah,
stuff drives
like,
me
dude,
insane.
what?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Jeff does.
Yeah, and on that note, I think I'm gonna call it a night so I can get up and go grocery shopping in the morning.
Okay.
So my
Happy
car
hunting.
Yeah, have a good night. But you know what, Jeff? Dude,
Y'all have a good evening.
You
I
too.
don't care what you got to say.
Okay, well,
Go to
you know what, Jeff? I
Cargill.com
think
and
you
look
do.
at the Cargill
I think you
website
do
and
care
get your
what I have to
information.
say. I think you
You've
do care
got
what
to
I have
stop
to say.
getting it from blogs.
Cargill.com is the website for Cargill.
What does car deal have to do with?
They lost a plant.
It's a car company.
Cargill is not a car company. It is a multiple fashion company that deals with meat and processing all over the world. It is one of the biggest processing manufacturers in the world.
Right.
Why
It lost
are
the
you still
plant.
here?
So what?
Jeff? People are laughing at you, Jeff.
Not
They left
everything
because
that
they're
has a fire is a big conspiracy.
I didn't
Controlled
say it
by
was
the
a
government.
conspiracy.
Well,
You guys
said
did.
that it was
No,
that
you did.
the government was burning down plants to strategically starve us.
I said, what's the best way to control a country? Starvation.
No, it's disinformation. There you go.
But
That's the biggest way.
disinformation. That's not what happened. A small fire caused food plant to burn down.
You know what,
Places burned down. Surprise! It's hot.
I don't think Jeff. Look, if you have a birthday tomorrow, you know, go drink a beer. You know, let's talk. But you know, end this stuff. Like tonight, let's end it. Like it's too much. No, enough. Stop. That's ridiculous. All right.
Did you get my
I'm
TM earlier, Jeff?
I'm out. And that. Not Jeff.
I see it.
All right.
All right. What new subject do we want to talk about?
I don't know. I just hopped on for that one because I
thank you for your
I can't
help.
believe you guys think Cargill is a car company.
Oh man.
Oh my
We're
God!
done.
Like I go around thinking and knowing what food plants are called. Get over it, Jeff. You said it was
Cargill
something.
itself. It's called
still not.
Cargill. It's Cargill.
A plant that burned down. I don't care
Actually,
what it's
Cargill's more
called.
than just a plant.
It's a plant that burnt down. There are still tons of them in the U.S. Get over it.
But
It's
Cargill deals
fake.
with more than just food plants.
Who cares? It's still fake. You got trolled by a fake post from
The
a
Cargill
blog.
plant is not a fake post.
Okay, but you're trying to say that they're burning down all of these things and there's tons of them. Just all of them burning down and all the stores are empty. Dude, I went to the store and spent $150 yesterday of groceries and lots of meat. I was cool.
Maybe where your store is full. Not every store is. If it wasn't for the local farmers where I live at, the shelves would be empty.
Okay.
Okay.
They really would. It's the local farmers that keep stocking these stores, which is a good thing.
Okay.
How it's always been, Jeff.
And right now we're in a drought so bad it's not even funny. So I don't even know if they're going to be able to do that because it's hurting the crops.
Is that the government's fault too?
I didn't say it was the government's fault. I said we're in a drought and it's hurting the crops.
Sounds like climate change to me, dude.
Yep.
I don't know. As long as HEB got my stuff, I'm good.
Yep.
Mine's Food Lion.
But major cities get supplies faster than the outside towns do.
Okay, well, all of the East Coast is doing cool.
All of the Midwest is doing great.
And all the states that have heat problems are not doing so well.
Now, I agree. And look at what color they are.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with what color the state is.
You don't think?
You don't think
No.
it has something to do with the fact that maybe they don't believe in climate change and maybe we're having an issue and maybe we're having a big, big problem with the red states are having issues with supply and demand?
Maybe supply and demand is not where it's supposed to be. It should be kept up better than what is being kept up.
Well, I can agree with
Welcome to capitalism.
That's capitalism.
That's
Not the
everywhere,
places.
not just certain colored states.
But that's
in
capitalism.
every state.
It's
We're not
capitalism,
having a
Jeff.
problem.
Like I said, you might not. Some states are. And it doesn't
Again.
depend on what the color of the damn state is.
I'm not saying that. The East Coast is not having a problem. From Maine to Florida, they're getting food. How about y'all? I can only say from Maine to Florida. Anybody else?
Midwest.
How you doing?
Great.
California?
Well, it depends on,
You got a marker for California? How you doing? I didn't hear about Texas rioting on food, did you?
Texas stores suck on food. A lot of shelves are empty.
Don't
but we
you
do
think
what
that
we
by
got
now
with
they
what
would
we
be
have.
rioting if they were having empty shelves?
You
Why?
think?
I mean, if
Why,
places were empty,
why
because they
riot
would be
over
rioting
food
for
not being there?
Have you ever seen? Look, here's the thing.
What does a riot resolve? Not a damn thing.
Let me explain something. Russia is having problems with food. So they had those lines out the door. And by the way, they're not having that same problems anymore. But they were having it for a little while with the embargo. And you saw the lines of people sitting outside those doors waiting for the stores to open. You would have that same issue here if they didn't have food in the shelves.
It'd be a lot worse.
It'd be worse out here.
Remember when we didn't have toilet paper?
Oh my God. People lost their freaking minds.
Yep.
Not here.
Oh, come on, Jeff.
Oh, for God's sake. All right,
Happened
y'all,
all
I'm going
over
to
the
bed.
country. Good God.
Okay? All I'm saying is if we didn't have A, B, C, or D, people would lose their freaking minds. Okay, I'm sorry. Listeria came around and we didn't have Jif peanut butter and people lost their goddamn minds. Remember?
Yep.
You remember?
We still don't have Jif peanut butter because they're still having issues with it, but people are buying other peanut butter.
Dude, I bought Jif peanut butter yesterday. It's the only peanut butter I buy.
All you want is Jif, nothing else. Okay,
Nothing else.
that's your choice.
Nothing else. I don't like that.
That's
skippy
your
shit.
choice.
I don't like that skippy shit.
I don't know. I don't need Skippy.
My point being, you would know.
Your point being is where you're living at, you've got it made easy. Your shelves are full. Proud for you. But not everybody has it that easy.
Selfish in what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we would be seeing people in lines in these places that you're talking about complaining and standing and waiting like they did for the damn toilet paper.
We didn't hear. Shelves
Where
were
are
empty
they?
of toilet paper. But
I'm not
people
talking about toilet
waited
paper.
for shipments to
I'm
come
talking
in.
about
And then they
food.
got smart and realized, well, if you don't buy it all at one time, next time you need it, it will still be on the shelf. And damn, guess what?
Oh my God.
When they
somebody get me a
didn't buy it
gun.
all, they went
You know
and
what
bought
they
it
used
when they
instead? They
needed
used
it, and it was
paper.
there.
They ripped books from libraries, they banned them, and then they took the pages
Not
and they
here.
used them as toilet paper.
Not here they didn't.
At least
Might have
they
been
got
around where you were at, but
damn
not
book.
here.
They recycled those banned
Each
books.
state had different effects. And it's not because of the damn color of the state. It's how people in that state respond to what was going on.
Apparently, people where you live don't wipe their ass.
No, they got smart and didn't buy the entire shelf of toilet paper.
Oh, yes.
Yes, they did.
Because one guy did that and tried to turn around and selling it on the corner for 5 times what it was worth and went to jail.
They had it all over the country, honey.
I never had problems getting toilet paper. Every time I went to the store, I was able to get
like
it.
you told me. That was just you, dude.
I understand that. Like I said, it's not that way in every state. It just depends on where you live.
It depends on the state.
Is if there were giant food shortages, it doesn't matter what state it was in, we would all be hearing about it.
All the trucks went to his state and didn't come to any of our states. It was
I didn't say that either.
You guys were awash with
What I
toilet
said
paper.
was the farmers in this state stepped up and made sure what was being shortaged on was being taken care of. And it
So let's
helped
go
the
back to the
local
original thing.
farmers. That was
The
a good
original
thing.
is you got caught in a lie.
No, I didn't. Why? Because I don't agree with what you said about, well, everybody has supplies. Go check the Walmart here. You're going to find empty shelves. Go check the grocery store here. I showed you two. I showed you two.
Burning down factories, manufactories, and that thing. I'm not saying that you did it on purpose, Jeff. What I'm trying to say is you read something and thought it was true, and then it was fact-checked, and it wasn't. That's it.
I showed you 2 different warehouses, and you're saying that's fake information.
No.
That's a blog.
2 warehouses burned down. It happens. It's not all over the country.
Oh, wait.
Say it was conspiracy theory. I made the comment that what's
I
the
need
best way to
everybody
control a
to
country?
stop
You starve it.
And read the YouTube live chat, please.
Wait, I missed it.
No, I don't even have it up.
It's
Hold on.
in the YouTube live chat.
The comment was made. What's the best way to control a country? You starve it. And that's a fact.
Well, let's just
I
hope
see
that
you are correct. Look, plants did burn down, honey. I'm saying is that it wasn't a big giant conspiracy, though.
All I said is plants had burnt down. What's the best way to control a country? You starve them.
Okay, Jeff, I found an article from the Texas Tribune that says, stop buying all the toilet paper. They were having a shortage.
In Dallas.
In Arlington, everywhere.
Well, not everywhere. It just depends on
What am
where
I
you
looking
lived in
for in the chat?
Texas. It just depends on where you live. And it's not a color state. It depends on where you live and how they do their supplies.
What exactly am I supposed to read in the chat here? Because it's a mix.
Yeah.
you don't need to read it.
Yeah, no, I
You're
hear
good.
you, Joy.
Just well, let's talk about something fun. Let's talk about something lighthearted, not death and destruction and
Plants
Good
burning
God.
down.
Doom and gloom, doom and gloom.
Yeah. Talk about something, I don't know.
But you guys don't want to hear the truth because that might burst your little bubble about the truth. So you're going to say it's a lie. Look at the facts. I showed you 2. And
San
I told
Antonio had a toilet paper shortage, too.
I'm not in San Antonio. We didn't have that problem here.
Everybody had a toilet paper shortage.
Everybody but your town had a toilet paper
No,
shortage.
this town wasn't the only one. There was a lot of towns around us that didn't have a problem.
I know.
The biggest shortage
for a
they had
fact
here was
there toilet paper
antibacterial
shortages
spray.
everywhere because I was hauling toilet paper like mad to the fucking places to restock them.
Oh my
The
God.
biggest shortage we had here was antibacterial spray.
Was everybody
could
else
get
going
any.
crazy looking for toilet paper like me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I was busy looking
And,
for
you know,
antibacterial spray, Lysol spray. Couldn't get any.
We could
I got
not
so
find, I
mad
gotta
one
admit,
day. I walked.
Jeff, you're right about that one. I could not find Lysol anywhere.
That was our shortage,
got so
Lysol
mad.
spray.
I got so mad one day that I parked at the Walmart after delivering a bunch of toilet paper, and I went inside because I couldn't get any toilet paper anywhere for like a week. You know, even every rest area was out of them. Every truck stop was out of it. You know, so I needed some for me because, you know, so here I am out in a semi truck trying to figure out how to keep my butt clean. And, you know, even though I'm hauling toilet paper to the stores for them to restock. So I had just restocked this Walmart. I would have loved to, but then I would lose my, you know, I'd lose my career and I'd probably go to prison.
I know.
But, so I delivered it. I delivered it to the Walmart, and they were wheeling it out to the floor, and I went right with them, and I grabbed one, and I was lucky to make it to the cash register through the swarm. Okay.
Oh my God, that's so smart.
So I went. I went and I bought them. And as everybody, I went and I bought the one package that I had, and as everybody was filing out of Walmart, I took the package and I took one out and set it on the ground. I kept the rest of the package tight to me, but I turned around and I put lighter fluid on that one and lit it on fire and took a picture of it while everybody's sitting there with tears in their eyes like, oh my God, is that the last one? It was funny as hell. And I posted it everywhere.
No, that's like at the Walmart here. They got Lysol in finally, and they were stocking the shelf. Some guy walked up with 2 grocery carts and just put his arm on the shelf and swooped it all off.
Our stores didn't let you do that anymore. They would only let you buy like 1 or 2.
Well, after that, they started making it 1 or 2. But he cleared the shelf as soon as they filled it.
Wow.
And I was like,
I don't care if you believe
me.
I still have
I don't care if you believe
Pine Sol.
Yeah, I don't care if you believed that there was actually a virus or not. Whatever you believed, that was crazy to begin with. But
that was
they're
crazy.
talking about see the beginning of it is they're talking about a virus that is mostly like a cold, kind of like a flu.
No,
but you're not
dude.
gonna have the
Let's not go down that path again tonight.
Yeah, we're not gonna go there.
I'm just no. What I'm saying is what they first started saying it was that the symptoms were the poopy thing was not on the symptom list. So why in the hell did they go bat crazy over the toilet paper?
I asked that question. I was curious about that same thing. Why was the toilet paper such the big deal?
Well, that and water. Why would they buy water?
I kept thinking to myself, you can still go to your sink and get water. Why are people flipping out over water?
Exactly. They were going out cases at a time of water.
Like,
as
I
much
didn't
as they could
understand. It was
carry.
like, is this in the water?
Because
Nope.
Americans are crazy.
I was like, nobody has said anything about water. So why is water flying off the shelves? I don't get it.
I guess they were afraid to go to their sink.
With the
If you
toilet
paid
paper?
attention, the toilet paper thing actually started in Australia.
Huh.
What?
Yep.
Okay, you
the
gotta
first
explain
stores
that.
going empty from toilet paper were in Australia, and then it came over here.
How did it start in Australia? I'm so confused.
There is a guy in Australia that thought it would be funny, and he got a whole bunch of kids together, and they all went in and bought up. They went in mass and started buying up all the toilet paper out of one store, and they were videoing it and released it out there. And the next day, America was going nuts taking all the toilet paper.
Okay, can I just say, as Americans, boy, we are stupid.
When I couldn't find Lysol, there's a company that came out called Microfibe.
Microban. Oh, I love that stuff.
So I went and bought me a case of that, and that's what I got.
That's what
It
I
was
did
easier to
too.
find. It was easier to find than Lysol.
Yeah, I'm
Still can't
like
find
you. I bought
Lysol.
the micro stuff.
Well,
I
even
bought that
today.
and a case of Pine Sol because Pine Sol kills COVID.
Yeah. Well, even today, going
Well,
to
if you
Walmart,
notice,
can't find
the new
Lysol.
cans of Pysol do not say that now.
Really?
Really, the new cans do not say that now.
My old cans still do.
Yep, but the new ones don't.
Did it change?
Yeah.
They changed the label.
Why?
So people wouldn't know.
Because COVID isn't spread through casual contact or on surfaces. Mostly, it's mostly an airborne disease.
Oh.
But funny, if you breathe on a can, it'll stay on that counter for 6 hours.
Yeah, but you can't take it in. I know that theory is if you breathe on the counter, but we did a little sting on it. If you breathe on the counter and then you touch it, you have to directly take your finger and shove it up your nose.
Yeah.
To get it in.
Ah.
You understand? But at first we didn't understand. At first we thought if you breathed on the counter, you touched it, and then you touched your face, that it could go in your face. Turns out that was wrong. You have to literally wipe your finger with it, shove it up your nose, swirl it around.
Yeah.
And that's the only way you
Well, you do realize you're talking about 50% of the American population window lickers that do actually constantly seem to have their finger up their nose, especially when they're driving in their cars. I see it every day.
It's gross.
But the funny part is, if they would have followed what was put out there about hand sanitizers and keeping your house clean,
but
you wouldn't have
nobody
the
knew.
issues.
But you
didn't.
That's
common
They
sense.
were just teaching basic infection control procedures. That stuff really wasn't anything new. That's just basic infection control.
It's just common sense.
That's the biggest thing that nobody understood, was the fact that nobody knew exactly how it was being transmitted. At the
they were
beginning.
being
Nobody
overly
knew.
cautious.
Right.
Nobody knew anything about it. It was a mystery, you know. And we
Well,
were
you
watching.
thank CDC for that.
But here's the thing: nobody knew, but we knew what strain it was under, and that's what people get mixed up. Is that they say, "Oh, this was new. Nobody knew the virus was new." No. It was under the SARS virus. We just didn't know its severity. We knew it was under the SARS virus, under the SARS label. We didn't know its severity. And, and I think that that's what people make the mistake about with the vaccine. And I'll put a disclosure out there. My husband works for a vaccine company, but I think that the mistake that people put with the vaccine is that the information and the technology to make this vaccine was being worked on for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. It was being worked on for years and years and years and years and years. They basically just needed the RNA information to implement it into this technology. So it wasn't as new as people were afraid that it was. But and honestly, I'll say the CDC, the WHO, and all of their biggest problem that they made is that they just didn't give people good information from the start.
And they still don't.
They're scientists. They're not communications experts, and I think that's a big issue. They really need people who can bridge the gap, and that's really hard for people who are scientists. So they have to understand both.
And science changes, and I think that people also thought, well, they said this. Well, unfortunately, science is not math, so it's not like you add these two things together and you get 5. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, the information changes, and your understanding of what's good and what's bad and what's necessary changes for science. It's not like math, and that frustrated people because it was like, well, you said this about a mask. Well, then you said this, and then you said that. Unfortunately, science changes. And it's not that they lied to you, it's that science changes.
They learn more. Science learns.
Thank you. That's a much better word. They learn more.
You gotta put yourself in the shoes of the common American citizen that doesn't know their head from a hole in the ground because they didn't pass biology in high school or whatever. When the CDC or the WHO is coming out and they say one thing this week, and then the next week it's a complete reversal, and then a month later it's a complete re-reversal over and over.
But they didn't do that on purpose,
these common
though.
people are. I get that, but the common people don't understand that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
so they're thinking in their head, "Oh my God, they don't know what the fuck they're doing."
It's
but
not
it was all
common
sense.
sense, Jeff.
But it is. Think about it. If you got a dirty house, you have health issues. So if you keep your house clean to avoid health issues. You go outside, people are walking around with the flu, you take precautions against the flu.
But we didn't know if it was like the flu or if it was like Ebola or if it was like, we didn't know.
Yeah.
You take
What you're saying
precautions
is
against it.
what you're saying is hindsight's 2020. It's
Yeah.
like, and the problem is that at the beginning of this, we were not sure the spread of it was so quickly and so fast that it spread faster than the 1919 or 1918 flu, and it was spreading faster than Ebola. And one of the ways that you can look at that is that you ever notice that the African countries didn't have as difficult time with it?
Yep.
And part of the reason they didn't have a difficult time with it was because they have to deal with Ebola. And because they have to deal with Ebola, they immediately went into crisis mode. For us, it was unusual. The last time we saw something like this was maybe SARS, but it really wasn't as bad. Maybe 18. And so we were not equipped to have to deal with something like this. And they said third world countries had a really hard time, not third world countries, first world countries had a hard time dealing with this.
Yep.
And some of these,
they got complacent with the way their life was.
well, they weren't used to having to actually have restrictions. And with Ebola, you have to have these restrictions. And at first they didn't understand if somebody dies from this, can the body transmit it? At one point they were afraid the bodies were transmitting this.
Here's a good example. They got a huge swap mart that goes on here the first month of every day or every month. It's called First Monday. I drive by this place and there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people when the thing was high kicking, walking around with that mask on. I'm like, what the hell? Are you stupid?
Americans were stupid.
Yes. We're selfish.
I mean, you answered your own question, Jeff. Unfortunately, in the height of this, Americans were stupid.
I was like, there's no way I'm going to go in there where 35,000 people walk around with no mask. That's asking to catch it.
It was. It was.
Yep.
And they had the same problem down in Dallas. People walking around Dallas without masks. It's like, really?
Yeah.
You're asking to catch this, and then you're going to cry when you do.
Yes.
But yet you took no precautions to prevent from catching it.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, I have a question for you. Why don't you tell them how C. difficile is spread and how long those spores stay on surfaces?
No.
Come on, let's talk about that. Let's talk about how long C. diff spores stay on surfaces, and that regular Clorox wipes don't kill those spores.
Oh God, please don't tell me this.
Yeah,
I don't want to
C. diff
know.
is a nasty, nasty, nasty thing, and
I had it in 2018.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of once you get it. It really
what's
is.
it called
You don't want it.
It's C. diff.
What is it?
Clostridium difficile. It's poop.
It is it's an overgrowth of the bad bacteria in your gut.
Yeah.
And you can get it in a hospital. It's easily spread in hospitals, nursing homes, or if you take antibiotics, and certain antibiotics are a little more prone. And so that's why when you take antibiotics now, they tell you to take a probiotic, right? And it
I
is
know somebody who went through that.
contagious. Yeah,
This
I
sounds
had
awful.
C. diff's really bad.
No. I had it, and it was horrible. And it is bacteria resistant, so they've had to change the antibiotics that you use. The antibiotics that you use are very, very hard on you. One of them can give you ear ringing. It's really bad, and the spores can stay on surfaces 3 to 5 months or something. In the Clorox wipes, you know how that 99%, it's the 1% that it doesn't kill. So you have to get actual Clorox to kill it.
And that's why I don't go to hospitals.
Well, it's not just hospitals. It's nursing homes, assisted livings. It's in congregate settings that you pass it, because you pass it through eye, mouth, or fecal oral method.
Okay, wait. I work with little kids. Hold up. You're scaring me.
Little kids don't get it as much. Little kids don't get it as much.
Once
Thank you.
again,
Thank you.
They
You just made me feel so
are.
much better.
If you wash your hands, you're fine.
You just made me feel so much
You're-
better.
You're more likely to walk into the bathroom and find a Picasso done by your little kids than actually have them have that issue.
Yeah.
You seen how you brought that up, Black Wolf? You'd be surprised how many different things are in the bathroom most people don't realize.
Well, let
You'd
me
be
tell you,
surprised how
little
much
kids are
fecal matter is
gross.
on your kitchen counter that comes out of your bathroom.
Okay, but can I just say, little kids are gross. They're so gross. I
Poor
love
adults.
working with them. I love my job. I would never trade it for anything. But oh my God, they're little petri dishes.
There was a scientist on YouTube that was talking about how healthy is a house. And they went through and cleaned the house like normal people do with the normal cleaning supplies. Then they went through the house with a black light.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that because it's always good to have some sort of. You don't want to totally sterilize your house because it's just like kids playing in dirt. You want some sort of natural immunity for growing up. You don't want to sterilize.
Little dirt
your
never
home.
hurt no one.
Well, the black light showed stuff that the general everyday cleaning missed until I got to the bathroom and I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That bathroom lit up like there was
Yeah.
no tomorrow. In the
My
tub,
husband went on a
on the
business trip.
floor, around the toilets, everything in that bathroom lit up with that black light.
If
My
you
husband went on a
over
business trip
sterilize,
and he did that same thing where he said he got like a black light and I can't remember what he had it for. And he's like, never go into a hotel and
No.
shine a black light because
No.
you'll never sleep again.
Nope.
Or the
That's
strip
true.
club.
if you over sanitize an area, you become, in time, you'll become like the Indians were. The English came over.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of yuck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep. And when it comes to the kids being petri dishes, well, they kind of have to be because it helps build their immune system.
Yeah.
Well, it was
I have a
interesting
really
the
hard
way he
time
was
explaining
explaining
this
it
to my parents.
that normal cleaning is fine. But when it comes to the restroom area, you got to do more than just a normal cleaning.
No, and when we clean up with the little kids, we have a formula, and it's like literally it's a bleach formula, and you have to use a specific like strength
Yep.
to water to use it. But I tell my parents, I'm like, you really want them to catch some of this stuff. I know it sounds contradictory, but it's true. Yeah,
Well, I mean, how many people here are old enough to remember the chickenpox parties?
No.
No, my
I
mom
didn't have
wouldn't
a
do it.
party. I did get
Oh no! One of the kids in school got chickenpox, and we all went to their house for a party so that we all got the chickenpox.
That way you got it out of your system.
Yep.
Well, I mean, like I have a chickenpox scar.
Back then, the doctors would say, well, once you get chickenpox, you can't get chickenpox again. Wrong.
That's
You
not
still
true.
can. It's just not as severe
Yeah.
the second time around.
No,
Well,
the
you can
second
get shingles
no,
and
it's
it
even
can
more
kill you.
severe the second time around because it becomes shingles.
It becomes shingles.
And you can die from that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Matt's okay. In a few years, I have to get my shingle shot, and I'm gonna do it. Okay.
Yep.
I have another quick question for you. Okay. Have I asked you this before? Okay. So my tetanus shot is saying like my tetanus shot is out of date.
Mm-hmm.
Should I go ahead and mention it to my doctor and get one,
Yeah.
or am I just being a
Uh,
chicken?
I
how
would.
often do you cut yourself with dirty or rusty metal objects?
Daily.
When do you get your shingle shot?
50. So I'm 47. I'll be 48 next week.
When's the single shot?
50. I already got mine.
50.
Oops. I never got one.
Maybe you should go get one, Jeff.
You should.
Oh, hell no.
I'd
I
wait
hate
and do them
needles.
both together, Joy.
I hate needles.
Get them together. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Okay.
No need to do an
Yeah.
extra visit for that.
Yeah, it's not that
I
bad.
haven't had a tetanus shot since I got out of the Army in '98. Haven't needed one.
Shoot, when you work with little kids, you get your tetanus shot. You never know what those kids got.
Yeah.
Tetanus shot, I'll go find a nail and step on it.
The only reason I know I've had my booster is because I had to have one for, being in
yeah.
the healthcare field.
Well, aren't you supposed to renew a tetanus shot every 7 years?
Yeah, I thought it was every 7. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
To be
Well,
honest,
I'm behind on that one then too.
I stepped on a nail in probably 92, and they asked me last time I had or no, they wanted to give me one. I was like, nah, and I have never had one since. It's stupid. I was being bullheaded, you know. I just never.
We all get that way sometimes.
And when we're young, we really think that we're invincible.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's when I got most stitches, was when I was young. Oh, I did. I was my mom's worst nightmare come true for health insurance. Every time she
See,
turned around, I was going to get in stitches.
Not
I
you, Jeff.
remember.
I can't imagine.
Well, it got
I
to the point
remember it
where
was,
the doctor, I'd go in, the doctor's like, well, how many do you think you need this time? I'm like, 4.
See, 3 years ago, we had in the city I live in, we had a big kind of outbreak of tetanus going on. And the news report, when everything was all fine, when everything was all said and done, and they figured out where the tetanus was coming from, it turned out that there were certain restaurant kitchens that had a specific type of stainless steel counters.
Oh
wow!
That their people were getting it from. It was coming from stainless steel, if you can imagine that one.
Wow!
Interesting.
I went in to get stitches one day, and there was another kid in there screaming bloody murder. My mom thought it was me, and the doctor came out. He says, "I know your son sat there and told me how to do his stitches. He's been here enough times for stitches. It wasn't him." They knew me on a first name basis and asked me every time I went in, "How many you need now?"
Well, Jeff, the needles aren't that bad. I mean, like, I just had the IV put in, and that sucks. But the shots, they're not that bad.
Oh,
An
it
IV
depends.
isn't that bad as long as the nurse knows what she's doing when she puts it in.
Oh no, the IVs are horrible.
But if you think about it, though, imagine walking through a line where you have 12 nurses and doctors on each side of your arms, and you got to keep your arms perfectly straight, and you got to walk through this line, and each one of them's got a pneumatic needle gun, pushing it to your arm and pulling the trigger.
Jeff is not lying.
You got.
I remember
you
that.
You got the hard treatment, Jeff, because when I went through in the Army, we stepped forward. We stepped forward, and we got one gun in each shoulder, and each gun had like 41 shots in it or something like that, or 21 shots each or something. But then we stepped forward again, and we had to bend over, and we get that big gelatin. We get that big gelatin
Never did
penicillin
that.
in the butt.
But they'd line up
and
12
so I'm
nurses
telling you,
on each side of us and say, walk the line every time we went out to sea. Every time. And you had to hold your arms perfectly straight, and they tell you, don't tense. And I guarantee you, everybody who walked through that line after that first shot tensed their arm every shot after that.
Oh, I'm a Navy brat, and so the same stuff that you guys went through, they would do mass stuff for the kids. And those cartridges, remember those guns, and they would pop them little cartridges in them.
Yep.
They'd be like, "Pop-pop, pop-pop, pop-pop."
Yep.
And you walk from one set to the next set to the next set until you went through the line.
These kids have no idea how bad those cartridge guns were.
Hey, you got nurses in the room here. I got a question. Why do they check your prostate when you get older?
Because it gets bigger.
Oh my God, I can answer that myself.
For what?
Cancer.
How would they know you had cancer by feeling?
Size.
Polyps.
Because your prostate will either start having little growths on the outside of it, or it will start swelling abnormally.
Right.
Well, now what if you do have a swollen prostate? That means you have
Then
cancer?
you have a problem.
Brother.
No, you just have to go to the doctors and get it checked out.
Get it checked out, and they'll put you on medication if it's feasible to reverse it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Always wondered.
Yeah, they go in
Prostate
and then
cancer
they
is one of the most treatable cancers out there.
Yeah, they'll go in there. If you got polyps, they'll cut the polyps off, send them out, and have them tested to see if they're cancerous.
Yeah, let's not talk about the prostate too much, because I gotta get my first prostate check coming up here the next time I have to do a DOT physical, because I'm finally at that age.
I
We'll
just
make it
think I
easy
have a
for you, Black
strong.
Wolf.
I just honestly think I have a prostate just because of my urination in my bathroom issues. So I'm thinking, maybe that is a problem.
To help you out, Black Wolf, don't get the chemical drink they tell you to take. Get chicken broth. It tastes better. I'm dead serious. That stuff they make you drink tastes like shit, and then you can't get rid of the aftertaste.
Well,
So after I did mine, I was like, nah, next time it's chicken broth. It tastes better.
Okay, I don't know it. Well, I have no idea what you're talking about because I've never had to do it yet.
No, they give you a chemical that you got to mix in with a gallon of water, and you got to drink it all day.
Before or after?
Before.
Oh,
Because you got to clear everything. You got to clear everything out to where it's clear, and that stuff tastes nasty.
Wait, so you're saying that chicken broth does the same thing?
Yes, and it tastes better.
And will the doctor actually accept that?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because what they want you to do is clear out your colon and everything else. And that's what this chemical does. But chicken broth does the same thing. If you eat the chicken broth or drink the chicken broth in the same time frame that you're supposed to drink this gallon mixture of bad tasting stuff with an aftertaste that doesn't ever go away.
Well,
Jeff,
or
I just had
sometimes,
it.
sometimes they'll let you do Miralax with Gatorade.
Yeah, I just did it and it was disgusting.
It is disgusting.
Oh, that stuff tastes nasty. That's
It's
why I went to chicken
horrible.
broth.
It's really bad. It was the worst thing to have to do before surgery.
Yeah, it's worse than the surgery.
It was literally the worst part of the. I mean, I'm off of bed rest now, but it was the worst part of the surgery was finishing up the 32 ounces of Gatorade and Miralax.
Yep.
It was so bad, and then this is how bad it was. I did it. The next morning, I'm getting ready to go for my surgery. We call the surgeon's office, and they're like, "You got the wrong day." I was like in tears. They told me I had the wrong day, and I was in tears. I was like, "I'm not having it done. Forget it. Never mind." They were like, "Wait. We'll fit you in."
You were lucky.
Okay.
When I did mine, they did that to me. They told me a date, and they changed it without telling me they changed it. So I went down the date I wrote down. Like, oh no, we rescheduled for next week. I'm like, you're joking, right?
You don't understand, Jeff.
I gotta drink this shit again.
I was in tears because I had to have my stomach done too, my stomach pumped too, and have surgery on my stomach. So this surgery that I had it on my stomach also, and so they weren't sure if they could fit me in because it was like I had to really empty everything because they had to go through my stomach. Ended up with polyps and stuff in my stomach, and my husband called and was like, he gets off the phone. He's like, they've got you for a different next Monday. I'm like, no. He calls back. I was in tears, and the lady could hear me in the back, just like ready to cry my eyes out. I was like, I'm not doing that Miralax thing again.
Well, when they did that to me, I went home. I called my mom and was like, I gotta go through this shit twice, and this stuff tastes so nasty.
So
my
bad.
mom's like, drink chicken broth. You won't have to have that bad taste. So I went and got me chicken broth.
I did chicken broth too.
And I was like, oh man, no, that tastes much better.
I did the Gatorade and the chicken broth. The Gatorade, I did chicken broth. It was horrible.
The chicken broth tastes better than the Miralax.
Ooh.
I actually
There's
like
no
chicken
way
broth,
I'll
so I wouldn't
ever
have a
do
problem.
Miralax again. Ever. I'll do chicken broth.
It's the Gatorade mixed with it that's gross.
I just did chicken broth straight. I didn't do Gatorade.
Oh.
The only reason you should have Gatorade with it
Because
is
the
solely to
electrolytes.
replenish. Yeah, you're replenishing your system with the electrolytes because the chicken broth itself has an extremely high salty content to it. So you're trying to balance that out because that's the salty content that is in the chicken broth is of a certain type that actually dehydrates you worse than just regular salt would.
Oh.
Mm.
But no way I'm doing Miralax. Ever.
I couldn't believe they make you drink the whole bottle.
Yes. And then once you're done, you can never get rid of that after. It takes about a week to get that taste out of your mouth.
I couldn't believe you.
And I was like, God, never again.
No, when I went for my colonoscopy, because I was like 44 at the time, but after I had the C. diff, they wanted to check and make sure, I didn't have any damage and everything was good. But yeah, they didn't give me Miralax and Gatorade. I had to drink this other nasty stuff. It was horrible. It was just
They
horrible.
used to have this big jug that you would fill up with stuff.
Yeah, this one wasn't as bad. I mean, it was like smaller doses, but like you did it in 2 parts or whatever. Well, they have a thing in Austin that you can do before your colonoscopy. It's called Hygiea Care. And I guess it's like this thing you sit on and it like runs water up there and cleans you out. I'm like, okay, I don't know which is worse, but anyway.
That's colonic is what that is.
Well, it's specifically called the Hygiea chair, and I don't know. It's a specific. it is like a colonic, but it's a specific thing for this or what. And I don't know if it's just in Austin or if they have it other places now, but I don't know.
Do that over top of that drink they make you take. Gross.
It depends on the doctor as to which one they make you drink. Because I've had it done twice. One had me do the Miralax, and I hated it. The other one gave me something else, and I said, "Oh hell no, I'm doing chicken broth." So I never tried the second one.
Yeah.
Well, since I had to have mine in my stomach, they made me do the other one because they had to clear out my stomach also. So they had to because I got intubated or whatever for the surgery, and they had to put like a tube, like the whatever instrument they used, they needed to put that down, and they had to blow your stomach up.
Oh,
yeah.
And the worst part is being a veteran, they give you no option. Once you hit 50, you have to have that test done.
Yeah, that's what my dad said.
Oh yeah, and you can't sidestep it because I tried.
You
I
should
kept
never
trying
try
to
to
sidestep
sidestep
it.
it.
I kept sidestepping, and they're like, "Nope, you can't get out of this one. You're going to have to do this one." It's like, God, I've heard so much about the drinks you got to drink to get this stuff done that I don't want to drink that stuff. But they make you at age 50 mandatory. You got to do one.
Their gastro doctors are recommending do your colonoscopy at 45. They've lowered the age, and I would say to anybody out there,
do it.
Please go get them.
Yep.
My husband at 48 went for an annual. They called him when his blood work came in and said, "Go to the hospital. Your blood count is down." So he drove himself to the emergency room. They made him do a colonoscopy, endoscopy. Sure enough, they found he's good now. He's good now, everyone. But they found some that they could not just take out. And then they sent him in, or, they did the biopsy. It was cancerous. Again, he's good. But, he went through the chemo and stuff. But he was only 48. Now,
Yep.
You know, and he's African American, which they say, you know, African Americans have higher chances. So 45 and older, get those colonoscopies.
I
And
don't
if you
think
have,
it's just one race anymore. I think it's
it's
high.
everyone, it's everyone.
It's
But
high in everybody
yeah,
nowadays.
yeah, yeah.
I'll be
And
honest with you. If I get cancer like that, I'm not. So I don't even want. I don't.
well, see, this is the okay. So the thing with the colonoscopy is, if you get them young enough, if you just have little polyps in there, they just take those suckers out. And usually, when they're little, they're not cancerous, and so you're preventing it.
Yeah.
I see.
And so, yeah, like I had some polyps, but they took the suckers out, sent them off. They were good. And that's why they say go ahead and start getting them younger, because you can catch those polyps before they turn into cancer.
Yep. And they'll cut them
I'm
out.
in my late 40s, and I haven't been to the doctor for probably 20.
I wouldn't recommend a lot of procedures to people, but that one I would recommend because
Yeah.
you catch it before it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
And
that's why when I went to had this stomach issue, and they were gonna go ahead and do that, they were like, "Well,
Mhm.
we're gonna do both at the same time," because
Okay.
they're like, you're already going through the same type of cleanse or whatever.
Yep.
So we'll do both at the same time. So I got lucky. I got to do both at the same time.
That is lucky.
That's
because
good.
otherwise I would have had to do the same cleanse all over again to do it. And they were like, we'll just do both, because it was a gastro doctor, and he was like, we will just do both. But I had to have the time where they blow your stomach up.
Yeah, I had something like that in my 20s because I always teased everyone. I said, "Yep, I'm going to get double penetrated." You know, they stuck a stethoscope down my random.
Yeah.
It's like
You got
when
the
I
Frank
had,
Zappa treatment.
well, that's like when I had
exactly.
my brain tumor. The doctor asked me what I wanted to tell him before I got knocked out. All I said is, "Don't sneeze," and that was the last thing I remember. And I came out of the recovery. He says, "Oh, thank God I didn't sneeze." I said, "You and me both." He goes, "Why?" I says, "Because had you sneezed, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be a vegetable the rest of my life, and I'd just tell you, take me out and shoot me, get it over with, because I would refuse to be a vegetable." And that's exactly what would have happened had he sneezed. So I'm glad he didn't sneeze.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate medical stuff. So, and I'm the
Well,
biggest wimp ever. So if I could do the colonoscopy, anyone can. I'm telling you, I am the biggest wimp ever. And I came through it just fine.
well, the funny part is when he told me I had it, he thought I was going to break down, because most people, when you're told you got cancer, break down.
Yeah.
I looked at him with a
Who's the
straight
nurse
face
in
and
here?
said, "Cut the damn thing out and let me get on with my life." He goes, "So there's no talking chemo or radiation?" I'm like, "Hell no, cut it out. Let me get on with my life."
Which one of you all's a nurse in here?
Matsy.
Yep, me.
I got a question for you. I had a procedure done when I was in the Army years back. Radioactive isotopes were injected into my veins so that they could.
Oh, you had that done?
Yeah, I had stress
Nothing
fractures
like
in both of my
glowing.
feet.
Nothing like glowing.
Yeah, I had stress fractures in both of my feet. I want to know, what are the long-term ramifications of that? Because I was young and I didn't even bother to ask questions. I just thought they knew what they were doing.
Oh, it's hard to say, really. I wouldn't think there would be much, because it's not a whole heck of a lot of it. But you just never know. There could be, but I just really don't think it would be that much of a risk. But I don't want to exclude it totally 100% either.
Well, they didn't even know what the long-term effects were when they were using it.
Yeah, I mean, potentially it could be, a cancer-causing,
Like, I think
kind
they're
of
still
thing.
using radioactive isotopes, aren't they? Because
No.
You go
No.
you go near hospitals and you still see like a radioactive isotope container outside, or whatever.
Well,
They do that with cancer patients.
Yeah, it's for specific procedures, and it's highly regulated and highly monitored, and really locked down to only very specific purposes.
Now the big
What's the
question,
thing?
Black Wolf, did they show you how your body glowing when it went through your body?
Oh yeah, and it's basically the only thing we were really looking at was my feet, but I definitely saw the stress fractures in both of my
Yeah.
feet, which just blew my mind. But I'm not the only one. I had my son had pylorexidinosis, and when he was an infant, and they gave him a barium thing, and then they also gave him the radioactive isotopes in order to figure out what the problem was in the first place.
The barium was the protection factor. Because that's what they use barium for with radioactive isotope. Is they put the barium in first, and then they put the radiation stuff in, and it's a barrier factor.
Yeah.
That way, it doesn't linger in the body when they're ready to take it out.
Oh, getting rid of the barium itself is never a fun thing either. Trust me.
No, I know.
When they had to do it to a baby.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's
My
small
son was
quantities.
My son was what probably about 4 months old.
Yeah.
Oh, yuck.
They probably did something like a half to a third of a cc, and that was it. They didn't put very much in there. Just enough to get the results.
I never heard of pylorexidinosis before that, and because of that, I was made aware that it's not even. I don't even know why I didn't know about it beforehand, because of the fact that, according to the doctor, it's like 1 in every 5 boys, firstborn males, it has a problem with it.
Huh.
And it's
I've
just kind
never
of like,
heard of it
wow,
before.
really? Yeah. Basically,
is
what
it?
it is your intestine trips over itself and starts turning itself inside out.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So why is it only males?
I don't know. I don't know. I asked the doctor, and he didn't really give me an answer. But it is only firstborn males, and it's like 1 in 5.
That's weird.
But if they catch it early enough, it's an easy fix.
Right.
Never heard of that before.
And what
Wow.
is it called again?
Pylorexidinosis.
Okay. So it's different than when babies have a hernia. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's not a hernia. No.
Okay. So it's something. Okay. Wow.
So one part of your intestine does not move, but the other one does, and starts slipping inside of the part that isn't moving. So it's like folding over itself.
It basically, it's like sucking itself in.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys, it's almost 5 in the morning. I'm going to go and get at least 2 hours sleep before my children wake up.
Good night,
Yes.
baby.
Good night.
It was nice talking
Good
to
night.
you.
Nice talking to you too. Bye, guys.
Good night.
Bye.
It's like a friend of mine always asked me, why aren't you afraid of radiation? I said, well, let's see. I had to go through radiation for a lot of different procedures, for x-rays. I worked at a nuclear power plant where I wore a device that tells me how much radiation I have in me, and you get more radiation from the sun than you do any of those.
I think most of us were exposed to a whole heck of a lot of radiation in our younger lives. So,
Believe it or not, working at the power plant in Arizona, I learned a lot about radiation, and I was shocked to find out that you get more radiation absorption in your body from the sun than you do working at a nuclear power plant.
Oh, I don't know about that. Most of us most of us that grew up downwind from Hanford Nuclear Reservation, we've all got this joke that we all glow in the dark.
Well, the absorption rate's different, though. I worked at that plant for 2 years inside the containment room. I was doing security, which means I had to escort the people in and out that were changing the cells out. I was exposed to that stuff firsthand, and I was exposed to more radiation outside in the sun than I was inside the containment room.
It was only a couple years ago here that Hanford actually finally came out and admitted that their nuclear waste holding tanks have been leaking for years and years and years.
See, that makes a whole big difference.
They just didn't know how to fix it. They didn't know how to fix it. They had no engineer had come up with a way to actually fix it yet.
The way Palo Verde's set up, its waste tanks are buried under the ground. They have 3 cooling towers for 3 reactor rooms, and everything is balanced where it doesn't create excessive exposure.
Yeah, but what do you do? What'll they do if their waste tanks actually start seeping into the ground and out into the water source?
I don't think their tanks will, the way their tanks were built. The walls on their tanks are 16 feet thick, and it was an impervious concrete that had a special coating put on the inside to help prevent any leaking. And every 3 years, they drain them and reapply that coating.
And see, they admitted that the ones in Hanford had been leaking since Mount St. Helens blew up in 1980.
Mount St. Helens might have something to do with it, with the way it shook the ground. Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the waste tanks from Palo Verde are humongous, but every 3 years, they'll drain one tank, shut down one tower, so they can drain the tank and go in and reapply the coating on the inside.
How long do they have to wait for it to cool down?
They usually takes them 2 months to do all this process.
Wow.
It takes them 1 day to put the coating on, but it takes them 2 months to get everything set up and ready to do it. They'll have it coated in 1 day.
So it cools down over the period of 2 months before somebody actually steps foot inside.
Yes, and they'll have it coated in 1 day.
I imagine they go in a full nuclear outfit too, don't they?
Yep.
Yep.
With all kinds of test equipment. And I get lucky to stand right at the door. With that door standing wide open, watching it all. And it's interesting the way they have their door going into the waste tanks. It's a triple door. Part of it's concrete, part of it's steel, and part of it is a 17.5-foot thick rubber membrane. And that rubber membrane is the last door that goes in, and you have to push that membrane into the tank in order to get into the tank. And that's where I stand. Because as part of the security team, we stood right at the door as they were doing this stuff, making sure nothing was being done illegally or nobody was tampering with anything.
And you don't think that had anything to do with you ending up with a brain tumor?
Nope. I know what the brain tumor came from. Don't ever stand in front. Don't ever stand above a 5-inch 54 gun when it goes off in massive servo rounds. Between the gunpowder and the percussions coming off that gun, right above it, quite a few people had health issues because of it. And it's very loud.
What you just said kind of reminds me of standing next to a 155 howitzer out there in Kuwait.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Do you
have picked me up off the ground and threw me?
Well, we had a 5-inch 54 up front. We had a 5-inch 54 halfway in about the middle of the ship. Then we had a 5-inch 54 on the back of the ship. And in between the rear two 5-inch 54s, we had a phalanx and 2 different missile launchers. And unfortunately, when your job during general quarters is being up on the bridge, you get to deal with all the hazards from all that. Because they don't close the doors.
Yep.
Because we walk in and out of the bridge wings constantly watching this stuff going off.
Do you have any hearing damage, either one of you, or like tinnitus or ringing in the ears from the loud noises?
I have 0 hearing in my
Oh.
left ear, and I'm down to 45% in my right ear.
Mm.
If we are standing in person and it's noisy around, unless I am looking straight at you when you're talking to me, I might not hear what you say.
Okay.
I have a background noise issue.
Well, the funny part is I had to laugh at the doctor because my ex-wife kept telling the doctor every time we would go to the doctor, he doesn't hear me. He doesn't hear me. He doesn't hear me. And the doctor looked at her with a straight face and says, he can't hear you. Your voice is at the level where his hearing loss is at. I'm like, yes.
Oh, the doctor was covering for you.
No, that's where my hearing loss was at. Because women speak a certain level with a tone when they're talking normally. It's a certain level. Well, my hearing loss is beyond that level. So at that level, no, I can't hear her.
Oh, so every man has that problem?
No, I happen to have that problem. People who have hearing loss, depending on how severe their hearing loss is, will fall within that category. And guys like me that were around guns and everything else, 9 times out of 10, because when before they came out with the 3M hearing protection, that was a joke. We didn't have hearing protection. That's why they came out with the 3M hearing protection, because so many people were complaining about hearing loss.
And see, we had hearing protection, but half of the time when stuff would be going off, it would go off without warning, and then you're scrambling to put your hearing protection in because the first couple shots are the first shot or two. Now you're putting your hearing stuff in, but you already had the damage from the first 2 shots or 3 shots that went off before you got your hearing protection in.
And see, in the job I did up on the bridge, I couldn't wear any because I was running radios. So I had to be able to hear what those radios were doing. So I couldn't wear hearing protection because it'd block out the radios.
Yep. Now, see, with me, you could be sitting right next to me, and if I'm not looking at you and we're having a conversation, but there's noises going off across the parking lot or whatever, and it's ridiculous because I'll hear those noises loud and clear, but I won't hear you, even though you're sitting right next to me, unless I'm looking right at you.
Yeah, I have that too. And my hearing loss is, I have a little hearing loss. It's the high pitch sounds. So it's funny. Something will be going off in the house, and my husband's like, "You don't hear that?" I'm like, "Nope."
That's just it. It depends on what caused the hearing loss as to what side of the hearing loss spectrum you're on. Some will be the low side, some will be the high side. Just depends what it was. And
See,
most people,
every time you hear
don't
that really
realize-
high pitched,
Go ahead.
every time you hear that really high pitched ring that seems to just pop on and then slowly fade away, that is the last time you'll ever hear that pitch. Once it's gone for good.
And see,
Because
a
you
lot
never
of
hear that.
people,
You never hear that level again.
and a lot of people that nowadays are getting hearing loss don't realize they're creating their hearing loss. Because if you drive your car with your window rolled down or cracked where you can feel the breeze coming through, you're creating hearing loss. Because that wind blowing through your window will start taking your hearing away in your left ear.
Most people
that
today with their
constant
windows
sound.
up have their music so loud they couldn't hear it. They couldn't even hear their own heartbeat.
True. But I learned that through my hearing loss. The doctor asked me if I ever drove with my window down. I said, no, I always rode with it cracked, but I got a rain shield over the top. He says, that was probably the smartest thing you ever done. Because if you had that window cracked without that rain shield, you would have been making your hearing loss that much worse. I said, how can you claim 0 hearing worse? it don't get no worse. There is no hearing.
Well, and having hearing loss can actually affect your body in other ways because, well, one, your brain's having to work overtime to hear, so you can get fatigued and
Oh yeah, because your stronger ear, whatever ear is the strongest, will start trying to pick up the slack.
yeah.
The one that's got nothing. And when they did my brain tumor, they went in through my left ear canal to get to it, so that eliminated whatever hearing I had anyway. And at the
Okay.
same time, because they went to the eardrum, it took care of my equilibrium. So I have
Yeah.
I got a pad that I work with every day to try controlling my equilibrium. Because when right after I first had the surgery, I'd be walking down the street staggering like I was drunker than a skunk. And I'd get
Oh, yeah.
stopped by cops left and right asking me how much I had to drink. I said, I don't drink.
I have that pad too. And yeah, like I'll stand on it, and then one of the things my physical therapist has me do is you close your eyes on it.
Yep. How many times did
And
you
then
fall?
none,
I
luckily.
fell quite a few in the start.
Well, I could imagine with having that. And then she said, if you want to challenge yourself, like just stand on it with your eyes closed and turn your head slowly, you know.
And then raise your
But
head
no,
up,
that's
raise
good
your
that you
head
have.
down with your eyes closed, and the whole 9 yards. I have to do that every single day.
Hey, I do vestibular therapy too. Okay, Jeff, I didn't. Dang. Okay, that's something cool we can talk about
I
on
got to do
another
that
day.
every day like clockwork.
Yeah.
1 hour a day. That's all I do is I stand on that damn pad.
Well, I'm in a support group. I don't have Meniere's. I have another thing, but I go to a Meniere's support group or whatever, and it's pretty cool. One of the guys, he has like a cochlear implant, and
Well, the VA has been talking to me about that, putting an implant right behind my left ear that
yeah,
ties to my right ear to where I can hear out of both ears. But
yeah,
they're saying the way my hearing loss is, they're not sure if that would even work.
yeah.
And
Well,
they're like, but your right ear has picked up so much since your surgery of taking over the extra duty work. It's amazing what your ear has done. You're still at 45%, but you can hear what most people wouldn't hear at 45%.
well, one of these days, if you ever want to come to one of my support groups, we meet on Wednesdays. I'll just send you the info. We just do a Zoom or whatever, and you can, if you want to talk to the guy, you can ask questions and whatnot.
Oh no, they just sent me a new pad yesterday that has a bigger ball on it to make it even harder on me. Damn them.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm afraid to use it. The first pad was bad enough because just stepping on the pad itself, as squishy as it is, was hard keeping my balance. But the one they just sent me, dead middle of it, it's got a ball on the bottom to where the pad actually doesn't sit flat. It actually has a tilting ability.
That's cool.
And that scares me when I got to close my eyes.
Yeah. Well, just do it by a counter somewhere where you can,
I
latch on.
usually go to a corner, so I have my hands on each side of the wall.
That's good.
And then I slowly take one hand down, then I'll take the other hand down. But I know that those walls are right there.
Did they ever have you do any eye gaze exercises or just balance exercises?
They left that one up to me, and the doctor asked me one day how I control the equilibrium, and I can tell him I focus on one item.
Yeah.
When I'm walking. As long as I focus on that one item, I'm fine. And then I had a cop try to do a field sobriety test on me one day because he swore me down I was drunk in public. And like I told him, I said, no, I have no equilibrium. But I'll do your test. But be prepared to catch me. He goes, what? I said, be prepared to catch me. And he had two officers stand behind me. The moment I closed my eyes, down I went. And he's like, I've never seen somebody fall that fast. I said, I told you, I have no equilibrium. I have to focus on one item in order to keep it balanced.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the people in my support group, they tell that same story where they've had people like think they're drunk and stuff,
Yep.
and they're like,
Because
nope.
you can't stand straight.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
either lean to the good side because you're comfortable with it, or you end up leaning to the bad side, trying to get your body to adjust to it, but you're bouncing back and forth between the two of them to where it looks like you're drunk. And I had somebody take a video of me walk, and when I looked at the video after it was over, I'm like, Jesus Christ, it does look like I was drunker than a skunk. I mean, I was staggering everywhere. I could not walk a straight line. That's how bad the equilibrium was gone.
I'm hungry. God, can someone order like some nachos or something? I'm hungry now.
I'm about to make me
As
two
long
hot
as
dogs.
it's got real cheese on it.
Oh yeah.
Real cheese and tomatoes.
I hate that liquidy chemical nacho cheese that they're putting on everything these days.
No,
Yeah.
real cheese with diced tomatoes.
Did anyone else do this after the club? You go somewhere and get like cheese sticks, or you go
we
get
always
something
went out
to
and got
eat?
nachos.
I always went to Denny's.
We went to Denny's. We got the nachos, which is not the same anymore. Denny's new
No.
nachos. They changed the recipe and they changed the menu and the whole night. The new nachos that they have, it comes in kind of a semi bowl shaped thing, and it is so soupy. It's disgusting.
Yeah. And your chips come out soggy and shit before you get them.
Yep.
Did anyone have Taco
and there's no
John's?
refried beans anymore.
Oh, did anyone have a Taco John's?
Yes, I did in Colorado.
Oh yes, with the potato lays.
Yep, and every morning the burritos, like clockwork. Every morning.
I never liked Taco John's. Something about the fry grease that they use in some of the stuff just turned me off.
The breakfast burritos were good.
Well, I love those little round hash browns, the potato lays. That's what we'd get coming from the. Because in Nebraska, our bars closed at 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a place called Country Kitchen. And so we'd go there. That's where you get the cheese sticks. And there were always fights there with the drunk people. It was hilarious.
That's how I got free food at Denny's. I'd sit at Denny's after the bar closed, and I'd just watch people get stupid, and I'd break them up. And the manager come up and said, "Well, seeing how you're doing my security for me, your food's free." I was like, "Oh, okay."
I can't believe I'm up this late again. Every night I'm like, I'm going to bed early.
Nah.
Yeah. Well, Black Wolf, I just want to say thank you for hanging on here. And I saw people earlier in the chat saying stuff like, oh, they're just trying to use you and stuff like that. I mean, I want you to know we like having you here and we like getting to know you. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Trolls will be trolls.
Well, just so you know, I have not even been paying attention to the regular chat anyway.
Yeah.
I don't even have it on.
Well, I don't even think anyone's chatting right now, so.
Nah, they're listening to what we're talking about.
Check it.
Yeah, trolls will be trolls no matter what.
If anybody's still in the chat, go ahead and type something. Say hello. Let us
There's
know you're
35
alive.
there. There's 35 there.
Oh,
There's
well,
6.
I'm seeing 50. On mine, it says there's 50 of them.
Well, let me refresh. I'm only
On
showing,
my,
yeah, I'm showing 36.
I'm showing 35.
Huh.
Oh no, sometimes I leave YouTube on and just because I have that ringing in my ears, I have to have a little sound on when I sleep.
You know the funny part? I gotta listen to the radio because of the ringing. Because if not,
Yeah.
I will not go to sleep. That ringing drives me up the wall all night long, and I toss and turn. I don't ever go to sleep.
Yeah, my ringing's 24/7.
It's called
Glad I
tendonitis.
don't have that problem.
Yeah, I have tinnitus. Yeah.
And
so it's like when I get that one super high pitch or maybe a medium pitch that it seems like it's almost like someone just boxed you in your ears and it's really loud, but then it slowly fades out and then you never hear that tone again. Is it kind of like that, but it's constant?
Oh no, it's a constant up and down. It got to the point where before my surgery, I had to wear 2 hearing aids. That's how bad my hearing loss was. After surgery, they had to revamp my hearing aid system to its 1 hearing aid that will help make up for the loss of the left hearing. And I'd hate to have to pay for the hearing aid I use. I priced it one day and it was like, oh my God.
Yeah, they're expensive.
The 1 hearing aid I got is a $6,500 hearing aid.
Yeah.
But they give me a lifetime supply of batteries. I got more batteries than I know what to do with.
Well, the batteries wouldn't even be that much of a problem anyway, because you can always go to Batteries Plus and they've got them.
Yeah. Well, no,
It's not expensive.
they send me cases of batteries once a month. I've got 5 cases of batteries I've never opened. I had to tell the VA, quit sending me cases of batteries. I got 5 cases. When I run out, I'll let you know. And them cases are packed full of batteries. I got enough batteries to last me 10 years. And they don't die because of the way they're packaged. Because before I put the battery in the hearing aid, I have to pull off a plastic strip on the battery in order for it to make contact.
How about your eyesight?
They want me to come in and get it checked. I keep refusing because I don't want to admit I'm old.
Yes, I had to get reading glasses.
Let me tell you, the older you get, the smaller the print gets.
Yes.
Well, if I could stop breaking them, I would have reading glasses. But here about 2 years ago, up until 2 years ago, I always had perfect 20/20.
Well,
but
so did I.
Within the last 2 years, I started having to hold the menu or a book or a newspaper or whatever I was reading farther and farther and farther away. And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
My biggest problem is the last eye test they did on me. My right eye was stronger than my left eye. And like I told them, that's from shooting guns. When you're looking through a scope, you use your right eye to sight, and your left eye is closed. So yeah, your right eye is going to get stronger.
No, you were doing it wrong. You're supposed to keep both eyes open.
Oh,
You're
hell
supposed
no.
to learn how to just focus on one eye, but you keep
hell
them
no.
both open.
No. I did, but it's my right eye still got stronger, so now I got to get special glasses to offset the strength of the right eye to increase the strength of the left eye, and it starts giving me headaches.
Yeah, I had to get readers, and I got the blue light filter thingy on them. I don't know.
So I got what they call transitions, but because of them trying to increase the strength on the left eye over the right eye, I'd get splitting headaches. And I told the doctor, I'm not wearing these damn glasses. The headaches kill me. They're that bad.
That sounds more like a migraine.
No, it's from the what they're trying to do. The prescription on my glasses, the right eye actually is just a clear glass, whereas the left eye is the actual prescription to try increasing the strength of the left eye to match the right eye. And because of that, it creates a headache.
Yeah. Now, will it go away once your eyes get used to it?
Once I take the glasses off, it goes away. But when I'm wearing the glasses, it gives me a hell of a headache.
But will, okay, because I know sometimes they say your eyes have to get used to it. So will it eventually get used to it and stop with the headache, or What
Been
does the
doing it for
doctor?
4 years. They haven't gotten rid of the headache.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you've been doing this long term.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the doctor's figuring out the next solution is to actually put a patch over my right eye and let me wear the glasses with the left eye with the patch on toward the right eye doesn't see anything and see if that doesn't help with the headaches and increase the strength of the left eye.
Okay.
And I told him, well, when you do that, isn't that not going to create a problem? He goes, well, I said, then I got no peripheral vision on the right-hand side. He said, you do have a problem there, don't you? I said, you think? He said, yeah, well, your peripheral vision is perfect, but if we cover your right eye, it won't be. I said, exactly. Why create another problem?
Well, you know, there's tons of people out there in the world that only have one eye to begin with because they did something stupid and lost the other one.
Yeah, but my
And they still drive.
most people have a peripheral vision of 180 degrees. I have 195. And I don't want to mess that up for anything. Because I can be looking straight down the road and I can see stuff off to the sides that most people don't see without me even looking.
I used to be able to do that, but I don't know if it's more or less the fact that I don't pay attention to the stuff on the sides as much anymore, or
I think it's the training I went through in the military that got it to that point. Because you know as well as I do, they train us to see things most people don't see.
Right.
And I think that's what increased it to where it's at. And I've talked to officers that I know that my mom worked with, and we'd be standing there talking. I said, "Do you see the guy in the black over by the tree?" And they're like, "What guy in the black by what tree?" I'm like, "You didn't see that?" No. And I'd point it out, and they're like, "Holy shit! How did you see him?" I said, "Something on the side of my eye." He said, "Well, we were talking." I said, I stuff catches my attention off to the sides. But I've never lost the ability to keep it going. It just became habit.
Yeah.
And I'm glad it is because I like driving a lot. I'll drive right from, say, Kentucky to Arizona nonstop. Just
See,
long
that's
enough to
another
get
reason
fuel.
why I tell people. That's another reason why I tell people, you know, if I had to park this truck because I couldn't afford to keep going, I don't know what I would end up doing, because driving is just in my blood. It's something I absolutely love to do.
Well,
Which
that's
is
it.
the reason I chose to do it. And I would feel the same as if you just chop both my legs off. You might as well shoot me.
Pretty much. No, me and my mom went on a vacation up in Seattle, Washington to visit some family. I drove from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Seattle, Washington, and my mom looked at me when we got there. She says, "How in the hell did you do that without a single map?" I'm like, "What?" She said, "You took
stored in my head
every road, every exit, and you didn't know where we were going. I just told you Seattle. I didn't give you the address until we got here, and you found it. How did you do that?" I said, "I just did. I don't ever use a GPS or a road map. I just go."
It's kind of easy because almost every town or every city, almost, and I say almost because there's a few oddballs out there, are set up on a perfect grid. You've got your named streets going north and south, and your numbered streets going east and west, or vice versa. And from the center of the town out, you got the center of the town. You got an A street on one side and an A street on the other, and then you got your first street, or Main Street would be the middle street, but everything else is out on a grid. So you're going to 24th Street. It's 24 over, and your cross streets, and you just you're basically following an alphabet because it goes alphabetically in the named streets, and then
Yeah,
it
but
goes
when you're on the
numerically
highway
in the numbered
though,
streets.
It's a whole different ballpark. And like I told my mom, I said I took 10 to 8, 8 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 5 again, 5 straight up. How hard is that? And she's like,
You took the long way.
well, we were trying to avoid LA. That's why I took 5 just outside of LA, switched over to 15 around LA, and then back onto 5 on the backside of LA, so we missed LA traffic.
See, I would have gone up the 101 over to the 60.
Well, when we came back, I came down the 1 to the 101.
I would have gone up the 93, gone into Vegas, got across onto the 95.
Well, we stopped in San Diego on the way up. That's why I took 10 to 8, 8 to 5 into San Diego.
Yeah.
Because we stopped and picked up my grandmother, and then we went up to Seattle.
Sorry if we're boring you with the fact that we know where the roads are.
So, and my mom's like, what about LA? It's going to be bad this time. I said, no, it's not. I'm going around it. So as soon as I got up close to LA, I was like, yeah, no, there's my exit. Got off of 5 on the 95 over to 150 or over to 15, 15 up through Riverside, and then right where 15 drops back into the 5. And then I went the rest of the way up 5. But when we came back down, I took the 101 to the 1 into San Diego to drop my grandmother off, and then 5 to the 8 to the 10 back home. But I love driving Interstate 1.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't get a semi down Interstate 1.
Yes, you can.
Really? I didn't think that.
Yes,
I didn't think with all the turns up there was enough room.
There's only a couple of sections of the one that you can't take a semi through.
Oh, okay.
But most of one is accessible, minus a few small sections.
Man, that's a beautiful drive.
Yeah. So, like on the one, you can go all the way up. You can literally take a semi all the way up until you hit the Oregon line, and then once you hit the Oregon line, you are not legal in a semi truck on one.
Well,
but if you were 20 miles, if you were 20 miles farther up one than where the state of line is of Oregon, then you can be on one again.
Well, that's where you hit all those little rinky-dink towns where the highway zigzags so bad it's not even funny.
Yeah,
you cut into these little towns.
Right. It's that section where the curves are so tight that we can't keep our trailers on the road.
Yeah.
Or actually, we can't keep our trailer out of oncoming lanes.
So I have some trivia or something for you guys to guess. How many miles do you think I drove in July?
Well, it depends on where you went.
I drove 7 miles the whole month of July.
How in the world did you get away with only 7 miles?
I didn't go anywhere.
I don't either, and I did more than that.
Oh, June, I drove 72 miles. May, 14 miles. Oh, April, 1 mile.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God. Okay, I need to get a life. I need to get
I'm going to start racking up thousands of miles because now that my storm chasing season's over with, I came to the conclusion it's time to retire from that, time to retire from being a fireman, pack everything up in my trailer and just travel and see the national parks and go back up to Canada and see Banff and Jasper. So that's what I'm going to do.
Well, you can meet Black Wolf somewhere for coffee. There you go.
Black Wolf's always on the move.
And one of the areas
that's why I said coffee, because you just meet you at a truck stop and
well,
get on
I'll
down
tell you
the
right
road.
now, Joey, part of my trip will take me right through Nebraska.
Oh God, don't go. It's
Oh
it's
no,
the
I'm
most
gonna
boring-
go up to Bellevue and visit some friends that live in just outside of, or actually live in Bellevue. that have been family and
Yeah,
friends for years.
I guess that's not bad. Well, and yeah, Nebraska's so bad. That's why I moved to Texas. I was like, I gotta get out of that armpit of America.
And have you
You know,
finished
any
doing your layout for your garden? No.
No, not yet, but I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
Yeah, I give you all the stuff you need to make a nice, beautiful flower bed and everything else, and you still haven't done nothing.
It's just so hot out.
Oh, yeah, tell me about it. Right now, I'm not sure how much of Texas is affected, but a lot of areas in Texas right now are on water restrictions because of the heat.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we
Yeah.
can't water our grass from, except for from 10 o'clock at night to midnight. Depending on what the address is on your house, either on a odd day or an even day.
Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to water it in the sunshine during the summer anyway, because
Well,
when you
no.
do that, you're actually hurting the grass in the first place. Because the water droplets act like a magnifying glass for the sun on the leaf.
Oh, yeah, but the general rule of thumb is when I water the grass, I usually water it from 6 o'clock in the morning to about 7:30. I can't even do that. It is from 10 o'clock at night to midnight. I don't want to go outside at midnight and change a water hose.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you can go to Home Depot and get a fancy little timer that you can put on. What you do is you where you screw your hose onto the faucet. You screw it onto the faucet, then you screw the hose
I
onto
installed
that.
a
You set
sprinkler
the timer
system.
on it, and there you go.
Now, I got a sprinkler system. It's just, I turned it off because I didn't want to change the times on it. Now, you can't wash your car. You got to watch when you do your laundry. I mean, this water restriction stuff sucks.
Yeah.
And you know what's stupid is Texas has always been that dry. Always.
No, not as dry as it is right now. The aquifers are drying up.
We'll
They were
have
drying
a
up when I
year.
was stationed on Fort Hood back in the 90s.
Yeah. Because we'll have, this is how it goes down here. We'll have a few years of just rain, 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 flood, 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 and then it dries up. And then it floods. And then,
Yeah. But the last 3 years have been dry and we haven't had the rain. Hopefully we get the rain coming back in to fill the aquifers back up so we can get out of this damn water drought shit.
Yeah.
Well, I know Texas had some floods last year because, what is it?
They did, but the problem was all that water basically sucked into the ground to the aquifer, and this year people have been using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that Matt Conacher, the vet guy that does likes to play with the pew-pews and he's got a mansion that he's been rebuilding and other things too. But he was last year he was out there actually filming some of the flooding there in Texas where out where he's at.
But here's the funny part.
All the time, and floods are not like in Austin because we have the limestone. It floods all the time. It's like you just know don't cross the freaking road if it's flooding. It's like.
And here's the funny part. Texas floods up to the Gulf of Mexico. They can put a water desalination plant right into the Gulf of Mexico and generate water for the state of Texas, and they won't do it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna.
Something Ranch. What was it called? Demolition Ranch. That's the guy.
Yeah. I watch his videos. It's quite funny.
Yep. I'm just a little envious of his gun collection, though, because he's got a little bit more than I do.
Yeah, me too. I got a big one, but not that big. Because I got 8 safes full of guns, but he's got more than that. Now, I watched Heavy D today on one of his videos. He showed a $29 million ranch up in Utah that had a gun room.
Yep.
That had a safe door in the front, and I'm looking at that thinking, oh man, I could fill that room full of weapons.
Yep.
The gun racks that were lining the walls on that thing, I'm like, man, I'd have to go buy more guns. And then it had a bathroom in the gun safe.
Give Joy a minute. I think she was trying to say she wanted to go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. So, good night, boomers.
Good night, Joey.
I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen Xer.
He's a truck driver.
According to my children, anyone like over 30 is a boomer. So,
oh Lord,
they call me a boomer.
According to my kids, anybody over the age of 18 is a boomer.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Good night.
Good night.
No, I just wanted that room. I don't care about the rest of the house. I just wanted that room.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful gun room.
Oh, I tell you.
But then he started showing all the places to stick rifles and everything else. I'm like, damn, I don't have that many rifles. I'd have to get more. That room would cost me more money.
Oh, that Diablo kid drives me crazy.
Yeah. He will do everything he can to get proven wrong.
Well, the other night when I was on here, it ended up being just me and him.
Oh,
and
boy.
He kept hammering me with questions, but not letting me answer.
Because you'd prove him wrong.
Does anybody know
Right.
him from before this Discord or know anything about him?
Nope. Yeah,
Well,
I
it's
thought
not
you went
just
to
that,
sleep,
but
Matsy.
What?
I thought you fell
She's
asleep.
been sitting there listening on the backside.
That's right. I listen.
Oh, okay.
But no, the other thing that really bugged me about it, every time he talks, he reminds me of somebody that is either half drunk or high.
He'll ask a question and you get ready to go answer it. He'll keep right back up with you. And it's
Right,
like,
or
let him
he'll ask
answer.
you a question and you start to answer it, and he's starting to ask you another question, or he's telling you that you're liar, or you're liar,
Yeah.
or you're wrong,
Well, like
you're
what
wrong,
I
you're
do with
wrong.
me
The
tonight.
whole time you're trying to answer.
That's what he did with me tonight. When I went to go answer his question, he called me a liar, and I was like, whatever. You don't want the answer, don't ask the question.
I don't know who he is. If I met him in real life, that would be a sad day for me.
Oh my God, my cat decides he wants to come up and get my ice water. Watching what the federal government's doing with the AR-15s. I'm still trying to figure out how they figure that's an assault rifle.
Right?
It doesn't make sense.
Now, so the media decided to start calling it an assault rifle because they didn't understand what the AR stood for. And the AR
they think it's they think it's an M16, and it's not.
They think that the A stands for assault and the R stands for rifle. But
No,
they
that's
are
Airlight rifle.
It's Armalite. Yes, I know. You know, I mean, the media started calling it that. Next thing you know, over a certain period of time, now everybody thinks that that's what that is, and it's not the case, because you can take all of the working guts out of an AR-15 and drop it into a regular wood stock, and
it'd still be the same
it's
gun.
It's still the same, and there's no difference between that and one that you bought that was already that way.
Well, I went to the gun range today with my AR-15, my 30-06, my 9mm, and they were having that discussion at the range, and I looked at somebody and said, what makes this an assault rifle? Well, that's what they're calling it. And I'm like, do you understand what an assault rifle is? Well, yeah. I said, really? Show me on this gun what makes it an assault rifle. Show me. And he looked at the gun. He says, the selection switch. I said, oh, what? Safety and fire? That makes it an assault rifle?
You got a safety and a fire on every single rifle.
I said, now, with that being said, let me go get an assault rifle, and I'll show you the difference. Went back to my truck, and I pulled out my assault rifle, laid it beside it, and I said, now look at the triggers. The things you were pointing out saying that makes this an assault rifle, look at the other gun and tell me what's the difference. He says, well, you got safety, semi-automatic, fully automatic. I said, bingo! That's an assault rifle. An AR-15 is a single shot, single pull of the trigger. Just like a 30-06, a 22, a 30-30, a 7-mag, or a Winchester. Every time you pull that trigger, you will fire one round. That's not an assault rifle. That's a single shot.
With an exception, unless you have...
unless you got a Hellfire trigger.
Yeah, well, that or the Franklin
stock.
Armory binary.
Yeah, or the bump stock. But I don't run bump stocks on any of my guns.
You don't need a bump stock if you know how to bump fire. You don't need a bump stock.
Well, a lot of people were buying the bump stocks because they don't know how to bump fire. But I don't run any bump stocks on any of my guns. And he's like, well, but that shoots a lot of rounds. I said, you see that 9mm sitting there? He says that's got 17 rounds in it. How fast do you think I can empty that clip? He goes, well, one round at a time. I said, really? Let me show you. I emptied that clip in less than 3 seconds. All 17 rounds. He's like, what is that, a machine gun? I was like, that's a 9mm pistol. You just got to know your gun.
Right.
I know what that guy can do, and I know what I can do with how I shoot with my trigger finger. I don't set my trigger finger all the way in on that gun when I want to make it fire fast. I use just a tip. So I have better control over it, and it's a quicker shooting. And as far as the AR-15, it's a single shot round, and I use it to hunt wild boar. Henceforth, the clips I use. What do you mean? I said, have you ever gone boar hunting? No. I said, go boar hunting and tell me how many rounds you put into that boar before it finally drops, especially when you piss it off.
Yeah, and it's running straight at you the entire time.
Exactly. I have dumped a 30-round clip into a boar running straight at me.
I don't think people realize how quickly a boar can kill a man.
Oh, yeah. Them tusks on them things will tear you up in a heartbeat. And most people think it's a slow pig. Oh, no, they're not slow.
No, they're not.
And like I said, I have dumped multiple 30-round clips into a boar to drop it that's chasing right straight at me after I shot it the first time. That thing will turn on a dime.
A few years back, I hit one with my semi-truck, and the thing got back up and ran back off into the woods.
Yep. They're tough. And that hide on them is just as tough.
Yep.
And when they're running straight at you, you can't get a clear shot to drop it. So you do whatever you got to stop it, because once it's pissed off, he's coming.
Yep.
And you're not going to outrun it.
Nope.
So there's been lots of times I've dumped 30 rounds into a boar to get it to drop. Running right straight at me. Oh, yeah.
That's common.
And most people who don't hunt them don't understand that.
The last time I was out actually hunting boar, I went through a full magazine and reloaded and got 3 more rounds out before it finally dropped.
Well, that's why now when I go boar hunting, I take my AR-15 and I take my 30-06. Everybody's like, "Why 2 guns?" I said, "Trust me." And I'll have somebody carry my 30-06 ready to go in a moment's notice, right beside me. So when I dump that first clip, I just drop the AR-15, I grab the 30-06, and I shoot with the 30-06 and double it over.
Yep.
But that 30-06 is cocked and ready to go for me to do that. And that 30-06 will stop it in a heartbeat because it's like giving it a punch. But by the time I use the 30-06, that means no longer any good because that 30-06 will tear it up.
Yep.
But that's what I got to do, especially when they're coming right at me.
It's practically the same as using. It's practically the same as using a 338 Lapua on a deer.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing left.
Poof. Oh, it's like taking a 30-30 to a watermelon.
Oh, my favorite when I was in my teens, we had this woodpecker problem out on the farm, and there was one day that there was this woodpecker just bouncing around in the grass out in the front yard. So I grabbed my dad's 22-270, and I just slid the window open, and he must have been like 3 feet away, and there was a beak and feathers left. That was it.
Yep. Well, no, the guys I go hunting with, they're like, "Don't ever bring that 30-06 again." I'm like, "Why is this?" Because there ain't nothing left of that damn boar. I was like, "You think? Why do you think I use it as a last ditch resort?" And by the time I get to that gun, that damn thing's about 10, 15 feet away. I'm dropping him one way or the other. He's going down, and that's where the 30-06 comes into play.
Yep.
Guaranteed that 30-06 is going to drop him.
Yep. And that's why I'll usually carry my 303 British out there with me.
And everybody's like, "But damn, such power!" I was like, "Hey, got to do what you got to do to stop that big from coming at you."
Because the difference between the 303 British and the 30-06 is minuscule.
Yeah.
We're talking about like just a micrometer.
What? Grain damage?
It's just
the barrels are so close,
depth.
it's not even funny.
Yeah.
But let me
The
tell you,
rounds
that 30-06 is one hell of a stopping gun.
Well, the rounds are identical. The only change that you need to make to a 303 to turn it into a 30-06 is the bevel where it bevels down from the neck.
Yeah.
That needs to be drilled forward like a micrometer.
Yeah, it's like, what is it, 0.0025?
Yeah, something like that. I don't have my book.
I know by the time you get it in there, you're done.
I don't know where it is right now. Huh?
Well, I know by the time you get it in there, and it makes, what is it, 50 revolutions? Because that's usually what you're running at when you're rechambering a barrel. By the time you touch that metal, you're done.
Yep, it's just. Whoop.
It doesn't take very much.
See, mine is still, my Enfield is still a 303 simply because of the fact that, so many people brought those back when they brought them back from World War II. They went and they had them changed into 30-06s.
Yeah.
And
but that 303
actually
got cheaper rounds.
The rounds are cheaper and they're actually easier to find than the 30-06 in a lot of cases.
Oh, tell me about it. That's why I stockpile 30-06 rounds. Because I can buy a box today, go back to the same location tomorrow, there ain't a single box one. And the shelf was full when I bought the one box.
Yep.
No, that's why I quit going to stores and buying ammo. I go straight to the source. All my 30-06 rounds are federal rounds, and I go straight to federal off their website, and I order them, and they send me 2 or 3 cases of them at a time.
I bought a surplus box of ammo a few years back for the 303. Half of the rounds were copper, looking on the round itself, and the other half of them were silver.
Wow.
Okay. Turned out the copper ones were actually they were copper jacketed, but they were steel core.
Yeah.
So and then the silver ones, they were hollow on the inside, but they weren't really hollow. They had phosphorus in them.
That's
so
odd.
That they would explode on impact.
That's odd.
Yeah, but those rounds, the dates on the bottoms of those rounds ranged anywhere from 1940 to 1943.
Well, there's why. They were war rounds.
Yes, they were. And I had fun with them out in the middle of nowhere.
Now, when I buy my ammo, I go to Federal Ammunition. I get my 30-06 rounds. I get my 9mm rounds. I get my 30-30 rounds. I get my AR-15 rounds. And then they bring it right straight to my door.
Yep.
And I usually buy a couple cases of each, and I hang on to them. I've got a 22 long rifle in there that I've got, 40,000 rounds of 22 long. And every time I order another case of 22 long.
Now, see, I usually use Ammo Seek, and I'll be searching for the deals. And when I find a good deal, I'll buy it up, and just that shit, like it just ships right to your door, and
Well, that's what Federal does, and I've used Federal rounds for years, so I just keep going with Federal because I've been a Federal round purchaser for so long. I get discounts.
Now I'll tell you, the Blazers, that Blazer ammo, I will never use Blazer, ever.
No.
Because the first
You want to blow up a gun? You want to blow up a gun? Use a Blazer. First
time I used Blazer, I started having. I went through a couple of magazines in my. It's a Ruger. It's a Ruger 9E. And after the first couple of magazines, I started having jamming issues.
Yep. Because it turns the inside of the gun up.
Then I just kept having jamming issue after jamming issue after jamming issue, no matter what kind of ammo I was using at that point. So I sent it back into Ruger, and they sent it back to me, and they literally had to replace the barrel, chamber, and a couple and the
pickup
the
tube.
ejector, the little ejector claw.
Yeah.
They had to replace that because the Blazer ammo had destroyed it.
Well, that's. I sent my Ruger P85 into Ruger twice, and both times they sent it back with a note. What did you want us to do with this gun? It's the cleanest, smoothest shooting gun we got. I sent them back another like I want it blued. The second time they sent it back after, that was like, well, we're not going to blue the gun. I was like, well, fine, then I will. So I blued it. And everybody's like, why would you ruin a nice, shiny looking gun like that and bluing it? I said, that's why I blued it. It's not a dark bluing. It's just a subtle bluing to get rid of the reflection.
Yep.
That's all I wanted. Just a subtle bluing to knock down the reflection on it. Because that slide is silver, and let me tell you, day or night, you see that damn slide. And I didn't want that. So I wanted them to do it professionally, but I ended up having to do it myself. And I got just enough blue on it to where it's not really noticeable at night like it used to be. I mean, that silver stood out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
It really did. But now it don't. It's just a subtle bluing. It's not too dark, and it's not. It's just the right amount of bluing to it. That's all I wanted. You can still see the silver, but it's not as predominant as it used to be. And that's what I wanted. Now my AR-15s, every one of them are nothing but black. Oh, I can't say that. I do have two that are desert camo. But those are different calibers. And everybody's like, how many AR-15s you got? I said, well, they're really not AR-15s. They're an AR-15 platform, but the barrels are different calibers.
It's still an AR-15 no matter what the caliber is.
Yeah, well, they're like, what do you mean? I said, I've got a AR-15, that's a 22-250. I got an AR-15, that's a 243. I got an AR-15, that's a 348. I got an AR-15, that's a 308. I got an AR-15, that is the 556. I also got an AR-15, that's a 726. Why so many different calibers? Depends on what I'm hunting. The 22-250 is a varmint rifle. What? Groundhogs, squirrels. That's what you use it for.
See, I like to build them.
That's what I do. I build them myself.
I like to build them, and I'm actually looking at the next one I want to build is the one with the 450 Bushmaster chambering.
So do I, but then I started looking at the pricing. It's like, oh my god.
But I have to have one of each.
Oh, that's why I got so many AR-15s. And guy, the best rifle I got, believe it or not, hands down, and I only shoot one round out of it, is my Barrett 50 cal. But those rounds are so damn expensive, you only shoot one round. And I do that once a year. Well, no, the rounds for a Barrett 50 cal are $120 a piece. So once a year, I shoot one round. Everybody's like, why? I said, just to make sure the gun stays zeroed in. That's all I need. I'm not going to go out there and do like I do with a 22 with that AR-15. I'd go broke overnight.
Now, my favorite to go out and play with is it's a carbine semi-automatic that my dad was issued while he was in the Navy during Vietnam.
Well, the guns I play with.
Disturbed. I was going to say that's the one thing that got me though is, you know, my grandfathers got to go to war and come back, and their service weapons, they got to bring them home and keep them afterwards, and my dad got to do the same thing. But oh no, my generation, no.
Then I'm not going to tell you what I received when I got out of the service. My pride and joy, Colt, 1911. Not an A1, but a 1911.
A handshake and a swift kick in the ass out the door.
Oh, I got that too, but I was able to keep my Colt A1 or my 1911 before it became the A1, the original Colt 1911 that they were using. But they were phasing the 1911s out and switching over to the 1911 A1s. That's why I was able to do it. Now they use the 1911 A1s and several other different kinds of guns. And that's fine. I love my 45. That's a sweet gun. Always has been.
Yeah.
But it's not an A1. It's the 1911. And that's what I wanted. Because the A1 tells you it's the next generation, but the 1911, you don't ever know when it was made because of how long it was in the service. You might have one of the last ones made, or you might have one of the first ones made. Because
anywhere in between.
Yep, because when it came to the 1911s, those guns were very well maintained. So you don't ever know when it was actually manufactured without going back to Colt and having to pull the serial number.
No, you don't even have to go to Colt. They've got a website that you just put the
I know.
You put the serial number in it. It'll tell you what series it is, when that series first started production, and they'll tell you exactly what day and what year and what month
and what line it came down.
That yours was on.
Yeah, I know. I've done that with my 1911.
Yeah, see, I've got a 1903 Colt hammerless automatic, chambered in 380. That is, it actually says it came down the line April 10th of 1910.
Well, my 1911 was manufactured in 65, and that's good enough with me.
Yeah, but out of
That
all
tells
my
me I got,
pistols,
and it still shoots perfectly fine.
yeah, I was gonna say, out of all my pistols, that Colt is the best. I'm telling
Actually,
you,
I got two guns that shoot better than 1911. I inherited them from my grandfather when he died, and that was a matching set of Colt 45 Peacekeepers.
Yep.
But I don't shoot them. Because he got them from his father, and his father got them from his father. So I just keep them in the box and I look at them. I doubt I will ever put one round down the chamber. Because they look too nice.
You just got to know how to clean them back up properly.
Well, I just like looking at them, because how many people say they have a Peacekeeper?
I've got an old Colt long 45 that's got a 14-inch barrel on it that my grandfather told me that it was carried by someone in the family that was in the U.S. Army at the time that they were still rounding up Indians.
Cool. No, that's like a rifle my mom's got. She's got a Winchester 22 that Winchester has wanted to buy back from her to put in their museum, because that's how old it is. And that's the first gun I started shooting on when I was a kid, was that 22.
Yeah.
A single shot, and you had to pull the firing pin back on the back of the barrel before you could fire it. And it's still in mint condition. No serial numbers, no nothing. And it's still in its original leather saddle holster. And my mom asked me what I wanted, if anything after. I said I want that 22. So I get to 22. I don't care about, she can get my brother or my sister, actually my brother, because my sister's along with us, the 30-30. I want that 22.
Yeah. And you know, most people don't even realize when you're looking at the different sizes of the rounds, everybody's all, well, the AR-15 is the most deadliest round out there.
Actually, it's not. That 22 is.
Yeah, but most people don't even realize that the AR-15 is generally a 5.56 NATO, which is the same thing as a 223 Remington, which is nothing more than a 22 caliber round.
But it's a subsonic 22 caliber round.
Right?
It will go in and out, whereas a 22 is not a subsonic. It doesn't go in and out. It goes in and bounces around.
They also don't realize that almost every other caliber of rifle-sized ammo is even bigger than
the
AR-15
look at the 50 cal round. That damn thing's huge.
Yep.
But that 22 is the smallest round. The AR-15 is a supersonic, whereas the 22 is a subsonic. Because it doesn't. The most you can get is what, 85 grains if you're lucky. Right. And that's if you find a hot load.
Well,
whereas
usually
everything else is above that.
Usually, I'm just running 55 grain in my 5.56 223 size.
Yeah. Oh, but you figure a 22, if you're lucky, a hot load would be classified in 85 grain, but mostly they're what, 25 to 35 grain.
Yep.
And then what does its damage is the fact that it breaks the skin and then it bounces around on the inside of the body. Whereas every other round out there will penetrate the body and come back out of the body. 22 don't. It bounces around. Yep. And most people don't realize that. More people have died from a 22 bullet than they have from any other gun. Because the damage that 22 round does.
There was the original Russian SKS. The original Russian SKS, that round, it would leave the barrel and it would start to tumble.
Like the M16.
And because it was tumbling, instead of spiraling, it would tumble.
Yeah.
When it would impact, it would actually it could enter your shoulder and come out your left toe.
Well, the M16 is the same way. It doesn't spiral; it tumbles too. Because the barrel on an actual true M16 is perfectly smooth. There is no rifling in it. That round comes out tumbling. Now they have upgraded the M16 to the round spiral, but the original M16, they tumbled. They didn't spiral.
Right. And
I would
the
love
M16,
to get a hold of one of the original M16s, but you can't find them.
Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can. But you can't
Not without
afford
them being modified. I don't want one modified. I want the way it was originally designed.
I'm not talking modified. You can find them, but you can't afford them.
Well, I could afford it, but I also have to get an FFL to get one because
No, you don't.
Actually, you do, because the M16 is actually an assault rifle.
No, you do not have to have an FFL.
For that trigger on there, yes, you do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So as long as it was manufactured before 1982, you can legally own it, even as a civilian. You just have to file the tax stamp and be approved before you can actually have it in your possession.
The likelihood of that happening, slim to none.
Not really. The only real thing you got to worry about is your local sheriff. Because your local sheriff is the one that has to sign off on it.
Yeah, and if you get a corrupt one, he'll come get that gun. No, I had to do a tax stamp on my 50 cal, and that was easy. And then I was asked, what am I ever going to shoot with a 50 cal? I said, an elephant.
An elephant if needed, yeah.
Well, the sheriff cracked up laughing because, well, we don't have any elephants. I said, that's why I only shoot one round a year. He goes, that's it. I said, that's it. Have you looked at the price of those rounds? I'm not going to go out and waste rounds. I'll shoot one a year just to keep the gun active.
Yeah.
He goes, that's it. I said, that's it. I'll shoot that one round, take it back, clean it, put it back away. I can afford to do a $120 round once a year. Well, why? I said, that way I can make up the difference on the other rounds I do shoot. Because that one round will take care of a box of 22s. When I can shoot, 200 rounds of 22s for the same price, I'll save the money for the 50 cal and shoot the 150 rounds of 22s. And have more fun, because I get to shoot more of them. But I just take it out to a range once a year, fire it, clean it, put it back away. Everybody's like, well, why do you want that kind of a gun? I was like, I got the 50 cal pistol. When it came out, I bought one. I do a lot of my own rounds.
Same here, and that's why I got friends will go out shooting, and they'll be coming out there with their little rifle or with their guns, and they've got like one, maybe 2 boxes of ammo, and they're just out of their stuff real quick. They're out of their stuff real quick, and I'm sitting over there just going pop, 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 pop. And they're like, man,
I'll always collect my brass, bring it back, clean it, and repack it.
They'll be sitting there looking at me. They were done shooting all their ammo like 20, 30 minutes earlier, and I'm still out there having fun. And they're looking at me like, how can you afford to do that? I said, because I reload.
I do my own rounds because it's cheaper in the long run, and I can make them Actually, I can do a better match round than the factory can by doing it myself.
Yep. Yep.
Because I got the scale, I
And
got the black powder, I can get that scale set to where I can put the exact same amount of black powder in each round, so they're identical. And you don't get
Right.
that on an assembly line.
I do the same thing, but I have to go through and double check and make sure it's coming out exact every
I do mine about
15
every
to 20
10.
rounds or so.
I do mine about every 10. But I also check the brass diameters and everything else to make sure they're not distorted the whole 9 yards.
Well,
but I've got boxes, and I wrote on the box matched set. That way I know the difference between a matched set and then an unmatched set.
The biggest worry is right at the bottom of the casing.
The lip?
Down in that down near the lip. If you see any kind of bulging or swelling right there, you cannot use that ever. You can't use that casing again.
Sure you can. You make it a pin. That's what I do with them. I make them pins.
Well, okay, but I'm talking about as an actual.
As an actual round, no. I refuse to. That's why I check every brass. I'll go through and I'll clean it all, and then I'll take a multi-scale and multimeter and check everything on that brass before I put it into the machine.
Let's see, I've got a system. I go on the bottom, where they've got it'll say federal and it'll say 5.56 or whatever caliber.
Do you weigh your brass?
Bottom of the at the bottom of the brass, what I'll do is I'll imprint a hash mark for the first firing, and then the next time I'm cycling through, I go through and I put another hash mark on them as they're starting to get reloaded, because I will not go past 7. Once you've reloaded the same casing 7, once you've reloaded the same casing 7 times,
it's done.
You've pushed it to its limit, to the point that you're likely to have it cook off. You're likely to have it cook off right there in the chamber.
Yeah, I usually do 6 fills, but I also weigh each brass, and brass that weigh the same go to the machine together.
Now,
that way,
every other firing, I also
everything is perfect.
Right, and every other time, it's you've got to go through and anneal it.
Yep.
Because if you don't do the annealing, then you're actually gonna tear out that you're gonna tear out the top end of the brass.
You also throw off the weight, the balance, and everything else too if you don't, because that annealing wears unevenly. No, that's why I weigh all my brass. And if they match the set grams for the brass, they all go in one pile. The ones that are a little above or a little below go in a different pile. Those are my rounds I shoot just to shoot. But the ones that are matched, I build up with the exact same amount of powder, the exact same weight projectile, everything. Put them in boxes, and I write match set, and those are the ones I put up and hang on to.
Yep.
Because if push comes to shove and all hell breaks loose, those are the rounds I'll go to. Because I'll get the same consistency round per round.
See, the old guy that taught me how to reload ammo in the first place, he had this huge collection of Burdan primer casings. Right? Ooh. They had Burdan primer system in them. And I said, why don't you ever reload those? He says, you can't reload those. And I had to ask him why. And he showed me, you got the two little tiny holes on the sides instead of one down the center. And then,
that's like a 22.
The whole way
once the 22 is fired, it's done.
Yes and no.
You can't reload a standard 22 round?
No, you can't reload a standard 22 round. No.
It's a one-shot deal.
If you have a Burdan, if you have the ammo casings from a rifle round that was Burdan, that had the Burdan primer,
you could
system in them, he was like, you can't reload those. I said, yes, you can. I said, watch this. So I went and I got a dowel that was exact diameter, and you fill up the casing with water, because you couldn't punch the primer out, was the problem. Okay. So you fill up the casing with water and that dowel, and you push the dowel down really quickly, and it pops that spent primer right out.
Yep.
And then all you have to do is just drill a tiny little hole dead center, and you can start using your CCI primers. There you go. You do have to clean up the primer the edge of where the primer goes in a little bit, because it has to be widened just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, you gotta deburr and everything else.
Yep.
Now I'll spend hours making rounds until I get cross-eyed, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I've made enough.
And I'm usually sitting there doing it until I realize I can't quite stand back up.
That's about
Then I know
where
I've
I get to. When my legs go numb, I know I've made enough.
Yep.
I know a friend of mine's like, well, just reload your 22s. I'm like, okay, show me where the primer's out on a 22. Huh? I said, show me where the primer's out on a 22. Well, I'm like, it's where?
You can reload a regular old 22 just fine. But when you go to fire it, you're probably going to lose an eye.
And he's like, where is the primer? I said, well, it's got a primer. It's on the inside of the shell.
It's on the inside of the ring.
Yeah. That's why it's, and the only way you got to be able to get that old primer out to get a new primer in there, and it's not worth the hassle. It really isn't.
It's damn near impossible, which is why you can't even find the primers unless you're willing to spend a whole ton of money.
Well, that it takes special tools to swap them out.
Right. Not to mention you have to where the pin strike is on the outer edge of the rim. You have to figure out how to pop that back out.
Yeah.
Without damaging the brass.
Yep.
Now you're talking about such a tiny little area. I don't understand why anybody even bothers trying.
I don't. When I shoot a 22, it's like, yeah, that one's done. It's cheaper to buy new ones. They're like,
right,
wait a minute,
by the
time I buy all the tools to repack that, it's cheaper to buy rounds right off the shelf.
See, I still save
tools are not cheap to be able to reload a 22.
I still save those casings though, because when you
do,
get
because
enough
I melt them down.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I get enough of them, I toss them into my forge, melt them back down, and then turn them into a brass sheet.
I don't. I turn them back into other rounds because I got brass molds that I pour the brass into that can make other rounds.
See, I don't have that. I never really got into making my own casings.
But what I do is I take all the 22 brass and clean it up, smelt it down, and pour that in to make a new round.
No, I find all kinds of other uses, especially after I've already turned it into a brass sheet.
Go in and I will separate the brass from the copper.
Because I like to hand forge. I like to hand forge my own blades. You know.
Yeah. Knives,
swords, axes, whatever. So the brass, if I've turned it into a brass sheet, that comes into, being able to be used in the handles and things like that for, embellishment or decoration, whatever.
Small brass blocks to use as additive for other blades. Because you can take a small brass block, add it with nickel and lead and zinc, and have a nice blade that you can make for show. When you smelt it all together.
The best blades that I make. See, when I go out and I make blades, I'm not going out and buying steel to go and forge the blade. I go out and I'll go hiking around. Even like right now, I've got a bunch of steel
I'll
things.
go looking for scraps just laying around.
Exactly. You know, I've got a bunch of old rusted steel things that I found on hikes and things like that. You know, there's certain parts of the Northwest up here, especially up in the woods, you'll stumble across an ancient sawmill. You know
Yeah.
that nobody owns it. It's been abandoned for longer than God knows when, and
The only time I'll go buy what I need to make a knife is when I go buy 420 chromoly. And I'll get that in long, flat bars, and I'll cut down what I need. And those are what I use for survival knives. Because once
the
you
only
put an
time
edge
I
on it,
actually,
that 420 chromoly holds better than anything else.
yeah, the only time I ever actually buy any steel in order to make a blade is if I'm actually making Damascus in order to make the
Well,
blade.
you got
Because
to for those.
no, I can use all kinds of different steels, especially the old even old railroad spikes work.
Those
But
were great.
when you're making the Damascus, you have to fold it with another steel, and one of the best that I've found is the 15N20.
Yeah. Well, like I said, when I make
And
my survival knives, I use 420 chromoly because they hold an edge better than any other knife. But you got to put that edge on it while it's still glowing red.
what do you use as a flux?
I'll either mix in nickel or a little bit of brass with nickel.
See, I just use borax for a flux.
And then I do an oil cool down on it once I get the blades. But the problem is I got to put that blade, that tip on there, that cutting edge, when it's glowing red hot. Because if you don't, it won't hold the sharpness, do diddly squat. But you got to have that damn thing going red hot in order to get the nice, sharp, crisp edge on it. Once you do and you oil dip it, it stays.
Do yourself a favor and get a big magnet next to your forge.
Uh-huh.
So what you're doing is you're bringing it up to temperature, and you think it's almost ready to start pounding on you. Bring it out of the forge, run it across the magnet. At the moment that it will no longer stick to the magnet, it's ready.
Never thought about that.
The key is to get it just past non-magnetic. Then you can pound on it a little bit and then reheat it, get it just past non-magnetic, and pound on it some more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Never tried that. I'll have to try that. No, I learned real quick on 420 that if that damn thing ain't going red hot, you're not getting a blade edge to it.
And you know, you might want to try a new quench too. I've been playing around with it. It's a 50% salt water, 50% Dawn dish soap.
I've always used an oil quench, but that's a lot. Sounds a lot cheaper.
Yep.
I'll have to try that.
It works.
No, I like taking just scrap metal or aluminum cans and just making basically bouillon cubes or coin size and everything else. Eventually, I'm going to buy me a coin press so I can make funny coins. Or when that metal's still hot, I can press on both sides simultaneously to make the coin.
Yeah.
Just as a novelty thing, because to me it just sounds like something that'd be fun. I like playing with the forge except for the damn heat, and I haven't been able to do anything here in Texas because it's been so damn hot. I don't want to deal with that heat too. I don't know. For the last 2 months we've been under heat advisories. It's like, do I go out there and start that? Oh hell no! That's 1,500 degrees or hotter on top of the 108, 109 degree temperature. Nah, I'll wait till winter. At least I can go out there and get warmed up by the forge and not sweat my ass off when I'm not by it. So I haven't done anything this summer with it because it's been too hot.
Yeah.
That I need to get some more wood for handles and stuff. Be like I get mahogany, oak, birch, so I can make wooden handles to go on the knives.
Yeah, we got a couple of survival buffs in the chat there.
Well, I've been looking at a serrated machine, so I can make steak knives.
Mm. I don't mind doing serrades on a blade. I mean, it's really easy to do. I just do it by hand with a file, but
when you come down to a steak knife, it's hard, and there's a machine that actually does it for you. It puts the shape. It puts the shape there and everything else. All you gotta do is go across it with the file to hone it in. And while the metal is glowing red hot, you put it in the press, and you pull down on the handle, and it's done. I can do that.
Steak knife, in my opinion, the best steak knife, it doesn't have serrades at all. If the knife can just slide right through the steak, even without the serrades, and hold its edge, it's perfect. And
that's why my survival knives are the chromoly, because once I get an edge on them while they're hot, that edge stays. I mean, it's razor sharp. It's like taking a brand new razor blade. But you got to do it when it's hot. I mean, that shit's got to be glowing red to get that type of an edge to it. And then once you get that edge there, you leave it there, and you cool that edge. It stays, and it doesn't, and it makes a good survival knife because it stays sharp constantly.
Yep.
It's like one of the Ginsu knives that never go dull.
Right. No.
I've had them knives go dull.
My wife's got a few Ginsus, and I have to keep sharpening them for her.
Yeah. They don't cut through nails. They don't cut through bricks and still keep the edge. I'm sorry. They just don't. I got a couple more drawers that I quit using because I'm tired of sharpening them.
They don't cut through butter and still hold their edge for very long.
No. But my survival knives do. And I've got like 7 or 8 of them, different sizes. My next one I'm going to do is a machete to be able to cut down small trees.
Yep.
Because with it holding that edge, it'd make a good axe.
Yeah.
And it'd take up less room than an axe will.
See, my absolute favorite way of forging a blade is just a regular old spike knife. A railroad spike knife. And
those are fun.
My favorite thing, you basically turn, sometimes a lot of people will just twist. They'll heat it up and they'll twist the handle section so that it's just got a twist in it. But if you take it and you heat it up and you twist it and then reheat it and pound it back into a square shape while it's twisted, and then
it keeps that twist
heat it back up, then you heat it back up and you twist that handle section back the other way, the opposite direction, and you pound it back square again and do it again. When you go to straighten it back out to where it so if you twist it to the left, then you twist it to the left, pound it square, twist it to the right, pound it square, twist it back to the left halfway. Now you have what we call a pineapple handle.
Yep.
Which has more grip because it's got kind of teeth to it,
Well, the funny part is what got me into forging to begin with really wasn't knives. It was heating metal up to go around with furniture.
I like to actually take a little bit of steel and I'll make I'll actually forge out like a little leaf. It'll be just a leaf, and the stem comes out and then hooks back, so that basically you put it on your keychain.
Yeah. You know
but
these
the
chairs that
tip of that, the tip of the leaf, I keep the tip of the leaf curved up just a tiny bit and pointy, so that you can also use it in a survival situation, because that little tip on that leaf, you'd be surprised what you can do with that if somebody's attacking you.
well, oh yeah, no, I'll take wood and make furniture like gliders, and I'll forge the gliding mechanisms so it's a smoother running glider. And it's not done with cheap metal that bends or twists while you're sitting in it, like what you see nowadays.
I think we just dropped to 2 people in the chat.
I see 24. But I like working with wood and taking metal and adding it to the wood. I'll make a coffee table with, and I'll router a groove in the top of the table, and I'll take metal and I'll heat it up to go down inside that groove, to where I can put an epoxy on top of the table with, to where it would just barely cover over the top of the metal, and it'll look sharp.
Somebody left you a comment there at the very bottom, Jeff.
Yeah, I see it. But
see, I've always been the kind of guy that if something out there sparks my interest in any way, shape, or form, I am going to study it. I'm going to learn it. I'm going to do it hands-on.
Well, that's what I do with grandfather clocks. I love
And I've
making
always been
grandfather
so
clocks.
I've always been so constantly curious about a billion freaking things. I swear I have more hobbies than any man should ever even dream of.
That's how you keep yourself busy.
Right?
See, I spend a lot of time making grandfather clocks because I like the way they look when they're done. And
Now,
I'll use multiple different kinds of wood to make different styles of grandfather clocks, and then I'll sell them.
See, I like working with the extremely exotic woods for my knife handles and things like that. But as far as regular woodworking goes, I haven't really done any real regular woodworking since I was in high school. You know, I took wood shop all 4 years of high school.
So did I. No, what I'll do is, and that's what got me started working with wood, is I'll take like an oak. I'll make the 2 sides, the back, and almost all the front of the grandfather clock out of oak. And then I'll go find an exotic wood like a banana wood, and I'll make that out of the face. And combine it to the oak, and it turns out beautifully.
Yeah. Now, when we first bought our house, my wife loved it, and especially since it had hardwood floors, but she was afraid that the first thing we were going to have to do was carpet the hardwood floors.
Oh, hell no.
Because they were just trashed. So whoever had the place before just did not take care of them.
No, you stand them and you refinish them.
And she's in there talking about putting carpet in, and I'm looking at her like, hell no, you don't.
And Santa's Filipino, when I'm talking grandfather clocks, I'm talking clocks that stand 6.5 feet tall. They're 6.5 feet tall, about 1.5 to 2 feet deep. And they got long chains with coconuts or pine cones down at the bottom on the chain to keep the time accurate.
Yep.
And they're very beautiful when they're done right.
The reason I told her you're not going to do that, because she's seen the hardwood floors in the new places, you know, the new houses and things, but the house we bought was
Believe it or
built
not,
by
the
hand
new
in
homes aren't
1945.
hardwood floors.
Yeah, it's a laminate on top of plywood or pressboard.
Yeah,
and it's stupid.
What they do is they put down the standard plywood sheeting for the floor, and they come across with an imitation wood to make people think it's a hardwood floor.
Yeah.
Until it
depends
starts
on how much
squeaking.
money. Depends on how much money you have when you build the place, but yeah, for the most part, they're fake wood.
Yeah.
But this place, it was built by hand in 1945.
Well, my log cabin I'm
So
building right now, when I built it, the company that's putting the log cabin together, the owner is out of Oregon. He went up and looked at the foundation and then looked at the hardwood floor and called me. He says, "Tell me that's not real wood." I'm like, "No, that's real wood. There is no ply sheet underneath it. That is actual 3/4 inch sections of plank.
Yep.
That's what I want." He goes, "What is that?" I said, "That is a cherry mahogany that was bleached. For it brought more of the cherry color out instead of the mahogany color." And he says, "That's a beautiful floor." So yeah, once it was done, it was sealed with polyurethane. That way
Yep.
it pulled out the grain work. That's what I wanted.
Yep. And
I said, "Why do you think I went with light logs?"
you see, that's what my wife was scared of, is that the hardwood floor was going to be that new stuff that's really super thin, and she thought that was all that hardwood floors really were, was that super thin, like crap stuff from today, which is why she thought she was going to have to put a carpet on it. And I'm like, oh hell no, this place was built in 45, honey. They weren't making fake wood then, not for
No,
hardwood floors.
the log cabin itself is out of pine logs that haven't been stained yet. The floor in there is a bleached cherry mahogany, so the cherry color comes up more than the mahogany color. You know how dark mahogany is.
Yeah.
I wanted the cherry color of the mahogany, not the mahogany. So they bleached it down to get to the cherry, and then once they did that and they installed the floor, they put a polyurethane coating over it to help pull up the grains, and I mean the floor pops. And he's like, "What are you going to do on the inside of the house?" I said, "The logs are going to stay clear. I'm going to put a clear coat on them because I don't want to offset that floor.
Right.
I want that floor to be the center point."
See, my hardwood floor in my house is black walnut.
Well, most hardwood floors either black walnut or oak.
Yep. And that black walnut is so beautiful. It was ugly when we bought the place, but once we got it all cleaned up and redone, it's just beautiful.
Oh, it is. It's a beautiful wood.
You just got to take care of it. You got to wax it when it needs wax.
In the master bathroom, the shower, I have oak lattice work that is protected with polyurethane instead of tile because I like oak.
Yeah.
And then in the guest bathroom, the surrounding area around the shower is black walnut, the same way. And everybody that's seen is like, "Why would you do that?" I was like, "I like wood. Why would I ruin a house with tile?" "Well, you're going to ruin your wood in the bathroom." I said, "No, I'm not. It's protected."
Redwood
and in the
floors,
bathroom, redwood is good for a deck. I wouldn't really put it inside of a house.
Well, the only thing I've ever really seen that I liked that was done in redwood was a hot tub.
Well, my decks are redwood. My supporting logs under the house are redwood for one reason and one reason only. Because of their pervious ability towards insects. That's why I went that route. Because redwood does not get termites. Whereas regular wood like oak, pine, cedar would get termites. So my house sits 3.5 feet off the ground and everything underneath it is redwood. It's redwood logs, redwood decking to help avoid a nuisance.
Yeah.
And that way I don't have to put in pressure treated post to offset. That's what I like about the redwood. It's natural.
So the District of Columbia Water and Sewer Authority guy that's in the chat here says that his house is
Do
his
you
whole
know
house
you
is
can fix
practically
your
redwood.
plaster?
What?
He's saying the old plaster is what's the mess. You can fix that plaster. They got plaster patch that will fix it. My grandparents had a house in Phoenix that used to be part of a plantation for fruit trees.
His place was built in 1891, and I would be willing to bet you that it's the old Laffin plaster, where
Yep.
it's like a steel sheet that they had kind of punched slits in and then pushed through. So it's kind of like the metal itself ends up looking like a cheese grater, and you just plaster over the top until you get it
my
the thickness you
grandparents.
want.
Yeah. Well, my grandparents had a house in Phoenix that was part of a fruit farm plantation. That was adobe, 2-story adobe house, and the adobe was starting to fall apart. So I told my grandmother, "I'll fix your adobe for you." So I did, and I made the house look the way it originally started. And then when my grandfather died, and she decided it was time for her to leave California, she sold that house to a church. The house was over 100 years old. The church tore it down to make a parking lot. Pissed me off. And the pastor for the church like, "Well, I don't understand where you're mad." I said, "Do you realize how old that house was?" "No." I said, "That house was over 100 years old. That was an adobe house. Over 100 years old. And you tore down a historical structure for a damn parking." And they did. They tore it down, cleaned the entire property up, and made it a parking lot. Pissed me off.
The District of Columbia there says the wiring in his house is still on the old spools and everything in the walls.
Yeah, where they run it around crystal or ceramic, capacitors. And it's either going to be copper wiring or silver wiring. One wire.
Yep.
Now that's what my grandparents' house was. I had to go through and rewire it to current standards on the wiring because it was a fire hazard if I didn't.
Right. I had to rewire half of our house because half of our house had the modern wiring, and the other half was like that there with the wire on spools.
Yeah.
And that was fun. I don't ever want to have to crawl through some of those places ever again.
Well, it gets too hot.
Yeah.
And that's why I went through
dusty. It's hot. It's dusty. It's full of spiders. Oh yeah.
It gets too hot, and that's what creates the fire potential. That's why I went through when I was redoing the adobe and took all the old wiring out and made it to where it was Romax throughout the entire house. And when I switched it over to Romax, my grandparents were happy. Then they didn't have to worry about having anything go wrong with the house.
It's like a Jeffrey's tube if you mess it up.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And you learn real quick not to touch the wiring because it's a bear.
Yep.
It definitely wake you up. Even if you do it by mistake, you get woken up real quick.
Yeah, see the wiring that was in my place, it wasn't bare. I mean, it was wrapped around the insulators, and suspended like roughly about an inch off of the
Edges of the
rafters,
walls. Yeah.
Off the rafters, or off of any wood or whatever it was near. It would be about an inch off of it, but it was wrapped in this fiber wrap. There was like a weird
It looked
black.
like paper being wrapped around it.
Yeah, it looked like paper, but it wasn't paper. It was like a woven fiber that was like covered in some kind of black stuff that had soaked through it.
Well, I've seen some that were black. I've seen some that were white. And what they do
ours
is
were
they
black.
they wrap paper around it first, then they wrap the cloth around it, then they put that bonding agent on it to keep the cloth wrapped around the wiring.
Yeah, he says it's a cloth. It's a cloth dried out, so it's paper.
Yeah.
Anyway, the reason I went through and redid the wiring in that part of the house to get rid of that stuff was because that cloth stuff was just disintegrating off of it, and I was worried that something.
It'll crumble into a powder mess on your hand every time you touch it.
Yep, I was just worried that God forbid something up there moves and lands on it and then crosses over onto something else. Next thing you got a fire. So
yeah, I'll be right back.
All right. Did you win the fight with your landlord to replace it all? Yeah, see, I don't like. I set everything up in my house on the good on the new breakers. That way, we don't have to worry about any fuses. Rent control, huh? Yeah, see, I don't worry about any of that stuff. I own my house, so I got sick of dealing with neighbors that shared a wall that was paper thin, and or just constantly dumping money that the amount of money that you dump away in rent every month is actually more than your mortgage would be a month if you bought a house. Sounds like you're in California. No one can afford to own anything there. It sounds like California. See, I don't know what I'd do if I had to deal with a landlord ever again. 3.5 million for a house that's falling apart. Yeah, you're definitely in California.
I'm back.
There.
Yeah, I got hungry, so I made me 2 hot dogs. No, a lot of my friends ask me what I'm going to use for lights, and like I tell them, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. Like what's that? I said oil lamps. They're like, what? I said oil lamps. Except for the elk chandelier I got over the table, that will run off of electricity. It will have those little lights that look like flickering candles in it.
Yeah.
But between the fireplace and oil lamps, it's all the power I need. Because those oil lamps put off quite a bit of light. Especially if you got the reflector behind them.
Jeff, it's coming up on 5 a.m. here.
It's coming up on 6 a.m.
Yeah, it's 4:46 where I'm at right now, and I've got to get a little bit of sleep before I drive another 250 miles because
That's it.
I'm yeah, I drove 800 and I drove 823 miles today. I've got 250 more miles to go, and then I'll be sitting until I deliver Monday morning. But I'll actually be close enough to an old friend of mine that, as a matter of fact, it's the guy that taught me how to hand forge blades in the first place. So I'll probably be forging a blade at his forge over here tomorrow.
That gives you something to do.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting there twiddling your thumbs watching repeat movies on TV.
Yeah. I'll probably live stream hand forging a blade too. Just because.
Oh no, there's a guy on YouTube that does a channel forging. I'm trying to remember where he's out of, but he is actually on the show Forged that they do on A&E, and he actually won making like a lance sword.
Yeah.
So I watch him quite often, see what his next projects are. He did one not too long ago on forging handrail, where the entire handrail, top, spinners, and bottom were all twisted metal to fit this custom handrail. And it turned out nice. I was impressed.
Yeah.
Especially to get the twist to where they were all identical distance from each other. That had to take a lot of patience.
Mostly time. It's mostly time, you know.
Yeah, but to sit there and make sure all them twists are just the exact same bar would drive me absolutely crazy.
Well, you know, if you've got experience doing it over and over and over again over time, then really it's not going to be so much patience as it is time, you know. And you're talking about a guy who's probably already got years and years of experience doing exactly that.
Yeah. And district, depending on what your foundation's made out of, you'd be surprised how many earthquakes it will handle. Because look at how many earthquakes it's handled so far. You'd be surprised how resilient wood is. Well, I think a lot of people that deal with wood want to find old logs that have been sunk in water for years. Because it gives it the character.
I think his biggest problem is the fact that, you know, the house might survive the next big quake, but will California survive it?
Well, but if your house is leaning, all you got to do is jack it up and put blocks underneath the foundation to adjust for the leaning. That's an easy fix.
Anyway, I'm going to crash out. It was nice talking with you guys tonight.
You have a good one, Black Wolf.
Yep. Take care.
That's what they do with houses that are leaning. They'll jack up the low side, support the structure underneath to keep it level, and move on. It's an easy fix nowadays. It didn't used to be, but it is now. They got stuff out there to do it. It doesn't take that long. They can have it done in about 2 weeks. Scared of what, Frank? You? Shit. Dean, we've been talking about wood and metal and everything else. No telling. If you can get down to the crawl space, all you gotta do is look through the crawl space at the foundation. You can tell exactly the way it was done. Lisa must be asleep. All they gotta do is reinforce the foundation. But they got stuff out there that will help adjust for that. Hey, Samuel. All you do is get a hold of companies in your area that are able to do it, and they can walk you through exactly how simple and how easy it is. It's not like it used to be years ago where it was a pain in the neck.
What you talking about, Jeff?
District of Columbia is talking about his house leaning. And I told him all he's got to do is get a hold of a company. They can jack it up, make it level, put supports underneath it, and it'd be fine.
Oh, yeah.
Years ago, it wasn't that easy, but nowadays, it's real easy. Take them about 3 days.
Take them about a day.
Well, yeah, but you figure to get the permit, get everything laid out and ready to do it all from start to finish, 3 days. But yeah, they'll have it all done up in 1 day. But we figure a day to set everything up and a day to take everything down after jacking it up. Don't matter.
Yeah, I do them. I done done them.
I've seen them do mansions that are humongous. Raise them up and get them level again. Now look what they've done in Venice.
Oh, yeah.
Entire half of Venice was raised up and leveled.
Them hydraulic jacks do miracles, man.
Yep.
I used to do all that shit, but I started doing something else.
Oh, well, they got so many tools nowadays, it's not even funny.
Oh, I know
They
it.
can lift up one section at a time, or they can lift the entire thing up at one time.
Anything that got to do with remodeling, house leveling, trailer moving, I do it.
Yep.
I do it all.
Yeah, like I said, they can raise up one corner, half the house, or the entire house all at one time. It all runs through a diaphragm that they control which one goes where.
What they do is they start with the port that's straight, and then they run a line across of it with the level machine on the line to see where it's off at.
Yep. And once they do, they'll bring it up to that line, and then fix it to where it's got all the supports.
Yeah, put your blocks on it, put your chips under it, put your shimmies. A lot of them need shimmies now. Put your shimmies under it because the blocks would be so big, so the shimmies just take up what the blocks can't get.
District, the car jack stand routine, that's a fly-by-night company. A rubber company has hydraulic systems that will have hoses going to different jacks in different locations, and they will digitally bring that house back to square, black to plumb, shore it up underneath to keep it there, and be done. That's easy. I've seen them take entitled 160-year-old buildings, put them up on 2 metal I-beams, raise them up, stick tires underneath, and pull it halfway across town and set it back down perfectly level. And I'm sure you have too, haven't you, Sammy?
Oh yeah. Whoa, 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 Jeff. Whoa, whoa. Samuel. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
We agree to disagree.
Everybody else must be asleep.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you right now, District, at Rubber Company, they won't break a single window doing it.
Man, I was on here about 8 o'clock. I passed out about 8:30 and I stayed on it. Then I woke up, I'm like, what the fuck? Because y'all was talking about the toilet paper. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah.
Bye.